Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we've done our now playing bar, it's time to work on this top section right here. And the top section is going to be split into two parts. We're going to have this navigation bar on the right and the main content part on the left. And just to show you what that looks like, we're going to have a navigation bar here and then this main content part on the right. Okay, so go back to our index.php and right underneath the body, right at the top, put a div, and this is going to have the class, well, an ID, sorry, it's going to have the ID of main container, like that. This is the main container. And this main container is going to house all of our content. So this now playing bar, this navigation bar, and this main container part are all inside of this main container. Okay, it's just good practice to get into housing your elements, but I'll show you what that looks like on this paint pad. Just try and make it a little bit easier to understand. So we have our now playing bar at the bottom. This is our screen right here. So we have our now playing bar, right like that, okay. This is our now playing bar. And we're going to make our navigation bar, which will be on the left here. And then we're going to have our main content part, which will be kind of in the right or the center, whatever you want to call it, like that. So that's kind of the structure right here. This part on the left, this part in the center or right, and then this part, the now playing bar at the bottom. Okay, so that's what it looks like. But what we're going to do is house all of this inside its own container. So this is going to be all inside of a main container, like that. Okay, you won't see this or anything. It's just a good habit to get into, putting your content inside of containers like that. Okay, so that's fine. We don't even need to style that, but all we're going to do is just put this now playing bar container. Alright, so get this and go all the way to here. Take all of that, okay, and just put it inside of this main container here. And we will, later on, put this into its own file, because this is getting quite long already. So we will be putting this into its own file that we can just include whenever we want to include the navigation bar. So I know this is getting quite long right now, but we'll work on the structure in the coming videos. But for now, just put that in there. And let's make a div underneath that with the ID of top container. So ID equals top container. And this top container is going to be the container that goes around these two items here. Okay, so this top container is going to be all around these two items here, right? This and this, but it's not going to be around this now playing bar. Okay, so this is the top container here. Alright, so you can see the blue one there. That's what we're doing. So top container. And while we're here, we can apply some style to this. It's only two things. I know what they are. So scroll to the bottom of your CSS sheet and then do top container right here. And then do min height 100% and then do width 100%. Give that a save. And then that's it. You won't see anything yet, so if I refresh this page, you won't see anything different. But our containers are there. We have a container around all of it, and we also have a container around this top part right here. Now we're ready to start putting some things inside of it. Hey guys, welcome back. So now we're going to actually start putting our navigation bar together. And the first thing we're going to do is start with a navigation bar container. If I go back to this little diagram we've been using, this blue one right here is the navigation bar container, and inside of that is where the navigation item is going to be. Okay, so let's go and create this now. So inside the top container, and remember the top container is this part here, the part that holds the whole top items, so the nav bar and the main content part. Alright, so this part right here is the top container. It has this and it has this. Okay, so inside the top container, go ahead and put a div with the ID nav bar container. And I know some of you might be getting confused with all the containers, but just go with it for now. It's difficult to understand when there's no content, but when there's some content in there, you'll be able to easily see what's going on. And the containers are just a really good habit to get into. Okay, so there's a nav bar container. And we're going to go and apply some style to this now, but I'll save it and we'll do it inside the browser this way. So refresh the page so that we have our changes, inspect element, and go and find that new navbar container div. So we have a top container and then the navbar container div right here. Okay, so let's give this some style. We're going to say background color is going to be, we're going to use 000 for black. Let me just give this a width now so you'll be able to see. So width can just be 220 pixels, and we also need a height as well. Height can just be 100, and then do VH, which means 100% of the view height. So view height is the height of this whole view right here, and we're just saying 100% of the available view height. We also want the position to be fixed. So fixed position, and what the fixed position does is it means it stays fixed to the viewport. So if you give it a fixed position to stay top 0 and left 0, which we're actually going to do, so top 0 and left 0, this will stay against the side and against the top, and the fixed position means that even if we scroll, it stays there. Okay, and that is it. So copy and paste that new style. I'm going to put it into our style sheet. So this is the ID of navbar container. So go back to here, and then at the bottom just put navbar container like that. Paste that new style in there, and that should be it. Refresh that page, check that it's still there, and there it is. So there's our navbar container. Hey guys, welcome back. What we're going to do now is put the logo into our navigation bar. So go back to our index.php page, and inside this div we created before, navbar container, we're going to put a nav element. And in case you didn't already know, the nav element, as the name suggests, is used for your navigation of your website. So inside the nav element is where your navigation item is going to go. So let's give this nav a class of nav bar, like that, navigation bar. And like I said, we're going to be creating the logo in this video. So let's go ahead and create an anchor tag, so A. And anchor tags are just how we create links, remember. So the href is where we want it to go, and we just want this to link to index.php, so that when they click on this logo, it'll take them back to the home page. And we can also give this a class of logo, like that. And then inside this anchor tag is where our actual icon is going to go, or our image, depending what you want to use for your logo. So this is going to be the source to our icon, but of course we don't have one yet. So I'm going to open up icons 8, which is that app I told you about before for icons, and I'm just going to search for something. Any icon here would do because it's just a demo, but if you go back to here, you'll see that I've created an icon right here of a dog. So I'll just do same again. I'll just search for dog, and there's loads more dogs to choose from, but this would be fine. And remember, like I said before, there are colored ones too if you want to use a colored option, but I'm just going to go with one of these, and I'm also going to change the color to white. So the hex value color code for white is just FFFFFF, like that. Now they will change to white. So I want to take this, but I'm also going to use, 25 pixels is fine, so I'll use that one, but I'll put it into my icons folder. So inside assets, images, icons, like this is where all these icons are that we use. I'm just going to drag this into there, and then I'm going to call this logo.png, like that. And then the source to the icon is going to be assets/images/icons/logo.png, like that. And if I save that now and go back to here, you'll hopefully see an icon when I refresh the page, and there it is. So of course we still have some style to apply to this. It doesn't look great, and I think actually it's not a very good size. I think I should have taken a larger size. As you see here, it looks a lot better. So I'm actually going to take a larger size. So I'll go back to my icons right here, and I'll actually take the one with the white part as well there. Looks like he's wearing a mask. So I'm going to take a larger size, and let's just go to 100 just to be sure. Okay, so I'll open up my assets folder again. Okay, and you'll see my logo that I have already, which is here. So I'll remove that, put that to the trash, and I'll just drag and drop this one on, and then change this to logo.png. And then hopefully this will look a lot better when I refresh the page. Okay, looks good. It's great. The size is not good. It's a bit big, but that's okay. We can make that smaller. If you really want, you can go and choose a smaller icon, but let's just make it smaller with some CSS. That's fine. So we're going to style this navbar item first, which is the thing we added right at the start of the video. And we're just going to give this some padding. So padding can be 25 pixels. So you'll see if I hover over the navbar, you'll see the green part there is the padding. So there's our padding. Going to give it a display of flex, which remember, as I've said in the previous videos, is our flexible display. And then we're going to say flex direction is going to be column, like that. And then we're going to just do last thing, add the Microsoft flex direction. This is just for Internet Explorer support. So MS flex direction column, like that. Okay, and it won't be applied to this because we're not using Internet Explorer right now, but this would be applied if the user is on Internet Explorer. Okay, so you won't see any changes with this stuff yet except from the padding, but you will when we come to add the items to this. Okay, so let's copy that, go back to our CSS file, and at the bottom just add the .navbar like that, and paste that in there. Save that, and then when you refresh the page, you'll hopefully still see the same style applied. And then we also want to style this image right here, so let's just go to the image part, and then let's do width of, let's try 32 pixels. 32 pixels is good. Obviously you can play around with that as you want, but 32 pixels is fine for me. And we're going to give this a style to the logo image like this. So the class above has a logo, this is image. So we're going to go back to our CSS file, and then we're just going to do logo, if I can spell, logo image like that. So the image that falls underneath the logo item. And then just do width 32 pixels like we just did. Save that, and then when you refresh the page, as before, you'll hopefully still see your changes. So that's it, we have a nice logo, and the next thing is just to add the actual items to the navigation bar. Hey guys, welcome back. Now we're going to start putting these navigation items into our navigation menu. So go back to our index.php page, and underneath this part that we did for our logo, underneath there, I'll just make some space so it's easier to see. We're going to create a div, and then we're going to give it the class of group, like that. Okay, and then copy and paste that below. And what these two are going to do is help us to section off our navigation bar. So the first div right here is where our search bar is going to go. The second one is where the items are going to go. So if I go back to this page and show you, will be one group here, and this underneath will be another grouping. So all we're doing is just splitting this navigation bar contents up into groups. So we've got one group here and then one group here for the navigation items. All it is just an organizational thing to make it a little bit easier for us. So inside the first group, like I said, this is going to be our search bar. We're going to create one more div in here, and this is going to have the class of nav item, because each item in our navigation menu is going to have the class nav item. And inside there, put an anchor tag, so press A and then tab, and then the href of this is going to be search.php, which is a page, of course, we haven't created yet, but we'll do that eventually. So it's going to link to search.php, and the class of this is going to be nav item link, because every link in our navigation menu is going to have this class. And then the last thing we want to do before we check this is just put inside there search. Okay, that's it for that one. But then copy and paste this nav item div right here that we just created and paste it below in the group part 3 times. So once there, 2, 3. So these are going to be our actual items. And if you look at the page that I have browse, your music, and then the user's profile. So just put browse your music, and then this can be the user's profile, so you can just put your profile if you want, but it doesn't really matter for now because eventually we'll make this change depending on what your name is. Okay, so it will add this dynamically. So just put something in there for now so we can see how it works, and then press save. So go back to your page and refresh it, and you'll see it won't look very good though. So we have our links there. Now let's go ahead and style them. And like I said before, we haven't created the pages for these yet, so if you click on any of these, they won't actually take you to the correct pages. And I just realized we didn't actually put the links in for these, so they all at the moment link to search.php. So before we do the styling, just go and change these pages to link to their correct pages. So this will be browse.php, this can be your music.php, and then this can just be profile.php. Okay, go back to here, and then we're going to style this now. So let's style the group part first. And this is only going to have 2 lines of style, I believe. We're just going to have a border top like that, and it's going to be 1 pixel, a solid line, and then the color of it is going to be A0, 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 which is this grey color we've used on our logos at the bottom. We're using this color quite frequently on our site. And then the last bit of style on this is just going to be padding is going to be 10 pixels, so 10 px, and then 0. And what this means is 10 pixels on top and bottom, and 0 on the left and right. Okay, that's it. That's all we need for that. So copy and paste those 2 lines, go back to your CSS, and this is for the group style. Okay, in your CSS file, do nav bar and then group like that. Paste that in there and give it a save. Now we're going to style the nav item. So the nav item div is going to have padding. So how much on top? 5 pixels. So 5 pixels all around. Maybe 7 pixels. So yes, let's do 7 pixels. Padding 7 pixels. You might want to play around with this later on when we have all this set up properly. For now, just put 7 pixels so you can see it. And then the font size. So the font size is going to be 16 pixels like that. The font weight, so the thickness of the font, just put, I don't know, 400, let's try 500, 600, 700. 700 is good, a nice thick font. And then we also want to do a display block like that. And then lastly, letter spacing, let's just put 1 pixel. And if you look what that's doing up here in the search part, it increases the spacing between each letter. So this is how it usually is. And if we get a 1 pixel spacing, it just spreads it out slightly. So let's do 1 pixel. Copy and paste that. And this is going to be the nav item one. So nav item like that. Paste that in there and give it a save. And if you refresh the page, you should hopefully see it for the other items too. And there we go. So it's already looking a little bit better. Hey guys, welcome back. We're going to continue with our styling of our navigation items now. We just have some finishing touches to put on this. So I'm going to inspect element. And then I'm going to go to my items. And we have this class here, nav item link. So that's what we're going to be styling now. And this is only going to need 3 things. It's just going to need a color, which can just be A0, 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 which is that grey we've used before. Text, decoration is just going to be none to get rid of that underline. Keep in mind you'll only see this on this one at the moment because this is the one we're styling. You won't see it on the others yet. And we can say font size. Actually, I think we put font size on the nav item class. Yeah, we did font size on the nav item class, but I'm going to take this down a little bit to 14 pixels, just a slightly smaller font size. I think 16 was a little bit too big. So in the nav item class, just change the font size to 14 instead of 16. Okay, and then since we've done that, we don't actually need to add a font size to the nav item link class. So just copy and paste these 2 lines, go back to your CSS file, and then create a new nav item link selector and paste them in there. Now when you refresh this, you'll hopefully see your style. And they all have the same style now. That looks a lot better. Not quite perfect. I think I want to get a bit more of a space between these. If you see mine, I have a bit more of a gap between them. So what we're going to do is go back to the nav item class right here, and we have this padding of 7 pixels. And what we're going to do there is just change that to 10 pixels like that. But then we don't want any padding on the left and right. So we want to make sure that it has 0 padding on the left and right. So now it has 10 pixels on top and bottom, and you see the green part there. And left and right, there's no padding. So that's good. That's what we want. So in the nav item class, go back, and just change this padding here from 7 pixels to 10 pixels, and then 0 pixels for the left and right, like that. Okay, refresh that and you won't see any change, hopefully. Yeah, just like it was before. That's great. Looks a bit better, a bit more space between them. And then the last thing we're going to do before we add the icon, because we're going to add the search icon like that, but just before we do that, we're going to fix this spacing by the logo. Okay, see I have the gap here. So go to here, go to your logo class, and then we're just going to say margin bottom is just going to be, let's try 5 pixels. No, let's take it up a bit. You can do whatever you want. 10 pixels works, or if you want to do a bit more than that, 15 pixels also works. So I'll just say 15 pixels. So for the class logo, I'm going to do it up here next to the logo image class we have right here. So logo, just put margin bottom 15 pixels. Okay, and that looks a lot better. And then the last thing we're going to do is just add this icon here, the search icon. So go back to our index.php page, up here by the search item, like this, inside of the anchor tag, just after the search word, okay, just after the text, put an img, like that, image, and the src, the source, is just going to be the link to our icon. And if you took my icons, it will be in the assets, images, icons folder, and there'll be a search.png icon like that, okay? So assets / images / icons / search.png, okay? And if you don't want to use that one, like I said before, icons 8 has a lot of different icons for search, so you can also use the color ones too, okay? And let's just give this a class of icon and then an alt of search. And remember, the alt is just the text that's displayed if the image can't be found for whatever reason. Okay, so class icon alt search. Now let's just go and give this icon some style, because at the moment it's far too large. So the icon class is going to have position absolute, which means this item is positioned relative to its first parent with a position attribute set. So position absolute, right is going to be 0, top is also going to be 0, and then width is going to be 25 pixels, like that. And I think, and since this isn't working because it's up there and it shouldn't be, it means we forgot to give a position to our element above. So go to our nav item class and give that a position relative. Okay, and now you'll see it appears over there. Okay, so we need to first give the nav item a position of relative, so copy and paste that one there. Go back to the nav item CSS class, nav item position relative that we forgot to do the first time around. Save that. Okay, and then we just want to change the top attribute right here to be whatever we want. So okay, so how much do you want to give that? Let's try 6 pixels. 6 pixels looks good. Okay, so we're going to give that icon a 6 pixel top. Okay, so copy and paste those, and this is going to be for nav item link logo class, like that, and paste that in there and give it a save. Go back to here and refresh your page, and hopefully you'll see your style. Okay, so I'm not seeing my style. Go back to here. This should be icon, like that. Save that. Now refresh the page, and that's it. You see our style. Hey guys, welcome back. So one thing I did forget to do was make it so that when you hover over the navigation items, they change color. So we're going to do that now, and this is really, really simple. Go to your CSS file and find the navigation item link item right here. Copy and paste that, but after navigation item link, just put colon hover, like that. Navigation item link colon hover, and then get rid of text decoration. And anything in here is the style that will be applied when you hover over this item. So we're just going to make it have a white font. Okay, so color change to white when you hover over it. Now if I refresh this, you'll see that when I hover over the items, it should change color to white, which it's not right now. So let me just clear the cache, make sure it's not cached, because quite often the CSS file gets saved by the browser in the cache, so sometimes you have to clear it and just let the page reload. and you'll see that it now changes to white when you hover over it. So what happened just then was the CSS file was cached by the browser. It's because if it downloads that file often, which it does every single time we load this page, it will save it in the cache so it doesn't have to keep re-downloading it. That means that sometimes when we add new text, it uses the old version because it has that saved, and there's things missed off it. So to clear the cache in Google Chrome, you just have this inspector open and right click on the refresh button and then select empty cache and hard reload. Okay, if I don't have this part open, you won't be able to do it from there. Okay, if I right click on the refresh button now, you see it doesn't appear. So the developer tools at the bottom needs to be open for me to right click on the refresh button. Okay, but there are other ways of emptying the cache as well. You can go into settings and empty the cache, but that's just a really easy way. So if your CSS ever isn't working, just make sure to clear the cache first, and that's it. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we've done our navigation bar, you might think it's time for us to do this middle section here, but we can't actually do that until we have content in our database. That's because this section here we use for displaying songs, displaying albums, but we don't actually have any in our system yet. So we're going to start working towards that, but what we need to do first is actually get the table set up, because we can't actually store music unless we have tables to hold the information. So go to localhost /php myadmin like that. This is our database system, or the UI for our database system I should say, and then go to our table. We haven't actually done much with this, we only created the users table so far, so go to your table, okay, and we're going to create a new table, but before we do that we need to understand the structure of the tables we're going to create. So we're going to create 4 tables first, and I actually have the diagrams right here in Excel. So we're going to have a songs table, we're going to have an artist table, a genres table, and an albums table. And before creating a table, you need to ask yourself what kind of data it's going to hold. So we know that each song is going to have an ID, or every table has an ID column, that's just best practice. So no matter what the table is going to be, we always want to add an ID column, which is a unique identifier that we can use to access each record. If you're not familiar with what that means, bear with me, it will make sense as we start using these. So yeah, every song is going to have a title, every song is going to have an artist, an album, a genre, duration, path, album order, and plays. So the title is just obviously the name of the song. The artist is going to be whichever artist it was that made the song. But notice how we're not storing a name in here. We're not storing like Mickey Mouse as the artist name. We're storing a number. And what that number is for is because this number is going to be used to go and retrieve the artist name. And this number corresponds to the ID in the artist table. So we have an artist table here. And number 2 means that we'll go and find the artist with the ID of 2. So in this case, we would go and take the artist with the ID of 2, which happens to be Smiley. Okay, that's the name of the artist. So we know that the artist of this song is Smiley. And the same with album. So with this, we go and find the album with the ID of 2. So go to the albums table, find the ID 2, and then we know the title of the album is Purple Strain. Genre, same thing, it's an integer, so we go to the genres table and find the genre with the ID of 3, which happens to be a pop. Duration is just going to be a string that we use for the duration of the song. Path is going to be the path we use to access that song, because it's worth noting that we won't actually be storing the song itself in the database table. Okay, so the songs table won't actually hold any music. All it does is hold the information about the music. So when we get the songs, we first get the path from the database table, and then we use this path to go and retrieve the song. So we're going to have a folder. So we're going to have a folder called music, which is inside of the assets folder, and then the happy birthday MP3 file is going to be inside that folder. So we just use whatever's in this column as a way to access that song. We're going to have an album order, which happens to be which order on the album it's going to be in. Okay, so you know when you view an album, the songs appear in a certain order. Okay, and we want to be able to keep that order, so we give each song an order number, which is used for displaying the songs in the order they were supposed to be displayed in. Plays, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's just the number of plays that song's had. And yeah, so that's it really. So we have our artist table with an ID, and all the artist table has is a name. All the genres table has is a name as well as ID, of course. And the albums has the ID, has the title, which is the title of the album, the artist, which again, same as with the songs table, we use this number here to go and find the artist, in this case with the ID of 3, which happens to be Mickey Mouse. So we know the artist of this album is Mickey Mouse. Genre, 3, we're going to get this, which is pop, so we know this album has a genre of pop. And then, same thing as with the path, the artwork path is used to go and retrieve that image, because again, this albums table is not going to hold any images. And the reason we're using numbers here instead of actually storing, instead of storing Mickey Mouse in here as just text, the reason we're storing numbers is because if this artist changes his name for some reason, maybe they get married, maybe they just change the name of their group or something, and they change it to Mickey, maybe change it to Mickey Duck, like that, that's his new name, we're going to have to go and find every single song and every single album that uses this and go and make the same change as well. Okay, so by storing a number in here, it just stores a reference to this file here. So everything that uses this artist will point to this record in the artist table. Okay, and then if this person changes his name, like that, we only have to change it in one place, and every single thing that points to this will use the newly updated name. Okay, so that's why we're using numbers instead of just string values in here. So that's a brief overview of our table structure. So like I said before, if you don't understand this, or maybe it's your first time doing MySQL tables, know that it will make a lot more sense to you when we start actually using this. Okay, so even if it doesn't make 100% sense to you at the moment, follow along, just go with it. It will become clearer as we go. But also know that I'm here to answer questions if you have any. Okay, so if you have any questions at all, just let me know and I'll get back to you. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we discussed this whole table structure right now, and I think we should now begin to actually create these tables. So go to your PHP MyAdmin, okay, and if you've closed the tab down, you get to it by typing localhost /PHP MyAdmin, like that. Okay, that's how you get to this. So PHP MyAdmin, so find your database, mine's called Slotify, and then we're going to go ahead and create a new table, because at the moment we only have the users table. And we're going to start by creating a songs table. So go ahead and put your songs table name in here. And the first column we're going to want is the ID column, as always. And the ID column stays as type int, but then scroll across to AI, which is auto increment, and the index goes to primary, because this can be the primary key, which means that this is the unique identifier on the column. And the AI means that every time we insert into this table, the ID value, so if you look at the diagram, this ID value increases every time. So in this example, if we insert another row into this table, the next ID it would use would be 5, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, it would use 5. Okay, so we just specify AI, which is auto increment. It will automatically increase the ID to be the next available number. I know I explained all that in the previous videos when we created the users table, but it's been a while since we did that, so just in case you forgot, there's a little refresher. So then we're going to want title as the next column, and this is going to be of type varchar, and then we're going to have 250 characters in there, which just means how many characters that column can hold. So a string of that many characters. 250 is more than enough. We won't be anything close to that most of the time, but just 250 is fine for now. So then we'll also put artist, which remember is an int. Remember we discussed it here, that these are going to be integers that point to the artist table. So artist there. Then we're going to want album, which is also an int. And we're going to want some more columns as well. We have 4 columns. We're going to want, so we have album, we're going to want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more columns. So go ahead and click 5 in there and click go, and you'll add 5 more columns there. So album is an int. Next one we want is genre, also an int. We want duration, which would be varchar, and remember we said 8 in there, because this is the duration of the song. Path is going to be a varchar of 500, because this is just a path to the song. So path. Then we also want album order, like that, which is integer. And then finally we want plays, which would be the number of plays, so that stays an integer. Go ahead and click save. Enter a valid length. If I missed a length out, I put path in there. I typed in there varchar. We want 500. That's my mistake. So click save. it will create the table for you, and now we have our songs table, obviously with no data in it. And just for the record, we're using the UI to create tables at the moment. If you're familiar with SQL and you want to do it using the create table commands like this, and you can do it through code, you can do it, it'll do exactly the same thing, but it's just easier to create it without the code, especially for beginners. Okay, so let's go and create the genres table next. This is a really short one. Let's put the name of the table as genres like that, and then we're going to have an ID column, which is integer, and don't forget to do this auto increment, and the same with primary key. Try and remember to do those. And then name, and this is going to be a varchar of length 50. Okay, and then save. Now we have 3 tables, so we'll create another table, which will be our artist table. So put the name of it as artists like that. ID, integer, that's fine. Remember this part, auto increment, primary key. Then the next column is going to be just name, that's it. Varchar, it's going to be varchar 50 again. So it's identical to our other table. Save. Now there's 4 tables, and the last table for now is going to be the albums table like that. And ID, and then AI, primary, title, which is a varchar of type, let's just say 250, it's the title of the song. Again, they won't use anything close to 250 in actual fact, but it's just good to have a length that we know is long enough. Artist, which again we know is int. Genre, again we know this is int. And then we're going to add one more column, so keep that as 1. Click go up here to add an extra column, and this is going to be artwork path like that. And this is going to be varchar 500. And that's it. Our tables are now set up. Now we can actually start importing music. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we've created our tables, we're going to go ahead and insert some data into it. So let's start by inserting something into the artist table. So go to your artist table and click insert, this button at the top right here. So do you remember I said that the ID column was auto increment, which is that AI checkbox that we check when we create the table. So that means we can leave this blank. We don't have to insert anything into there. So all we have to do is just put a name in the name text box. So let's go Mickey Mouse, that's the name of this artist. And you can insert them one at a time like this by clicking go, like that, and it inserts it into the table. So if I click on the artist table, you'll see it's got 1 value in there now, and it was automatically given the ID of 1. But you can also do more than that at one time. You can insert one into here, so I can say Goofy, and I can also put here Bart Simpson, and then I can click go, and click right here, go, and then I did 2 at a time. Okay, so now we have 3 artists in the table. Let's just go and do 2 more. I'll do Homer, and I'll also do Bruce Lee, like that. Okay, so I've got some artists with 1 word for the name, you know, like I might get a group, and some with a first and last name. So click go. Now if you go to the artist table, you see we've got quite a good mix of names. Let's go ahead and enter some genres as well. So same thing, go to insert, and let's do rock, let's do pop, and down here you can also do more than that if you want. If you want to do 10 rows at a time, you can click that and it'll give you more to do. So rock, pop, let's do hip hop like that, rap, R&B, classical, techno. I'm running out of genres that I can think off the top of my head. If you really want, you could just Google music genres. I'm sure that you'll find a big list of them right here. So, you know, got a big list of them here. Jazz, folk, country, jazz, folk, country, like that. Okay, that'll do for now. Obviously, feel free to go and insert all of them yourself. You know, you can go through this whole list if you really want to. But that'll do for us right now. So we have artists in our table. We have genres in our genres table. Now we want to do albums. Let's insert it here. And we're going to say title of the album, which is going to be Bacon and Eggs. Artist, artist number 2. So if I open this in a new tab, so right click, open in new tab, I can open this table and you'll see that number 2 is Goofy. Okay, so 2, this means Goofy is the artist of this album. Genre, I can do the same thing for genre if I really want, open in a new tab and then keep it here while I'm inserting the records. So I can do rap, which is number 4. So Goofy is a rap artist, of course. What else would he be? And then artwork path is just going to be a link to the album artwork. And we don't actually have any images in our folder yet, but I actually have some artwork right here, which I just found online. And these are just random little squares that you can use for your artwork if you really want to. Okay, so you can feel free to use your own artwork, but I'm just going to add these for now because remember we're only using dummy data. You can insert the actual artwork if you really want. So if you actually know an artist, maybe you've got your favorite artists out there, you should probably import the actual artwork for that album. So I'm just going to copy those. Okay, so I'm going to copy all this, copy 7 items. And I'm going to go back to here. This is my website folder. Go to Assets, Images, and let's make this a new folder called Artwork. Okay, and in there just paste all those album artworks. Okay, so there they are. So these will be included in the course content. So if you really want to use these for now, you can absolutely do that. Just download the source files from the course content. So the path is going to be assets / images / artwork / and then one of the names clearday.jpg. Clearday.jpg. I think that's how it is. All lowercase. Yeah, clearday.jpg. And just to make sure that works, I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go back to my website. I'm going to type it in. Instead of doing the page, I'm going to do assets, images, artwork, clearday. And if I see an image, I'll know it's the right path. If I got it wrong, let's say I did the artwork something, I'd see this. Okay, so if I type it into URL, you know it's the right link. So I'm going to make a copy of this text here, just because this is going to be something we're frequently using while we're creating records. And then the title of this is going to be Pizza Head. Artist is going to be, let me get the tab open, is going to be Bruce Lee, which is number 5 I can see. So artist is going to be 5. Genre is going to be country, which is 10, because Bruce Lee is a country artist, of course, right? So genre is 10, and artwork, I'm going to paste that in there. I'm going to change this clear day to energy.jpg. Energy.jpg. Okay, and click go. And you'll see if I click on the albums, you'll see I've got those 2 here. Alright, so that should give you an idea of how to insert the data. I'm gonna leave you guys to insert the rest. You don't really want to watch me insert all the rest of the data. So you can do that on your own. But remember, if you have any questions at all, just let me know. And also, like I said before, these images are available in the course content if you want them. Hey guys, welcome back. So I went ahead and inserted some extra values into the albums table, and I hope you've done the same too. So you should have some values in the albums table, some values in the artist table, and also the genres table. Now that we have values in all those tables, we can add some values to the songs table. We couldn't add records to that table before, because in this table we need to link to the artist, the album, and genres. Unless we have something to link to, we'd have to leave those blank. So we can now insert some values into the songs table. So go ahead and click insert. And we actually don't have any music yet. So you can actually use any sound files you like. Maybe you get them from your iTunes library or something. That's what I would do. But I have some dummy, sampled songs we can use. It's free to use, but these are just songs I took from a website called Ben Sound. And I have quite a lot here, so you guys can use them too. They'll be included in the course content. But what this is, it comes from a website called Ben Sound, like this. And what this website is it's a place you can get royalty-free music from. So I got all of this sample music you see here from this website. And you can find music by genre, you can go through most popular first. But they're really cool songs to try your website out with if you don't have any actual music available for you. So there's loads of stuff here to choose from. And yeah, if you want to use it for free, you can buy a license from this person, so you can purchase a subscription, or you can find more information about the licensing here. If you want to use it for free without paying, you have to just supply him the credit, okay? So make sure you do that. If you're going to use this music for anything, make sure you give this person credit. Anyway, like I said, these will be available in the course content, but I'm just going to copy them right here. So copy 32 items, go back to our folder structure, so go to assets, and then I'm going to create a new folder here called music. So create a new folder, music, and just put it in there. Just like that. Okay, and we're using MP3 files, but they don't have to be MP3 files. But like I said, a good place to start would be maybe your iTunes library or find royalty-free music online. Anyway, we're going to add some records here. I'll just show you how to do it again. So title is going to be the name of the song. So we'll start at the top. We can do Acoustic Breeze. So this song is called Acoustic Breeze, like this. Artist of this one, remember we have, so I have a tab open here with the artist names. I have a tab open with the album table showing, and I also have a tab open now with the genres table. Okay, so for artist, we're going to use any of these, so I'll just do number one. So Mickey Mouse is the artist in this case. Album, we can take it from here, so you can just do any of these. I'll do number one as well. So number one. Genre, you can take it from here, so any number from 1 to 10. Let's just do 8. Duration is going to be the duration of the song. And if you want to find the duration of the song, you can go to Get Info, and you can find that the duration is 2 minutes 37 seconds. Okay, so we can just put in here 2:37 like that. It doesn't matter too much about this because this will be calculated in our site automatically. So this value here that says how long is left of the song, we calculated automatically. So we don't have to get that right. But what this is for is so that when we're selecting a song, we can see the duration. Path is going to be the link to the song. So it's assets/music/ and then whatever the name of this is. So in our case, it's Ben Sound Acoustic Breeze.mp3. So paste it in there. .mp3 like that. Album order, so it's the first song in the album, so let's just put 1. Number of plays, just put 0. And go ahead and click go, and you'll see that we have a song on our table now. And that's all there is to it. So I can leave you with the rest of this. So go and put some more songs in here now. And like I said before, this music is all available in the source files of the code. So if you want to use those, you can. Hey guys, welcome back. So I went ahead and inserted all of the songs into the database. So now my songs table has every single one of those tracks that we imported. And it's worth noting that if you want to import all this data into the table without having to type it out, you can actually use this SQL code right here, import only the songs.sql. So if you click on that, you'll see that it's got a bunch of SQL code here, and it actually inserts all the data for you. All you need to do is copy all of this. So copy it all. Go back to here, click on SQL, and then paste it in there. And when you execute it, click go, it will import all the songs into the table. Okay, so when you run that code, all of these songs will be imported into the songs table. Okay. Remember, you do still need to include the MP3 files in your music folder though. So you still need the files inside of here. Okay, it won't do that for you. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, what we're going to do is do a very quick bit of tidying up, because at the moment our index page is looking pretty complicated. It can be quite hard to follow because there's a lot of different divs in there. So what we're going to do now is just clean things up a little bit, and it's really short. It doesn't take long, but it's going to make things a lot easier going forward, because the next thing we're going to do is work on this center section. Okay, so all you do, go back to index.php and copy your navbar container class right here. Just the navbar container one. So copy all of the navbar container div. Okay, so all of that. So I'm taking it. Okay, I've cut that out. I'm going to a new file and paste it in there. So paste all that code in, and mine seems to have been tabbed across. So I'll just highlight it all and press Shift Tab to move it back across to the left. Doesn't do anything, just looks a bit nicer. So there, all I've done is take all that code and put it into a new file. So I'm going to save that now in the includes file. So in my site, includes, okay, just into the includes folder. So save it as navbar container, container.php, navbar container.php. And all you're going to do in here, where the navbar container used to be, right here, you're going to put a PHP blocks and put includes slash navbar container.php, and this just takes the contents of this file at runtime. When the page loads, it will take all of this and it will just literally paste it into there. So all this is doing is just adding our code, but it just separates it into a new file for us. So if I refresh this page now, you actually won't see any difference. So it looks exactly the same, but just to make sure it works, if I comment this out now, so I've got rid of this includes part, I've commented it out, it won't be seen, I refresh the page and the navbar goes away. So you'll see that just by adding this include, it copies and pastes this code, and when the page loads, it just puts it into the page, and it just makes things look a little bit neater. So now if we need to go and make a modification to the navbar, we know we can just go to the navbar container.php and do it in here. So we're going to do one more thing. We're going to do the same thing as we just did, but for the now playing bar. So this part at the bottom. So copy and paste all of this now playing bar container. So from there, all the way down, so you can follow this line here to find out where it is, all the way down to here. This is the div. So copy and paste it all there. So I'm taking that, go to a new file, paste it in there, and again it's shifted my code over, which I'm going to move back. So highlight it all and shift tab, move it across to the left. You don't have to do that though. And save that in the includes folder. So includes, and save it as now playing bar.php. Okay, click save, and then the same thing, we're just gonna copy that if you want to, or you can type it out again and just do includes and change that to now playing bar.php. And then just to make sure it works, just refresh that page and you don't see any difference, but just to make sure it works, if I just comment out that code and refresh the page, you'll see the now playing bar goes away. So there, already, look at our index page now. It's a lot easier to see what's going on and where we are with our code. Okay, so it's just an organizational thing. That's it. So now that we've done that, now I guess we can make a start on this main content. Hi guys, welcome back. We're going to get started on this center section now, and the very first thing we're going to do is get rid of this white background. You'll see my site, I have this darker background right here, and this is what we're going to do. So we're actually going to style this on the body. So I'll inspect element, open the developer tools, and I'll click on the body element at the top there, and we're just going to say background color, and the hex code is going to be 181818, and I do have that number written down. My memory isn't that good. And then we're also going to say a font size of 14 pixels, which means by default everything's going to have a font size of 14 pixels unless we specify otherwise. So if we ever do give it a font size, it will override this, but this is just like a default font size if we don't say. And then lastly we're going to say min width of 720 pixels, and I know this is a good number to have, which is why I've used it. I do remember this. And what the min width means is that when we resize this page, it will never get smaller than 720 pixels. So if I go back to here, body is the whole page. But if I resize this, you'll notice how all the content resizes too. But after it hits 720 pixels, it will stop resizing any further. See? At that point, it doesn't go any further. It now just gives you a scroll bar. So we've said 720 pixels is the minimum we should resize to. So that's fine. Real simple start. Copy that, go back to your CSS sheet, and we can do it right near the top here. Just put body and then paste your code in there. Save that, and already it looks a bit more like a music player website. We have a black background, and before we put some content in the center here, we have to create the containers for this center section. So go back to your index.php, and then we're going to add two divs. The first one is going to be inside of this top container, directly underneath this navbar container. So right underneath this navbar container, create a div, and the ID for this div is going to be main view container, like that. So main view container, it's a container for the main view, and the main view is this part right here. And then inside there, we're just going to do one more div, and this one's going to have the ID of main content. It's the content of the main container, this part here. And that's it. That's all we're going to add for now. Just refresh the page, and then we're going to style this in the browser. So go through and find your new ones. It's inside top container, and go down to main view container. So we added this div here. And the main view container is just going to have 3 CSS styles. It's going to have margin left, and it's going to be 220 pixels. And the reason we're using 220 pixels is because the navbar container is 220 pixels width. Okay, so the width of the navbar container is 220 pixels. So our main view container, which like I said is a container for the main view right here, is going to have a margin of 220 pixels because we want it to start from here. If we didn't have this margin, the content would start from right here. Let me just demonstrate this for you. So on the main view container, this is on my actual site, of course. If I get rid of this margin, 220 pixels, you'll see that it starts from here underneath the navbar, and we don't want that. So by giving it a margin left of 220 pixels, you can see the orange part is the margin. It starts from next to navigation bar. Okay. So margin left 220 pixels. We also want padding bottom to be 90 pixels, and 90 pixels is the height of our now playing bar because we want it to stop there. We don't want it to overlap the now playing bar. Okay, so whatever your height of now playing bar, that's the value that should be in there. And then finally, the width of this container is just going to be 100% of the page, but we want it to be 100% minus the width of our navigation bar. So we can just do calc, which is a calculation, 100% minus 220 pixels. And like the name suggests, this will calculate 100% width minus 220 pixels. So you can see at the top there, you can see the green part is the width of the container, and the orange part is the navigation bar. The width just goes from here to here, which is what we want. So copy those 3 styles, go back to our CSS file, and scroll to the bottom, and we're going to do ID of main view container, like that, and paste that in there. Save that, and just give it a refresh to make sure that it's actually worked. Hover over main view container, you should be able to see that those colors at the top. Okay, and then we're going to now we're just going to style the main content. So go to the main content, and then this just is one attribute of CSS. All it is padding, and we want to have 0 on top, so 0, and then space 20 pixels, like that. So this has 0 pixels padding on the top and bottom, and then 20 on the left and right. And you won't actually see any of this style yet because there's no content in this div, but if I go back to here to demonstrate it, if I click on the main content, you'll see this style here, and if I hover over it, the green parts in the section above are the padding. So we've just given it 20 pixels padding on the left and right. That's it. So now we're just going to copy this code here and move it across this for the main content. So go across to our style.css and main content, and just paste that one line in there and move that over. Press save and refresh the page, and you should hopefully still see your main content style. And that's it. Now that we've added the code for the containers, we can start adding content to this now. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have the containers set up for our main content, which is this part in the center, we can actually start adding content to our pages. But one thing you'll notice quickly is this structure we have at the moment, okay, this is going to be the same for every single page so far. And by that I mean every single page is going to have the nav bar included, every single page is also going to have the now playing bar, and every single page is going to have the content in this part here. So no matter what page it is, all the content of that page will be inside this div here. Okay, and all the rest of the content will be exactly the same in every page. Because of this, we can do a little bit more organization, and which is very similar to what we did a couple of videos ago. And all we're going to do is just separate this bottom part of the file into its own footer file, and then from this part upwards into its own header file, and that's it. And then every single page will just include this header and this footer. So copy and paste from this main content part upwards, so all of that. Okay, so I've copied all of it, go to a new file, paste it in there, and just save it. I'm going to save it in the includes folder under the name header.php. So I've saved that as header.php, and inside here, all I'm going to do is just includes /header.php, like that. Close that off, and as with when we did this a couple of videos ago, when I refresh the page, you shouldn't see any difference. But again, to show you it works, if I comment that out and go back to here and refresh the page, you'll see this looks not good at all. So I refresh the page and put it back to how it was, and it's included the header file. We can do exactly the same thing with the footer file. So take all that, new file, paste it all in there. I'll move that div over as well. And save this as footer.php. So in the includes folder, save it as footer.php, like that. Save, and there we go. At the moment, if I save this and refresh the page, you won't see the now playing bar, but I'm going to take this, copy it below like that. I can get rid of those extra lines if I want to. So I've copied it in there and just change this to footer.php. And now when I refresh the page, you'll see it's here. And every single page can have these two on it, and all that's going to change is what's inside this part. So if I put something in there and refresh the page, you'll see it appears in this main center part right here. And that structure is a whole lot nicer. So a much cleaner way of doing this. And all that does is when the page loads, it'll go to those files and copy and paste the contents into the page. Okay? Hey guys, welcome back. So we're going to make a start on our main content here in the center of the page. So let's get straight into it. Go back to our index.php page, and in between the header and the footer include statements is where we're going to put our code. We're going to start by adding an h1 tag. So I did h1, press tab, and it creates the h1 tab. And the h tags are the heading tags, in case you didn't already know. And inside there, just put you might also like. That's just what I'm going to put. You are obviously free to put whatever text you want, but you'll see when I refresh the page, it adds this. And this is an h1 tag. If I change that to h2, so change the ones from the 1s to a 2, it makes it smaller, and it would do the same again if I do it to a 3. And this is just a quick thing for people that don't know what the h tags are. So the lower the number, the smaller the size. So I'll just change it back to 1 because I only use h1 for this. But then we're also going to give this a class of page heading big. Page heading big. And you'll see why we're going to do this in a minute. Okay, so page heading big, refresh the page, and it'll go back to how it was before. So then the next thing we're going to do is create a div, and this div is going to have the class grid view container, like that. So grid view container is the class, and what this is it's the container for this grid part. This part here that displays all the albums is the grid view. And then all we're going to do in here is just print out the albums. And we're finally going to get into some SQL now. We haven't done that in a while. So open your PHP tags, and inside there is where we're going to output the albums. So our album query is going to be like this. So album query, there's our variable, equals MySQL underscore query, like that. Inside the parentheses, put your connection variable, which is con, which is, in case you didn't remember, it's in our config file, and it's basically the connection to our database. Okay, so that's what the con is. So con is our connection variable, and then inside here, the double quotes, we're just going to put our query itself. We can just do select all from albums, and that's it for now. We'll leave it like that. We're going to come back and do something else here, but for now, that will do. And then all we're going to do is output the album names for now. So while we're just going to loop over all of the results. So row equals MySQL underscore fetch underscore array. And by the way, I'm going to explain all this in detail soon, so if you're not quite understanding what we're doing, just follow along. I'll go through and explain it all afterwards. So inside of MySQL fetch array, put album query, which is this query we created above. Okay, and put your curly braces on, and then what this is doing, this album query is going to execute this query here, and then inside here the while loop is going to loop over every single result that is returned from this. So the MySQL fetch array, what it does is it takes the query that was used here and converts the results into an array. And then we're saying row equals because every single time you loop over this, row is going to contain the row that was returned. So let's say, for example, this select all from albums is going to return, let's just show you, is going to return 7 rows. Every time this while loop goes round, the row variable is going to contain the row that it's currently on. So first it will contain this one, then it will contain that, and then that one, and then that one. So it will loop over all of them. Okay, and just to make sure it works, we can just echo row, which again is our row variable, and inside the square brackets put single quotes, and inside the single quotes just put the name of the column you want to echo. So we want to do title, so the column's called title, so echo row title, like that. I'm going to save the page and refresh it, and hopefully we'll see the album names. Obviously they're not separated onto new lines, so if you do want to separate them onto new lines, we can just append a line break like this. And the way you append strings in PHP is with a dot. You'll see this a lot as we go forward. So, but if you ever want to join 2 strings together, so if you want to echo something like this, Reese as a first name, and I want to echo it with the second name, I can do a dot, which will append 2 strings. Okay, so a dot in PHP is used to append strings. And this line break means that it separates onto a new line. So when I refresh the page now, you'll see that they all appear on a separate line. So what we've done just now is go to the database, execute this query, take the results and loop over every single row and print out the title. So it's a good start. Obviously it's not quite looking like we want it to look eventually, but for now that's a good start. Hey guys, welcome back. So now we have our album titles printing out. We're going to continue with this now and just make it a little bit better. One of the things we're going to start with is changing this query slightly. So this is the index page, or this would be the first page they see, I should say, kind of like the home page of when they've logged in. And we just want to display some albums. Okay, it doesn't matter what, just choose some albums at random is what we're going to do. At the moment we're not choosing at random, so we're going to modify this query and just make it select all from albums, order by, and do rand like this, orders by random. So save that and just type in order by rand. You should see when you refresh the page, these will be in a different order. So refresh the page now and you'll see the order is changing every time. It's just a random order. So we're going to do one more thing on this and just put limit 10 on there. So it will only select a maximum of 10 albums. This is just the home page, like I said. We don't want to select every single album in the database because if, there could be thousands of albums in this database, so we don't want to select them all. So limit 10. You won't see any change with that here because there's not 10. There isn't 10 albums here. But if we had 11 albums, for example, in a database, it would only choose 10 of them. So the next thing we're going to do is just make this look a bit better. So for each one, we're going to kind of make it look a bit more like this. So inside the while loop, instead of just echoing the title like this, we can actually get rid of this last part too. So get rid of that. I'll create some space there so it's easier to see. So we're going to modify this to actually print some HTML. So get rid of that actually. We'll start from scratch with this. So echo, and in double quotes put div class equals grid view item. Okay, single quotes, and then close the div off. So I've just created a div exactly like we do usually, but it's inside double quotes. And because I've used double quotes here, I've used single quotes here. Because if I use a double quote in there like that, it closes this string off here. So if I've used double quotes for the whole string, I have to use single quotes inside for the class. So go ahead and put your closing one on as well. And you can do new lines here, that's fine. Doesn't matter how many lines a string goes over. So div like that. Okay, and just real quick, I'll just show you. I'll go back to here and refresh it. You won't see the titles anymore, but if I inspect element, just to show you what it's done, is we're actually outputting a different div every time. So all it's doing is inserting this HTML element every time it goes around the loop. Okay, so there you go, you can see all of them appear there. And then inside that div, we're going to put the album artwork. So I'll create some more space. Like I said, you can have space inside your string. It doesn't matter how many lines it goes over. And we're going to do img, and then the src for the source is going to be equals, remember, single quotes. I'll just close that image tag off now while I'm here. And the source, the src, looks like this. It's like row, square brackets, and in the quotes you just put the name of the column, which happens to be albums. It's artwork path, like that. So it would be artwork path, like that. The problem is if we can't put this inside the string because it has single quotes. So you'll see the single quotes are messing with these single quotes. So what we can do is close the string off for now. So put a double quote in there, okay, and that's ended the string. This is one string, this is the second string, okay, and we're going to concatenate it, which just means join together. So we're putting a dot and another dot, and inside those two we're putting this on. And what that does is it's taking this string, joining it with this string here, and then joining it again with this string here. So there's 3 separate strings there. 1, 2, 3. Remember I said it in the previous videos, the dot joins strings together. Okay, so if I refresh this page now, you'll hopefully see some album artwork. It won't look great, but you'll see the album artwork for each album. Okay, so perfect. The last thing we're going to do here is just add another div. So inside there, put div class equals, oh, we can't use double quotes, we have to use single quotes. Class equals grid view info, like that. Grid view info. Close that div off like this. And then inside there, we want to do the same again, because we want to put row title. Remember before we had this, it was like title, like that, and we want to put this inside here. But again, we can't just put it in like that because those single quotes are messing with it. So we want to put a double quote here. So it's closed this string off. There's a string now. And we need to open the string back up here. So a string here, and then a string here. And we're going to put inside there, dot, row title, dot. So it's joining on. So to summarize, we have a string here, a string here, a string here, one here, and one here. And I can actually get rid of that space there. So when I save that, you should now see the title too. And you'll see the titles underneath. So perfect, that's actually what I want to do. It's worked well. The only thing you have to do is to style it now. Hey guys, welcome back. So now we have our page pretty much done. All we have to do now is style it. So let's open up the inspector, or the developer tools if you want to call it that. So right click, inspect element, and then we're going to style this heading first, this heading at the top. So click on that, the H1, and this is just going to take 2 bits of style. It's going to take padding of 20 pixels. Okay, so it's 20 pixels padding, and then we want to say text align is center, and that puts it in the center of the page like that. And that's it. So copy and paste those, and remember this is the class page heading big. So go back to your CSS sheet, scroll to the bottom, and do class page heading big, like that. And inside there, just paste those 2 lines of code. And then refresh the page just to make sure it still works, and it's still there. Right, next thing then. These album artworks, let's do that. So we won't start with the image, we'll start with the grid view item class. So click on one of the grid view items there, and we can style it here. But actually what I'll do, I'll show you another way we can style it. We can style it here, but what we can also do is click on this style button right here, which will open the style sheet. So click on that, and it opens the style sheet for you. So here's the style sheet, and this is exactly the same as this style sheet you see here in your Sublime text. So this is exactly the same. And the reason we can do it like this is because rather than styling it from this Elements tab here, which means we apply it only to this item, we can actually apply it to all items of that class. So we'll see all how it works together. So So let me just make this a little bit smaller. And then at the bottom, we're going to say grid view, view item. And inside there, put display inline block, like that. And see how they've all moved alongside each other? Because they're behaving like an inline element. So they're now alongside each other. And next thing we want to do is say margin right, and let's just say 20 pixels. So the 20 pixel margin on the right there. And the only thing about doing it from here is you can't do what you did before, where you press the arrow key on the value to increase or decrease it. So for example, if I wanted to play around with this value, I'd have to go back to here. And you can see the style is now there, and I can press up and down arrow keys to move it and play with it. So I just want to show you that you can also put it in the style sheet here. It's fine, but some people might be more comfortable doing it from here, so that's fine too. So let's say width is going to be 29%. So the width is going to be 29% of this width here, which is nearly a third. So it leaves some extra space for some padding if we want it. I have 29 written down in front of me on my notes, so I can see that this worked, which is why I didn't just pull that number out of thin air. So, but of course, play around with this number. If you want it to be different, you can absolutely do that. But I know I had 29 work for me before, so I'll just use it for the example. Let's do max width. It's going to be 200 pixels. We don't want it to be any bigger than 200 pixels. And then the minimum width is going to be 150 pixels. And the reason we're doing this is because as this resizes, let me show you in here, as this resizes, the albums will resize them now. See how they've got smaller as the page gets smaller, but then at a certain point it won't get any smaller. So put the minimum width in there means it won't get any smaller than that. Okay? And also the maximum width, as you can see, kicks in there and it won't get any larger. So that's what we're doing at the moment. You won't see anything yet because we haven't applied the necessary style to the image yet. This is only to the grid view item div. So that's it for that. Copy and paste that. Or what you can actually do is, if you want, go back to your style sheet here and just copy and paste this whole thing if you want to. So, but either way, just copy the code we've done. Go back to your CSS sheet and paste it in there and save it. And when you refresh the page, you should still see this, which we do. So let's fix the images. So I'm opening up the style sheet again, so I can click on style there, or I can click on the sources tab, which will take me to the style sheet. Or, like I said before, you can still apply the style there like we have been doing. This is just an alternate way to do it. So you can say grid view item, and then img, like that. So all the images that fall underneath the grid view item class, and then all we're going to do is put width as 100%. And see how they're all the same size? Because the images themselves are taking 100% width they have available, which happens to be this grid view item here. So the images are all taking the size of the grid view item class. And you'll see when I resize this, they should get smaller. Okay? And they get larger too. So let's not forget to copy and paste the code we've added here. So copy and paste that into our style sheet. So paste it below style.css, and that's it. It should all be there when you refresh the page. Hey guys, welcome back. So what we're going to do now is just continue with this styling. There's just some things we need to clean up a little bit. And the first thing we're going to do is just go to our grid view item CSS style, and at the bottom just add a margin bottom like that, and just make it 20 pixels, which is the same as our margin right there. So give that a save and just refresh the page, and you should see some spacing on the bottom there now. And then actually the last thing to do is just to style this text. So click on the grid view info, the text of your albums, okay, the titles, and then in here we're just going to give it a font weight of, so this is the thickness of the font. Let's just do 300. 300 works. Then we're also going to say text align center, like that, and see it puts it in the center. Then we're going to give it some padding on the top and bottom because there's not much space between the album artwork and the actual text itself. So let's just say padding 5 pixels and then 0. So this has created some spacing top and bottom. You see the green lines, but there's no padding on the side. That's what the 0 means. So 5 on top and bottom and 0 on the sides. And then the very last thing to do is just to handle the following scenario. If the title of the album is too long, you see it wraps onto the line below, and we don't want that because it messes up this here. So what we're going to do is we're going to say text overflow ellipsis, and an ellipsis is those 3 dots you see. So it's the the dot dot dot. That's the ellipsis. You'll see that in motion in a minute. We're going to also say overflow hidden, and overflow is any text that extends past the bounds of the container. So we're going to say hide the overflow. We don't want to see it. And the very last thing is just to say white space no wrap, and it prevents it wrapping onto the line below. And this has actually fixed it, and you can see that's the ellipsis there, those 3 dots. And it doesn't look in line at the moment because this style has only been applied to this first element. If I copy and paste this now and go back to our CSS style sheet and put it for grid view info like this, so scroll down, grid view info, and paste it in there, you should now, when I save that and refresh the page, see it all looking pretty good. So all of them have the following style with the text, and then also if I just change this to be a title that's too long, it should get cut off with an ellipsis, just like that. And so already that looks a lot better. So this is quite a nice opening page for the user. Hey guys, welcome back. So this page right here displaying all the albums is looking quite good right now. One thing we're going to do though is make it so that when you click on these, it will take you to that albums page. And then once we do the album page with the songs, we're ready to start getting this now playing bar to work. So that part's coming soon, don't worry. So go back to here, and making this into a link is really simple. Inside your index.php page, underneath grid view item, we're going to just put an anchor tag. So one of the A tags, over there, the links, and the href, which is where it's going to link to, is going to be in single quotes. And actually, while we're here, it's probably good to put the closing bracket on right here so you don't forget. And inside the single quotes, we need to put the link to this album, and that's going to be album.php, which is a page we haven't created yet, but we'll do that soon. And then we're going to pass into this an album ID. And if you've never passed values to a page using a URL, it's actually quite simple. If I show you my actual page that works, you'll see that if I click on this, you'll see that it goes to album.php ID equals 2, like this. So it's passing the ID into the page using the URL, and then on this page we can take that ID and then go to the database and find the album with ID 2, and that will give us this album. And it's the same for these items too. If I go to this one here, you'll see album ID equals 1. So that's how we're going to do it. So we need a question mark, which means the following thing as a parameter. So ID equals, and then all we're going to do is put the ID here. And to do that, we're going to actually take the ID like this. We're going to do exactly what we've done here. See how we split the string up like this? We're going to do the same thing. So we're going to first close this string. Okay, so this is now a string, this part here. And then we're going to open this one back up again. So put 2 double quotes. And then inside the double quotes, put a dot. And this will be row ID, like that. And then put another dot to join it back on with the rest of the string. So take another look, we've got a string here, we've stopped the string with this double quote, and we've appended the ID from this row, and then we've stopped the string, and then we've appended it to this string, which goes to here. So this use of concatenating strings, we call it, which is just when you append them together, can be quite confusing when you start out, but it's actually very simple when you understand it. And the more you'll use it, the more familiar with it you'll become. So at the moment, we've got our anchor tag right here. I'm just going to highlight this part here and tab it across like that. And then underneath this div, which belongs to this div here, I'm going to close that anchor tag off like this. And save that. And now you'll see that when we click on any of these items, it should take us to their page. Obviously, we don't have that page yet, so we're going to get an error saying that the page can't be found. So I'll click on this one here. And it takes to album.php ID is 1. If I click on this one, this is ID 3. If I click on this one here, ID 2. Okay, so it's working. So there we go, all of our albums now contain links to the album pages. Of course we haven't created that page yet, but it's a good start. So let's just fix this underline while we're here. Because at the moment, as it's a link, it's been given an underline automatically. So we can get rid of that. We actually want to style this link right here, the anchor tags. We want to say text, decoration, none, like that. And it gets rid of the underline right here. So copy and paste this across. Remember, this is going to the anchor tag of the grid view item. So in the style sheet, all we'll do is just say grid view item A, like that. Text, decoration, none. And that's it. None of them have underlines anymore, but they're all still links. And one more thing that I forgot to do before, which just is nothing to do with this, it's just something that I thought looks pretty good. I'm going to make it so the spacing of the letters is a bit further apart, because if you look here, they're pretty close together. So all we're going to do is go to my style sheet. In this part up here, I'm going to say letter spacing 1px, like that. And then I'm going to save that and refresh the page, and you'll see it's spaced out a little bit. And I just think that looks a bit better. So, but if you don't like it, you don't have to add that. It's entirely up to you. Hey guys, welcome back. So now we can click on the albums and it'll take us to the page, but at the moment we haven't actually created the album page, so that's what we're going to do in this video. So I'll go back to Sublime Text and create a new file, and this is going to be called album.php. So click save, so file, save, or hit Command S, and we're going to save this in the root of our folder. So find your folder. Mine was called Slotify, remember? So just save it in there where all the rest of our pages are. Same folder as the index.php page. So save this as album.php, like that. There we go. Now you should see that when you click on any of these, you won't get an error. You just get a blank page, because now we actually have the page. Okay. So the first thing we want to do is include the header and footer, because if you look at the index page, remember I told you that all we're going to do is have the header and footer, and then then the content for that page will be in the middle. So copy this part from the index.php page, which includes the header file. So copy that, go back to album.php, paste it in there. And I'm going to do exactly the same thing for the footer. So back in index.php, copy that includes footer statement and paste it in there. And now our album content can go in the middle. Now the first thing we're going to do is get the album ID from the URL. Remember I told you that we're going to pass the ID of the album in through the URL right here. So in this case, we would want to take the ID, which is 4, and then go to our database table and find the row from the albums table with the ID of 4. So the way we do that is actually really simple. Go back to album.php, and then inside this PHP block, so I've just took the end there and I've made some space below, and inside here all we're going to do is say if is set, so is set, all lowercase, and inside there we're just going to do $_get, like that, and then square brackets, and inside the single quotes we're just going to put ID, like that. And then just to see if it works, if you want you can just say echo and then copy and paste this, like that, and otherwise we can just say else echo ID not set, or something like that. So save that, and when I refresh this page you're going to see number 4, because it's taking it from here. If I change this to number 2 now, you see it changes it to number 2. Okay, and if I don't set it, so if I get rid of that, you'll see ID not set. So the $_get is how we retrieve the variables from the URL. So if there's no ID set, we just want to redirect them to the index page. So header, and inside the parentheses put double quotes, location, index.php, like that. And then let me refresh this page, and keep in mind that I've got no ID set right now, so it should redirect me to the index page. But when I click on one and I do have the ID set, it lets me stay on the page. Okay, so great, it's that simple, we have it. But instead of echoing it, we want to assign the value to a variable. So album ID equals that. Okay, so now album ID contains the ID of our album. And we can use this ID to retrieve the information about this album. So we can say album query equals MySQLi underscore query, like that. And inside here, we're going to put con, like that, which again, I've said this before, is our connection variable from our config.php page, right here, con. And this comes from the header file, because that's the file we've included it, okay? So con is our connection variable to the database. And then inside there, the query itself is going to be select all from albums where ID equals, and then single quotes. Inside the single quote, just put album ID, which is our album ID from up here. And then we can just say album equals MySQLi underscore fetch underscore array, like that. So it's converting the result of this SQL query to an array. And inside there, just put album query, which is this one here. And then just to make sure it works, we can just echo album, and then inside the square brackets, single quotes, and then just choose your column you want to output. So we can just say the title or something. So let's just put the title like that. Okay, and now save it, and now you should just see the album title when I refresh the page. So the movie soundtrack. If I go back to index.php, you'll see this, and if I take hello world, it should output hello world. Or same for Pizza Head. So there, we've taken the ID from the URL and used that ID to go to the database and find the respective album. Hey guys, welcome back. So now we've taken the ID from the URL and we've used it to retrieve the album entry from the table. We're now going to extend on this and get the artist as well. So get the artist of that album. So we've echoed title here, and remember this part here is the name of the column you want to get. If we echo artist like that, you'll see that it echoes the ID of the artist who created that album. So in this case, 5. And then we're going to use that number 5 to go to the artist table and find the artist with the ID 5, which in this case is Bruce Lee. And it's really simple. We're going to do it exactly the same way as we did here. So instead of echoing this, we're just going to say artist query equals MySQLi underscore query. In there, put your connection variable to the database, and the query itself is just going to be same sort of thing. Select all from artists where ID equals, and inside here we're going to put the ID of the artist. And if you remember, the artist ID looks like this. It's album, square brackets, single quotes, artist, like that. That's the artist ID. But we can't put that in there because it's already got single quotes, and we've used single quotes here, so it messed those up. We could escape the characters, but to make it a bit clearer, all we're going to do is just put this in its own variable. So we're just going to say artist ID equals, just like that. So artist ID equals album artist. Okay, so now artist ID contains the ID of the artist, and we're just going to put that in there. So $ artist ID. Underneath that, just say artist equals MySQLi underscore fetch underscore array. Again, we're converting the result of this into an array. And then inside there, put your query, which is artist query, like that. And then to get the artist name, all we have to do is say echo artist, square brackets, single quotes. Inside the single quotes, we're going to put the column name, which is just name. So name, like that. And you should see now the name of the artist, Bruce Lee, right there. And if you want to make sure it works, you can just copy and paste that again and change this to album and this one to title, which was the title of the album. And you'll see there's the album name and there's the artist name. And if you want, you can just concatenate that string with a line break like that. It just splits it up onto separate lines, just so you can see and just make sure it works. So Pizza Head, Bruce Lee, and if I go back and choose a different one, Bacon and Eggs, Goofy, Best of the Worst, Mickey Mouse. Okay, so it's working. We've used the artist ID that we got from the album query to retrieve the artist itself. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we've used the artist ID that we've retrieved from the albums table to retrieve the actual artist itself, we're going to go ahead and neaten this up a little bit. So we're going to create an artist class. And that artist class is just going to save us having to do this every single time we want to use an artist. Okay, so create a new file and save this in includes classes right there and call this artist.php, but call this artist with an uppercase A, because it's best practice to have the class names starting with an uppercase character. So save that, artist.php, and if you really want, you can go to one of your classes we did before, maybe account.php, and just copy and paste all that. So copy it all, paste it into there, and then remove all the functions except from the constructor. So you should be left with just this. So this is what your class should look like, just with the constructor in there. Okay, so and change this account name to artist. Don't forget to do that. A lot of people in my other courses have forgotten to change the name of this and they couldn't figure out why. They're getting all sorts of errors. So remember to change the name of this. So we call this artist, and then we don't want error array, we want ID. And then we also want, I'll copy and paste that one more time, this is going to be name, like that. Private con, private ID, private and name. And inside the constructor, it's going to take the connection variable, so that's fine, keep that as it is, but also do a comma, and then put ID. And this is going to be the ID of the artist we want to create. So that can stay the same, but this part can change. So we want to say this ID, and remember this refers to this instance of the object. So this is going to these variables up here. This ID equals ID. And when you do it without this, just like this part here, it goes to the local variables which are right here. Okay, and that's fine. But I just feel as we don't actually want to save this name as a private variable. So actually get rid of that. We don't need that. We only want con and ID. I've just changed my mind. So con and ID, and then we're going to create a function that retrieves the name. So just put public function get name, like that. Get name. And inside there, we're going to do exactly what we did in the album.php. So go back to album.php and take these two lines. Okay, get rid of that. Copy it, or cut it, I should say. Cut it and paste it in here. So artist query equals MySQL con select all from artists where ID equals artist ID. So there's a couple of things we need to change in here. We want to change all to name, because we don't want to select every single column for the artist. We only want to select the name, because this function is just getting the name. So select name from artists where ID equals, and this isn't going to be artist ID, it's going to be this ID, like that. And then also, this needs to change too. This con needs to be this arrow con, because remember, this refers to the class variables, whereas when it doesn't have this, you know, just like that, it refers to a local variable, and there is no local variable called con. It will be looking inside this function for a variable called con, and it won't find any, so you'll get an error. So make sure you change this con right here to this arrow con. So we can just say artist like that. That can stay the same. That's fine. And all we want to do now is just return artist name, like that. Okay, and save that. And then to prove it worked, we'll go back to album.php and we'll create the artist object from here and then echo the name. So let's create a new artist object. We can just say artist equals new artist with an uppercase A, remember. Inside the parentheses we're going to put con and then also put artist ID. Artist ID is this variable right here, remember. And these two variables, of course, need to match up with the constructor variables right here, so con and ID. They don't have to be named the same, but they just have to be the same things. So con and artist ID. And we don't actually need this anymore. We created this because we had problems with the single quotes in a string, so we can actually get rid of this. Just copy this part, okay, and just put it in here, like that. And we can even get rid of this part, okay. So there's our artist object, and instead of echoing artist name like this, let's echo artist arrow get name like this, which is the function we just created. So when you refresh it at the moment, you won't see anything because you haven't actually included the artist.php file. So one last thing we need to do before we actually see the results is go to header.php and say include parentheses includes slash classes slash artist.php, and remember that is the class we created here, artist.php. Okay, and save that. We'll put a semicolon on the end, save it, and then refresh your page, and you're either going to see errors or you're going to see a name when you go to an album, that is. And there we go, Bart Simpson. So I'll go back, I'll click on a new one, and there it is. Perfect. So now we can create artists just by passing an ID into the artist object. We no longer have to do the select queries every single time we want to create one. This will be taken care of for us. Hey guys, welcome back. So what we did last time is create our artist object, and we used it to echo the name. What we're going to do now is create the same sort of thing but for the album. So we're going to create an album class. So new file, and click save, and we're going to save it in includes classes, and this is going to be album.php, like that. So album.php, and if you want you can copy the whole of artist.php, paste it into album.php, and then remember to rename artist to album. Okay, first thing you should do, rename artist to album. And this can stay the same, this can stay the same, these can both stay the same too. And then all we want to do is just write the different functions. So we don't want get name, we want get title, because the album has a title. We didn't call it name in the table, so it's just a bit clearer if we rename it to get title. And this isn't going to be artist query, it's going to be album query, or if you want you can just call it query, okay, because there's only one query in this right here, so just call it query if you really want to, and then rename this part also to query too. So query, and MySQL fetch array query, and also rename artist to album, and the same with this one here, album, and this is going to be title. But then we do have to modify this query because at the moment it's selected from the artist table. We're going to say select title from albums where ID equals this ID. That's fine, that'll work. The thing is though, if we want to do another one for, I don't know, get artwork path, so we're going to create this called get artwork path, we're going to need to do another query here, and this time select artwork path from here, right? But another way of doing this, if you don't want to do a bunch of queries every time, you can do one query in the constructor. So what we're going to do is just change this slightly. So copy and paste these two lines, all right? And in the constructor underneath, paste that in there. So query equals MySQL query, and select all from albums. Okay, select all from albums where ID is this ID. And in here, we can actually assign two private variables. So we can create some more variables at the top here called private title, like that, and then we would just assign this title equals album square brackets title, like that. We can do the same for artist ID, so copy and paste that. Let's do artist ID, and let's also do genre, so rename that to genre. And then finally we can do one more, and this can be artwork path. And all we're going to do is copy and paste this 1, 2, 3, 4 I think. So title is there, we have artist ID next, so copy that, paste it, this artist ID equals album, I think it's just called artist in the table. Let me just double check. So in the albums table it's just artist. Okay, so in here will just be artist, like that, because remember inside the single quotes is the name of the column. Next one is genre, so this genre equal to album genre, and then artwork path is just this artwork path equals album artwork path. And that means when we have functions like this, get title, we can just return this title, like that. Okay, same for artwork path. Get rid of that, we can just return this artwork path. Alright, And we may as well do the other two functions while we're here. We can say get artist. We don't want to do get artist ID. We want to actually return the artist itself. So instead of returning the artist ID from up here, we can use the artist ID and return an artist object. And you'll see what I mean by this now. So instead of returning that, we're going to return new artist inside there, put this con, which is the connection variable from up here, and then inside there, this is going to be this artist ID, like that. And we're returning an actual artist object. You'll see how in the album.php page we created an artist object. Well, now we won't have to do that. We can just return one from the album object itself. So we're just returning artist, the object. Okay, and the last thing is just to get the genre, and we can just copy and paste one of these functions below and name this to get genre, and this can be genre, like that. So to check this worked, we're going to do one more thing, which is the same thing we did last time. In the header file, we have to actually include this now. And make sure you do it after the artist one, so album like this. So make sure artist comes first. The reason we want artist to come first is because our album class returns an artist here. And if we have this the other way round, when this tries to return an artist, it's going to get an error because it hasn't reached the part where it includes the artist code yet. So make sure the artist.php include statement comes before the album one, okay? As long as you're in that order, you'll be fine. So now back in album.php, let's just output this and see what happens. So we don't need these two anymore. What we're going to do is just say album equals new album, like that. Inside there, put con, our connection variable to the database, and then put the album ID, which is what we got from the URL up here. Okay, so there, we've created our album, and to make sure it works, we can just echo album get title, like that. Okay, so when I refresh this page, you should see no difference. Well, we have an error right now, so can I use object of type album as array, album.php line 12, so line 12 here. It's because we've changed this slightly, so this album no longer contains the results of the query, but instead album is an object. So we have to change this artist right here, and we created this function here, get artist. Okay, so we can use that, but for now, I'm just going to comment that out for now, just so you can see that it works. So comment out that, and then comment out the artist. So we're only left with the album one, just to refresh the page and check it works. So that's working, we have the title. Now to address that with the artist, we don't need to do this anymore. We don't have to create new artists because we've done that in the album.php class right here. We can just call this function. So in here, instead of doing this, we can just say album arrow get artist, like that. And then uncomment this and it should work, but I'm going to make sure I separate it onto a new line like that so that it's easier to read. I'm going to refresh this. You should see the name of the artist too. So these both come from our objects. We have an album class and we have an artist class. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have our album class set up and we've used an album class and an artist class to produce these values here, we're going to actually get on with creating our album page now, because this is what this page is the album page. And what we're going to do now is work on this top section here. Okay, the one that shows above all the songs. So let's get started. Go back to your album.php page. And in fact, I'm just going to close some of these pages down that we don't need. Yeah, we don't need most of these. So that's fine. So album.php, we're going to get rid of these echo statements. We don't need that anymore. That was just to see if our stuff was working. And now what we're going to do is go ahead and create, underneath this PHP closing tag right here, create a div. So type div, press tab, and then this div is going to have a class of entity info, like that, entity info. Okay. And then inside that, it's going to be another div. So div, press tab, and this is going to have a class of left section, like that. Okay, and then do the same again with a div with the class right section. Class equals right section, just like that. So we've got a left section div and a right section div, both inside of this new entity info div. And inside the left section, all we're going to put in here is just one thing, just an image tag, and it's going to be the actual album artwork. And the source of this is going to be the value that we have in our albums table. We have an artwork path column, remember, which is the image for the album, and we're going to put that in there. And if you remember, in that album.php class, we created a getArtworkPath function, which just returns the album artwork path. So all we want to do is call that function. So we can actually just put PHP tags inside of here, which you might not have done yet, but we can put PHP tags inside of a string like this. So we can just say album arrow, and then call the get album artwork function. Don't forget your parentheses too. And we actually need to echo this, so make sure you have echo at the front of that. So echo album get album artwork. Okay, put a semicolon there as well. And then when I refresh the page, we'll hopefully see an image. Obviously it won't be styled yet, so it's going to be really big probably. And there's nothing there yet. Let's just inspect elements, see what we have. So inside the main view container, main content, entity info, this new div we created, left section. Let me just refresh that again. And there's still nothing there. And now that I'm looking at it, I'm seeing that there's no right section either. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this image and just check if, after I remove it, do we see the right section show up. So there we go. Once I've removed that, we have a right section. So I know that the PHP is an issue with this. The PHP is causing a problem, which means it's not continuing to load the rest of this. So let me just check the name, get album artwork. This is probably the issue. Get artwork path, that's the problem. I was using the wrong function name. So get artwork path is the function. Okay, so get artwork path. Now we should see an image. I refresh the page and there you go, we see an image. Now we can continue to do this text that goes alongside the image. We can go back to here, and inside the right section, just put h2, which remember is a heading tag. And inside there, do another PHP block and put echo album get title, which will be the title of the album. Okay, let me just make sure that worked as well. And there we go, we have the title of the album. And underneath, we're just going to put the artist name. So first we're going to do a span, so put a span there. And if you ever want to just put text on a page, span is a good element to choose. That's what the spans are used for, just displaying text. Inside there, we can put by, and then open another PHP block, echo artist get name, was it called? Let me just check the artist class, get name, like that. Artist get name, remember your parentheses there. And that, once I refresh the page, should work. Oh, there's not, wrong page. There we go. So best beats by Homer. Okay, and that's it. We are also going to do a song count, but we'll come back and do that after we've styled it. So that's it. We have all the content we want. We have the album artwork, we have the album title, and we have the artist name. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we've outputted this data, it's time to actually style it and make it look a little bit nicer. So this is what it's going to look like in the end. So let's start with the entity info class. So go to inspect element and go to entity info, and then we're going to give it some padding like this, and we'll say 40 pixels on top, 0 on the right. We want a small padding on the bottom, so let's say 10 pixels, and then let's do 0 on the left as well. So this is another way of specifying your padding. I'm not sure if we've done it this way before, but if you provide it 4 values, the first one is top, second one is right, then bottom, then left. Okay, if you only supply 2 values, it means the top and bottom get this, and the left and right get this. But when you're doing 4, it goes top, right, left, bottom. It goes round clockwise. Alright, so we've given it just a padding on the top of 40 pixels, and then a small padding on the bottom of 10 pixels. Then we're also going to say display inline block, like this. Then we're also going to say width 100%, like that. And you'll see the width is taken on the whole page now if I hover over that. And that's it for those. So just copy those 3 lines, go back, and remember this is the entity info class. So head to your style.css. At the bottom, put entity info, like that. Paste those in there, and give it a save. Now we're going to do the left section. So we're going to start the left section, and we're going to say width 30%. And remember, the left section is the part which holds the album artwork. And then to get the text alongside, we'll say float left, like that. And then let's just say a max width of 250 pixels. And the reason we're doing that is because if you look here, the album artwork is going to shrink, and then it's also going to grow as well. And we want to say, as soon as you get to a certain size, don't grow anymore. Alright, so that's it for that. Copy and paste those 3 lines. Go back to the bottom here and do entity info left section, like that. Paste it in there and give it a save. Let's just refresh the page and make sure our code is still there. Yep, all looks the same to me. Now let's actually make that image have a bit of style, and we only want to give it one thing for this. We just want to say width 100%, and that's it. So the width is going to take up 100% of the width of this left section container. Okay, so width 100%, copy that, and this is just going to be entity info left section, and then img for image. So this is saying any images which are under the left section, which is under the entity info. Okay, let's give that a save and just refresh the page if you want to make sure. Okay, great, nearly there. Let's do the right section now. We're going to say width 70%, because remember we gave the left section a width of 30%. And let's say float left, like that. Let's give it some padding, and we'll say 5 pixels on top, 10 pixels on the right, 5 pixels on the bottom, and then we can just say 40 pixels on the left. So if I hover over that, you'll see the left padding is a lot larger. It moves out across from the image. Just create that bit of space that we want. So last thing we're going to do is something called box sizing, which I believe we've used in one of the earlier videos a while back. Box sizing border box. And what that does is it means the width takes into account the padding as well. So when it calculates 70% width, it uses the padding too. Alright, so copy those 4, go back to your CSS, and this is going to be entity info right section. Paste that in there and save it. Then we have one last thing to do, and this is actually really simple. It's just to style this heading part right here. And all we're doing here is say margin top 0px, because heading tags by default come with a margin. See, we didn't specify that margin on the bottom. See the orange part underneath? That's the margin. We didn't specify that. This happens by default with h2 tags, or any h tags for that matter. So we just want to override the default and get rid of the margin it provides. So that's it. Go back to your CSS and say entity info right section h2, like that, and save it. Refresh the page, you should still see the same thing, and we do. And actually, I told a lie, this isn't the last thing, now it's the last thing. We want to change the color of this text. I've made it like a grayer color, I should say. So let's do that. So click on the span element, and then just say color, and the color I have it written down here is 939393. 939393, which produces that like grey color. And we'll say font weight 200. And the font weight, remember, is the thickness. And that's it. It looks a little bit closer to how we have it here. So I copy and paste those 2 lines, and then go back to here and say entity info right section span. So all the span elements inside the right section. Give it a save, and then refresh the page, and that's what we have. Looks a lot better than when we started out. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have this styled and looking nice, we can go ahead and add something down here which says how many songs are in this album. If you look at my finished version, I have 14 songs right here, so it displays the number of songs that are there. So this is a really simple thing to do. We're going to go back to our album.php class, and we're going to add a function. So public function get number of songs, like that. Get number of songs, and then all we're going to do in here is do a query to return all the songs from the database for that album. So we can just say query equals MySQL underscore query. Inside there, put our connection variable, so $ this arrow con. Okay, and then the query itself is just going to be select all from songs where ID equals, and the ID is going to be this ID we had up here. Remember when we created this class, you set the ID. So we're going to say ID equals this ID, because remember this refers to the instance of this class. So that's fine. And then finally we're just going to return MySQL underscore num underscore rows, and then pass in query to this like that. And this just returns, like the name suggests, the number of rows returned from this query. So give that a save, and then go back to our album.php page, and then we're going to do another span underneath. Actually, let's change this. We're not going to do a span. We're going to change this to a paragraph tag. So change that to a p tag, and you'll see how this works. So we're going to do a paragraph tag. Alright, so I've copied that and pasted it, and inside there, get rid of the by part, and then echo album, and this is get number of songs, like that. Get number of songs. So let's just test that out, but one thing we need to change, because we've changed this to a P, we need to go back to our CSS sheet real quick and change this from span to P, which is a paragraph tag, okay? Just so that style still applies. Now refresh the page, and you now see one. So we have one song in this album. Let's just double check this is right. So the album of ID 7, let's go to songs, and we can just see. So you can see that's not right. We can see there's more songs for that. And let me just go back to our query and check it real quick. So our query, select all from songs where ID equals, so this shouldn't be ID, this should be album. So select all from songs where album is the ID of this album. The reason it returned 1 before, because it returned the number of rows that have the ID of 7, in which case it's only 1, because remember our ID is a unique column. So it returned this row. So we want to change it to do return all when the album ID is 7. So I've saved that. Let's go back to here and refresh the page, and we should see, I think it was 5 or 6, I can't remember. Yeah, 5 songs. Okay, so we have number 5 there, and then after that we can just put the word songs. So after the PHP tag, just put songs like that, with a space between the PHP tag. Just like that. And then I'll refresh the page and you see 5 songs. And one last thing is just nice to know, is that we can actually change this, because we're only returning again the number of songs, we can change this to select the ID. Since there's no need to return all the data from the rows, we may as well just return one thing, since we're only going to count it. And if you really wanted, just something worth knowing, don't worry about copying this out. I'm just going to show you just for your information. We can actually just do something called a count. So we can say select count inside there like this from songs where album equals, I think it was 7 is the example we used. Now when I refresh this, when I execute this, you'll see it just returns the number. So if you really wanted, you could use a count query instead, but to keep it simple, we just selected the ID column. But there are queries built in that allow you to select the number of rows there are for this query. So like I said, we don't have to do that, it's just it produces the same result. I just want to show you because it's nice to know. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we've output this data, it's time to actually output the songs now. And this is the kind of thing it's going to look like. We'll have the songs here, and when you hover over them, there'll be a nice play button. So let's get started on this now. we're going to create a song class, just like we did with the album and the artist class. We're going to create a song class. So go ahead and make a new file and click save, and save this in the classes folder. Save it as song.php. Remember to put an uppercase S on the song. So save, and in there we're just going to do pretty much the same thing as we've done the other classes. So you can just copy and paste from here if you want. Copy and paste from album, paste it in there, and then we can just get rid of these functions here. We don't need those, and we can get rid of this part. Okay, and then we'll just modify this query. So we can get rid of these values here. And remember I said there are two ways you can do these. You can either have a bunch of class variables, like with the album.php, we have a bunch of class variables here, and then we do one query at the start, which selects all the data, and then we assign all the data to the class variables. And then when we want to get this data, we just return these variables. But in the artist.php, we did it a slightly different way, where we only have the two class variables here, but then when we want to retrieve something, so get name for example, we do a new query on its own and return that. So you can do it either way. It depends whether you want to have a bunch of class variables. You can either do a bunch of class variables like this, or you can just do a separate query every time you want to retrieve some of the data and then just return that. So let's go ahead and change this album name to song. So the name of the class is song, not album, so change that. And then underneath here, let's create some class variables. The first one we're going to create is to hold the result of this query. So let's just say private MySQL data, like that. And then we're just going to return some of the attributes of the song. So if I go back to my songs table, you'll see we have a title, album, artist, genre. So we're just going to create variables for those values now. Let's say private title, like this. I'll copy and paste that, and then change this to artist ID, like that. Change this to album ID. Paste again. This is going to be genre. Paste again. Duration. And then finally, let's just do path, which is the path to the song itself. So I've created these up here. Now we can just modify this query. So select all from, change this to songs, where ID equals this ID, that can stay the same. And then here, all we're going to do, instead of saying album equals this, we're going to say this MySQL data, which is this variable over here we created. So this MySQL data is going to hold the result of this query so that we can come back and access it at any point. You'll see why we need to do this later on when we come to implement the play functionality. Just do it for now, we'll use this later. And then all we have to do is assign the values to these variables. So this arrow title equals, and we want to access this data right here. This MySQL data, square brackets, and then the name of the column, which in this case is title, like that. And then just do the same for the others. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've copied and pasted that 5 times. Change this to artist ID. And this is just going to be artist. We didn't call it artist ID in the table, we called it just artist. Next one is going to be album ID, and it's going to be album, genre, and then genre, spell it right. Duration is just going to be duration, I think that's what we called it, yeah, duration. And then path is just going to be path, like that. And then we're not going to do album order because we're going to use that when we actually do the query itself, so we won't do that album order. And then plays, we're also not going to do plays because this value will change all the time. So whenever we want to retrieve the plays number, we want to go and get the latest version. So we won't create a variable for plays. Because if we did create a variable, let's say we retrieve it and the value is 6 at the moment for 6 plays, and then since creating this, it's been played 10 more times, it's now 16 plays, our value here is still going to say 6 plays because it's out of date. So we're going to make sure we always want to get the most recent version of that value. Alright, and then the last thing to do is just create the functions that allow us to actually get these. So public function, let's say get title, like that, and then this just returns this arrow title, like that. And then you can copy and paste this. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Copied and pasted that. Title, we have artist ID, artist. And then instead of returning this artist, we can actually just say return new artist. So we're creating an artist object and returning that. And this is going to be this our connection variable. And then this is going to be this artist ID, like that. And this shouldn't just be artist, it should be get artist. I've just realized that. So get artist for the name of that function. We can do the same sort of thing for album. So get album, like that. And then instead of returning that, we can just return new album. And in there, same sort of thing, this our connection variable, and then finally this album ID, like that. And for all of those, it's really simple. We just return the values themselves. So this can be get path, and it returns this path, like that. This one can be get duration. Make sure that's lowercase. So get duration, and this can just return duration. And then finally, get MySQL data, and this can just be this MySQL data, like that. Oh, we didn't actually do genre, so if you really want, you can copy and paste that, and we can just do get genre that way, and then this would just be genre. And that's it. Our songs class is done. All we have to do now is include it. So open up your header.php, which is in the includes folder, and then copy and paste one of these lines here, and this will be song.php. Includes classes songs.php. And let's just refresh the page real quick to make sure there's no errors. And there we go, all good. Hey guys, welcome back. Last time we created our song class, and now what we're going to do is start outputting the actual songs themselves. And this is what it's going to look like, something like this. So let's go ahead and go back to our album.php page. And then right underneath the entity info class, so this one here, right underneath there, we're going to add a div, and this is going to have the class track list container. So class equals track list container. So class track list container, and then inside there we're going to do an unordered list, so UL. And what an unordered list is, for those who don't know, it's a way of, like the name suggests, doing an unordered list. And by that I mean, you know the bullet point lists you see? So inside a list like this, you have LI items, which stand for list items, right? And this might be dog. Don't copy this out for now. Just want to show you in case you don't know. Cat, and this might be frog. Okay, and then when you output that, you'll see we have a list. So this is your list, and the unordered list means the lists aren't numbered. It represents the style of the list. So if I change this to OL instead of UL, this now stands for ordered list, and you'll see that these have a number, right? And we want ours to be numbered, but we're not going to do it with an ordered list because we want to have some more freedom on where we can put this number. And it's just easier if we just output the number ourselves. So change this back to unordered list, right? So UL, and then get rid of those list items. We're not going to do that. So this unordered list is going to have the class track list, because this is the track list itself, and inside here is where we're going to output the songs. So open a PHP block, I'll close it off as well so I don't forget, and we need to get all the songs from this album. So what we're going to do is say song ID array equals album get song IDs, like that. And we haven't wrote this function yet. So this is something we're going to do now, and what this function is going to do is just literally, as the name suggests, return an array of all the song IDs on the album. We only need the ID because the ID is going to be passed into our new song class, which we use to output the data. So let's go ahead and create this get song IDs function. This is in the album class. So go back to album, and at the bottom just write public function get song IDs, like that. And it's really simple, there's not much to it. We're going to say query I'll put some space down here so you can see a bit easier. So query equals MySQLi underscore query, and pass in your connection variable, which is this con. We've done that a million times. Now inside there, the query itself is going to be select ID from songs, where album equals single quotes, inside the single quotes put this ID, which is the ID of this album. So select the ID from the songs table where the album equals the ID of this album. And remember, we also want to order by album order ASC, which stands for ascending. So this last part, order by album order ASC, means it's going to order the results by this album order. So whoever has the lowest album order will be top of the list. Whoever has the highest album order will be bottom of the list, right? And if we wanted to do it the other way around, we could just change this to desc for descending, but we don't. We want to do ascending, okay? And that's it for our query. And the next thing we're going to do, let's just create an array that is going to hold all of these IDs. So array equals array, like that, and that's how you initialize a new array, like an empty one. And then all we're going to do is just a little while loop, which all it does is just go through each result. So row equals MySQLi underscore fetch underscore array, like that, and stick query in there. So this is converting the result of this query into an array itself. Remember, every time it goes around the while loop, row contains the next row. Okay, and then all we're going to do is just push that onto the array. So array underscore push, which is the function used for pushing items onto an array. We used that when we did the register process. We pushed on the error messages. But in there, put array, and then second parameter is row, square bracket, single quotes, ID. So this function takes two parameters. The first one is the array you'd like to push the item onto, and the second parameter is the item that you want to be pushed. So in our case, it's the ID column of the row that we're currently on. Okay, and then all we're going to do is just return that array like that. So now we have a list of all the song IDs. And then just to check it worked, so we have this array here with all the song IDs. We can just write a for each loop like that, which will loop around every single one, and then we're going to loop over song ID array as song ID, like that. So what this is doing, it's saying loop over this, and then each item is going to be this. So this one here is what you'll use to reference the item it's on every time it goes round. So some of you might not have seen a for each loop before, but this is what it does. It loops around this, and then every time it goes round, every item you reference it using this. You'll see how that works now though. We're just going to echo song ID, and then we'll also append a line break so they all appear on different lines like that. And then let's just refresh the page and see if it worked. There you go, you'll see the IDs of the songs are 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, and we can go and check that. So 22, 21, 20, 19, 18. Let me just check that's right. 22, 20, 19, 18. And they're all in order as well, because 22 has the lowest album order out of these. You see 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then 18 has the highest, which is 5, which is why 18 comes last. So that's it, we have the album IDs. And all we need to do is just create a song object in which we pass these in, and then we can output all the data of the songs. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we retrieved all the song IDs for an album, and now we're going to actually output these a little bit nicer, because at the moment we're only outputting the song ID itself. So now we're going to create our song objects and actually produce some proper output. So get rid of this echo line right here. This is only used to check it worked. And then inside the for each loop, I'm just going to make some space so it's easy to see what's going on. We'll just say album song equals new song. So we're creating our song object, and pass in con for the connection variable, and then song ID, which is this variable up here, which I said contains the ID of every time it goes around the loop. So we've created our song object, and just so you know, this connection variable and song ID match what we have in here. We've said in the constructor here that this object will take a connection variable and an ID every time you create an object of it, which is what we've passed in, a connection variable and an ID. So here's our song object. We can check it works. So album song, is it get title, like that, and we need to actually echo that. So echo album song get title. Let's just make sure that worked, although I didn't do a line break, so it won't look very good. I've just realized. Yep, so these are the song titles. Great. So get rid of that, we don't need that. Let's go ahead and get the album artist as well. So we can say album artist equals album song get artist, like that. And this is the function we wrote here, which returns a new artist object. Okay, and you might be thinking, why are we doing that? We have the artist up here. Well, that's true, we do, we could use that, but sometimes there might be songs on an album that aren't from the same artist. For example, if this is an album here, this might have different artists on, so it's good to retrieve the artist here. Okay, so you have your main artist here, and then this could be him featuring somebody else or something. Okay, so we get the artist again there, and now we have that object, and now it's actually time to start outputting this. That's all we have left to do. So echo, put your double quotes in there, and this is going to be the string that contains all our output. So remember I said that an unordered list, this one here, takes a list item, so an li, like that, list item, and then put a closing one on too. So li, like that. And inside here, this is going to have the class, single quotes, because we have to use single quotes because we use double quotes here. So single quotes, track list row, like that, track list row. And let's create some space. Remember I said you can use new lines inside a string, it's fine. And this is also going to have a div, like that. So div, and put your closing one on as well so you don't forget. And this div is going to have a class of track count, like that. So this is going to contain the number of the track we're on. And we don't actually have this number yet, so what we're going to do is create, outside the for each loop, just make a variable called I and set it to 1. So I equals 1. And then every time this goes round, we're going to use the variable I to keep track of what number row we're on. And we're going to do that by underneath this string, underneath where we're outputting this string, say I equals I plus 1, like that. And you could obviously write I plus plus, like that. For those of you that know, it's the same thing. I plus plus means I equals I plus 1. But for people who are new to this, I'm just going to write it this way. Okay, so I equals I plus 1. And this will just add 1 to I every single time we go around. And inside track count, we can just output I, like that. But instead of just doing it like that, we're going to put it inside a span. So span class equals, this is going to be our track number. Okay, close off that span. And then put I in there, like that, so $I, and then close the span off. And let's just refresh the page and make sure we see that number every time. Again, there's no line break, so it's not going to look very good. Oh no, we didn't need a line break because each item is a new list item, so we don't need to put a line break. It handles on its own. So there we go. There's our numbers. And then there's one more thing we're going to do inside this track count, and that's to output this image. You see this white play button here? So just above that span, above this, we're going to do an img tag, like that. It's going to have a class equals play. Oh, make sure it goes inside the single quotes. So class equals play. And the source of this image, the src, is going to be assets slash images slash icons slash play white.png, like that. And the play white PNG, let me just show you. Here's assets, images, icons, play white.png here. So play dash white is this white play button. Okay. So obviously, if you didn't use the icons I provided, you'd have to replace this with your icon. But this is just the icon I have, and if you use my ones, this is what it'll be called. Okay. So let's refresh the page and make sure we see that icon. And there we go, we see the icon every time. Looks horrible at the moment, I know that, but you know, we'll get around to styling that soon. Hey guys, welcome back. So what we did last time is output this track count right here, obviously not styled yet, but we'll get around to that. So now what we're going to do is output the actual track info, so this part right here. So what we're going to do now, go back to your album.php class, and underneath this track count div we created last time, we're going to do the track info part. So create a div, and create your closing div too. It's always good to get in the habit of putting your closing div on straight away, otherwise you'll forget. Class equals track info, like that. Class equals track info, and inside here all we're going to do is have some spans. So span, and it's going to have the class equals track name, like that, because it's going to contain, you guessed it, the track name. And inside there just put album get title and close that span off. And let's just make sure that works. So just refresh the page, make sure we actually have it. This isn't album, it's album song. So I realized that straight away. So album song, which is this song object we created above. So refresh the page. Get title, was that the right name? And it's the fact that it's inside the string that's thrown it off. So let's close off the string like that, and then append it. So I'm putting dots after that, and then appending double quotes. Okay, this means this is one string, we're appending it with this, and then we've got this string to finish off. Okay, so let's just refresh the page now. There you go, that worked. So I didn't like being inside the string, because this is an object call, whereas this is just a variable. So let's do another span underneath. This is going to be for the artist name. So class equals artist name, like that. And then we can put a closing one on too if you want while we're here. And inside there we're going to do the same thing. We're going to close off the string. Okay, append it with album artist, which is this one we created over here. Arrow get name, like that, which gets the name of the artist, and then append that string again, so dot double quotes. And let's just check that worked. The styling is going to be horrible right now, but fine, they've got the same one, great. And that's it. So we have the track info now, we have the name of the song, and we have the artist. This all obviously looks really bad right now, but it will eventually look like this. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we outputted the title of the track and also the artist name, so let's get back to outputting the rest of this now. So underneath this track info div, let's create another div and put the closing one on again, and let's have the class track options. And what this is going to be is this 3 dots right here that you press to open the menu. So this is going to have an image, because all it's going to be is an icon, and the class is going to be options button, like that, options button. And then the src, the source of the image, is just going to be assets / images / icons / more.png. And just so you can see, the more.png is right here, this one. So more.png, and that's it for that. If I refresh the page now, you should see that. It looks even worse now. It's getting worse, but it will get better. And there you go, the 3 dots. So the very last thing to do before we can start styling this, finally, is just to put the duration on there. So div, last one, put your closing div on, and then the class is going to be track duration, like that, track duration, and then span class equals duration. This is the duration itself. Put your closing span on too, and inside here we're going to do exactly what we did above, where we closed the string off and appended album song arrow get duration, like that. and then append that back to the string. Okay, now if I refresh the page, we'll hopefully see the duration of the song too, which we do. Alright, so this is what we have. We have all the information we need and we can start styling it. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we've output our song information, it's time to start styling this now. So go ahead and open the developer tools. So right click, inspect, and then find our track list right here, the UL part. And all we're going to do for this, you see how the green part alongside the left of the box is there? That's the padding on it, and we're just going to get rid of that. So we're going to say padding 0, that's it, and it pushes it right against the side like that. Okay, and that's it. That's all we need for that one. So go back to your CSS file, go to the bottom, and just put track list padding 0. And refresh the page. And we're still there, good. Next one down. So now click on track list row, and we're going to give this a height of 40 px. This is going to be the actual row itself. And we're also going to say padding 15 pixels on top and bottom, and then 10 pixels on the left and right. And you won't see this for all of these items, only this top one we're doing. Okay, this one here, you can see when I hover over it, the padding around it and the height, whereas these other ones just have a big height like that. So the last thing to do in here is just list style none, which will get rid of this dot here. Watch this dot, it'll get rid of that. None, like that. Okay, so we're saying no list style, and we need that because li items by default have this dot alongside them. Okay, so we're just saying list style none. Don't put anything there. So copy that, and this is for track list row. So scroll down, track list row, like that. Paste that in there, and then refresh the page, and you should see all of these now with that style. So that's it. They will have the right attributes now, except the icon's just too big at the moment. Let's go ahead and get the font looking good. So still on track list row, go into track info and click on one of the span elements, and let's just give this a color of 93, 93, 93, which is the grey we've used up here as well. So you see how it turns grey. And then last thing, font weight, which is the thickness of the font. Let's just say 200, like that. Okay, 200 is fine. So copy and paste those, and this is going to be track list row span, like that. Track list row span, and just paste those in there. Alright, refresh the page, and all of the text should be grey now, like that. Good. Let's now put this background color in place that appears when we hover over it, and that's actually really easy to do. We can do this from our CSS sheet. So in your CSS code at the bottom, do track list row colon hover. So when you hover over the track list row, it's going to add this style. Background color, let's do 282828, like that. Alright, and you'll see now when I refresh this, when I hover over each row, I get this grey color, which is great. So that's a good start. We now have the rows themselves styled. Okay, you can see that when you hover over them, you see now they are rows that span across the whole page and are a suitable height. Now it's just time to do the actual contents of each row. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have our rows themselves styled like this, it's time to actually do the contents of the rows. So right click and inspect like this, and then find the track list row item and expand that, and then let's do track count first. So we have 4 divs in here we need to style, but let's start with the track count. We can just give it a width of 8%. So 8% of the page width it's going to take. You can see when I hover over it, that blue part is that 8% width. And then just float left. You see how all the items go alongside it, because this is floating to the left now. Okay, and that's it for that. Those 2 lines, copy them, go back to here, your style sheet, and then do track list row, track count, like that, and paste them in there. Save it, and refresh the page, and you should see them all like that. Okay, which they are, don't worry about that. So let's sort this image out because it's a bit big and it's creating a mess. So click on the icon, the image within track count, and let's just style that now. Let's give it a width of 20 pixels. So you see how it's a lot smaller. So width of 20 pixels, visibility hidden because we don't want it to show, remember. If you look here, it only shows when you hover over the row. Okay, so visibility hidden. Let's say position absolute, which means it's positioned relative to the first parent it finds with a position attribute. I think I've said before in the previous videos, if you don't understand that completely at the moment, understanding how these positions work is not vital to completing this course at this point. So just because you don't understand, don't worry about it. But if you have questions, as always, let me know and I'll get back to you, okay? And then we'll just do cursor pointer, like that, which means when you hover over it, well, you can't see it now because the visibility is hidden. It just means that there'll be the mouse pointer, like this one down here, that just shows you can click on it. So let's copy those, go back to here, and this is track list row, track count, track list row, track count, and then img, like that. Okay, paste them in there and refresh the page. And now all the play button icons have disappeared. Now let's make it so when we hover over the row, it shows. And that's really simple. Go back to your style sheet and copy and paste this. So that one right there, copy it, and I'll put the closing curly brace on too. And then just change this part to track list row hover. This is saying the images, so any images that fall under track count, so that's the icon, but when the track list row is being hovered over. Alright. So let's just say visibility, visible, and that's it. So save that, and then you'll see when we hover over them now, you'll see the play icon appear. That simple. Now the problem at the moment is when you hover over it, you see how it's covering the number. So let's make it so that when the play button's showing, the number disappears. And that's really simple to do. So copy and paste this part here, and paste it below, and we want to say track list row, track count, span, and the span is what contains the number. Let's just say by default it's visible, but then I copy and paste that below again and change this to hover. Now when we hover over it, it's hidden. So refresh the page and you'll see that by default it's showing, okay? Then when I hover over it, the number disappears. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have our track count working well and we hover over it, the play button appears and disappears. Let's make a start on this track title and artist section. So go to the track info part. So we've done track count, now it's time for track info. And just give this a style of width 75%. It's going to be the main part of this row. And then float left again, like that. And you'll see, when you hover over it, you'll see the width of 75%. Copy and paste that, that's all we need for that. So go back to your style sheet and do track list row, track info, like that. Paste that in there, save it, and now we should see all of them looking fairly similar. And already it's looking a lot better. Now let's click on the span elements inside track info. And all we're going to do here is just put display block on it. So on the span element, display block, like that. Copy and paste that into our style sheet. Scroll down. This is going to be track list row, track info, span. So any span elements within that. And then display block. Okay, now if I refresh this, you should see the names and artist names on top of each other, like that. Okay? And display block just means it takes up the whole available width so that any items appear underneath it. And that's it for track info. Let's go on track options next. And track options is just going to have a width of 5%. Let's say float left as well, and see how the duration now goes alongside it. And then text align right, like that. At the moment it looks messed up, but it's the icon width and height that's messing that up. Okay, and that's it. Copy those ones, go back to here, track list row, track options, like that. Paste it in there. Give it a refresh, and it looks messed up for now, but it's okay. Let's fix that icon. So click on the image underneath track options and just say width 15 pixels. Pixels. And then visibility hidden, because we're going to do the same sort of thing and make it so when we hover over it, that's when it shows. So same sort of thing as above. Track list row, track options, and then IMG, like that. And then copy and paste that again, and we can do exactly what we did above, where we change this to hover, get rid of width, and just change this to visibility visible. And now when we hover over it, we'll be able to see the item. So refresh the page, and now you can see when we hover over it, you can actually see the button itself. Okay, last one here is just track duration. So click on the track duration div. Now let's give it a width of what's left. So we have an 8% width right there. We have 75, so 75 plus 8 is 83, plus 5 is 88, leaves us with 12% width left to make 100%. So width 12%, float left, and then text align right, which positions it at the right of the div, like that. Okay, and you'll see if I push this up to 13, it will overflow because it's over 100%, so it goes below. Okay, so 12 is fine, adds up to 100 exactly now. So copy those three, go back to your style sheet and do track list row, track duration. Oh, I spelled track wrong. Track duration, and paste that in there, and that's what we're left with. So save that now and refresh the page, and should all be looking good now, like that. Not bad at all. And because we've used percentage based widths, we can resize this now and see it all comes with it, so it all looks good. And the very last thing, let's just make the name of this song white so it stands out. So go to your track info div and click on track name, and then we can just say color FFF, like that. And then below that we can just put a little bit of a margin. Let's do margin bottom. We only want a margin on the bottom. Let's just do 5 pixels, or 7 pixels is good. Okay, see, we create a little bit of space between them two now. So copy and paste those two into the last thing, and then just do track list row, track info, and then track name, which is the span containing our track name. And save that, and then refresh the page. And you should see all of them have this style right here. And doesn't that look so much better than it did earlier? Not bad at all. Hey guys, welcome back. So we're done with this part up here for now. It's finally time to start playing some music. And everything we still have left to do up here, like this button here and this play button, we're going to come back to. So for now, we're done with this, and it's finally time to start putting the music into this. So the next part of the course can be quite complicated. There's going to be a lot of JavaScript, a lot of AJAX calls, there's going to be a lot of communication between PHP and JavaScript, and it can get quite complicated. But stick with me, and rather than just typing out everything I type out, try and think about what we're actually doing and make sure you understand it before moving on to the next step. If there's anything you don't understand, just let me know. I'll be happy to help you out. But just know that if you do get confused at any point with this, I'm here to help, and don't get discouraged, okay? Because it is very technical. But there's very good things to learn, and the technical skills we're using in this will be really, really beneficial to you going forward. So let's get started. We'll start by creating a really simple audio object that just plays any of these songs, okay? So go back to your album.php class And actually, we'll start off by making our audio class. So open a new file, and this is going to be a JavaScript file. So we're going to save it, and we're going to save it into assets.js, which is our JavaScript folder, and save it as script.js. Okay, this will be our main JavaScript file for the page. And inside here, we're going to start off by creating an audio class. Okay, and the way you create classes in JavaScript is by actually creating a function. So function audio, like this creates a class. And this is something we can create an object from. Slightly different from PHP, I know, but that's how you do it in JavaScript, okay? So we'll give it a property, this.audio. I'm going to give it a value right now, document.createElement. Okay, so document create element, inside there, put audio. Alright, so let me explain this. This.audio is the property of the class. Just like we have these up here, these ones here, we're doing exactly the same thing, but this is how you do it for a JavaScript class, like this. Okay, so for example, if I wanted to do we're probably going to want a currently playing song at some point, so we can have this stop currently playing like that. So this is this stop currently playing, and it's exactly the same as doing these up here. Okay. So we don't have to give it a value all the time, but we just decided to give it a value now. So with this one we're giving a value, this one we're not. So we have two variables right here. One to keep track of the currently playing song, and one to contain the actual audio object. And what this does, it creates an HTML element, which in this case is an audio object. Okay, so this is a built-in audio HTML element. So next thing to do is create our set track function, the function we call when we want to set a new song. So we'll say this dot set track equals function, like this. Inside there we're going to take the src of the track, the source, and then put your curly braces on. So take a look at what we've done. This dot set track equals function. Notice how this is slightly different from PHP already, but it's exactly the same thing as when we create functions down here. Okay, so this is just how we do it in a JavaScript class. So set track, and all we're going to do in here is say this dot audio, like this, dot src equals src. Now, and what we've done here is this audio element, which remember is the built-in HTML audio element up here. This has a bunch of properties already, and one of them is source, which is the source of the audio file to be played. So we're setting the source of the audio file to be played equal to the src that is passed into this function. Now we can actually test this out now, but first we need to include this JavaScript file. So go to your header.php, and then underneath the style sheet part in the head section right here, we're going to include our JavaScript file. So put script, press tab to create your script block, and we can get rid of this, we don't need this. So script right there, but then the src, the source of the JavaScript file, is going to be assets/js/script.js, like that. And then just to check it works, we can just go in the body part, we'll delete this soon, this isn't permanent. We can say script, which creates our script block, and inside the script block we put any JavaScript we want to execute. So we just want to test out this audio class we've done. So we can say var audio element equals new audio, and this creates a new instance of the audio class we created here, our JavaScript audio class. And then we want to say audio element dot set track, which is this function we created here, set track. And remember, this takes an src parameter, a source parameter, and which is the source of the song, or the path. So we'll go back to our database and just take any one of these song paths from your table. So go to your songs table and take any of these, doesn't matter which one. So I'll copy that, okay, I'll double click on that and I can copy it. Then go back to here and we'll just hard code it into there for now. Just put it in double quotes and paste it in there. Okay, and the last thing to do is just play the song. So we can say audio element dot play, like that, and save that, and then refresh the page, and hopefully we'll hear some music playing. So we don't hear anything yet, so So what you can do in JavaScript when you have a problem is go to inspect element, or open the developer tools this way, and then go to the console tab, this one here, because any errors in JavaScript will be output to the console. And we can see we have an error right here. Audio element.play is not a function, and I already know what I've done. So what the problem is, I've done audio element.play, and the audio element is our class right here. And if you look at our class, we don't have a function called play, we only have a setTrack function. What I meant to do was call play on this audio object, because remember I said this audio object, which was created here, it's a built-in HTML element, has a bunch of attributes, and one of them is a play function. So I actually need to do, go back to my header.php, I actually need to do audio element.audio.play, because that is referencing this part right here. So now it should work and we should hear some music. Let's see. And there we go. So we hear some music now, and when you refresh the page, the song will start again, of course. And that's it. At the moment we don't have a pause function, so I'm just going to mute that for now. But that's it, a really simple way to get some music playing, and just a little introduction to how we're going to do this. Hey guys, welcome back. What I did last time is get it set up so that it will play a song when we refresh the page. So when the page loads, it will set this track and it will play it. The problem is if we go to this, we can't actually stop the song, so the song is just playing and we can't do anything with it. So this is just a demo to see how this all works, and just a little example of how we play music. What we're going to do now though is work on implementing this properly. So we can get rid of this and then find your now playing bar.php. So this one, now playing bar.php, open that up, and at the very top of the page we're going to do some PHP. So open your PHP tags, and then you can close it off as well so you don't forget. And what we're going to do in this top part here is create a playlist. Okay, so we're going to retrieve a playlist. This is going to be executed as soon as the page loads, and what it's going to do is select a random playlist. So to keep it simple, what we're going to do first is just select a random set of songs from the database. If you were doing this for real, maybe you'd want to set the playlist that the user was playing last or something like that. But what we're going to do to start off with is just select 10 songs at random. So this is really easy to do. Just say song query equals MySQL underscore query, and then pass in your connection variable, and the query itself is just a real simple select one. Select all from songs, order by rand, like this, which means random, and then limit 10, like that. Okay, select all from songs, order by random, limit 10. And like I said, this just selects 10 songs at random. So what we're going to do is loop over those songs. So while row equals MySQL underscore fetch underscore array, like this. So converting the result of this query into an array. We've done this before. Song query, like that, and put your curly brackets in there. And then in here, what we want to do is add the row itself to an array. So actually, I forgot to declare an array outside of here. So we'll say result array equals array, like this. So result array equals array. And then inside of here, just say array push. And array push takes two parameters. The first one is the array you want to push the item onto, which in our case is result array. And the second parameter is the item you want to push onto the array. So in our case, it's going to be row ID, like that. So row ID, we're pushing on the ID of the song into the result array. And because we're only using the ID, we can actually change this from select all to select ID, just so it doesn't select a bunch of random columns that we don't need. Okay, so select ID from songs, order by rand, limit 10, and then we declare an empty array and push every item on to that array. So this array now contains all of the 10 items retrieved from here. So great, in theory we have our playlist right now. We have an array of a bunch of song IDs, and when we want to play the song, we just use that ID and create a song object using our song class and play the song. The problem is we're using JavaScript to play the songs, because our player right here is a JavaScript player. It can't be a PHP song player because PHP is rendered as soon as the page loads. So before any JavaScript is even executed, all the PHP code is ran. So we need to convert this array into a JavaScript array. And this is really simple. What we're going to do is use something called JSON, which stands for JavaScript Object Notation. And what JSON is, if you don't know, is it's just a technique for storing data in a way that pretty much every single language can understand. So if you're storing data in JSON, you know the chances are you'll have no problems getting it to communicate with any other language you want to use. Python, C#, anything like that, they all can handle JSON. So what we're going to do is we'll convert this to JSON, and then I'll show you what the JSON looks like. So even if you don't understand what JSON actually is yet, just follow along for now and I'll show you. So JSON array equals JSON underscore encode. This is a built-in PHP function for converting objects to JSON, and then just put in result array. So we're passing in our PHP array here into this function, and what this does, it converts any PHP variable into JSON. So this JSON array now contains our playlist in theory, just 10 song IDs. Okay, great. Now that we have our playlist and essentially we know the songs we want to play, we want to kind of put it into the now playing bar so that when they press play, it will start playing it. Okay, so we've done the PHP part, we've got our playlist, great. Now we want to do the JavaScript part. So create your script, and this is where we're going to handle actually the playing and the loading of music. But for now, what we'll do is I'll just output this array for you so you can see. So to print something in JavaScript, you can just say console.log and then put your JavaScript inside here. And we're going to put in our JSON object right here. So PHP echo JSON array, like this. We have to put the PHP in there because it's still a PHP object at the moment. Although it's JSON, it's still in PHP right now. Okay. So let's just see what that looks like. The thing about console.log is it doesn't print to the screen. So if I refresh this page now, you won't see anything on the screen. It prints to the console, which is in your developer tools in this tab right here, console. So you'll see this was printed out just now. If I show you the objects in there, you'll see the 0th element, we have 22, 1, we have the number 1, element 2, we have the number 11. Because remember, this is all of our IDs of the songs. So item number 3 in the array, we have number 23, item number 4, we have the number 15. Okay, so this JSON just contains all of our IDs of the songs you want to play. And that's it. We have our playlist and we've converted it to JSON. Great. Now we're ready to actually do something with it. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we used PHP to retrieve a list of 10 random songs, and we stored that in our playlist variable right here, which was our result array. And then we converted that into an object that's ready to be used by JavaScript, which is our JSON array. And in here we converted our JSON array PHP variable into JavaScript just by echoing it out, and then we just logged it to the console to see it. So we're ready to continue with this now and actually work more on getting our songs to be passed into this now playing bar. What we're going to do first though is include something called jQuery, which you've probably heard of. jQuery is just a library that's built in JavaScript that allows you to do a lot of things that would take you a lot longer to do in JavaScript. So anything jQuery can do, JavaScript can do as well. The difference is that jQuery can do it in a lot less lines of code. So jQuery just makes your life a whole lot easier. So let's go and get jQuery. So just Google jQuery, but then also type hosted like this, jQuery hosted. So you can click on hosted libraries, top link or something. This one happens to be hosted by Google, which is a safe bet. And you'll see here something similar to this. A script element with the src, the source, pointing to Google API's jQuery library. They've hosted this for you so you don't have to download it. So you can download it. If you go to the jQuery website, you'll see a button for download, and you can actually download the library there and save it onto your computer. But if you don't want to download it, or you just want to get it up and running quickly, you can just copy and paste this. So copy that, go back to your header.php, and put it in here, in the head section. But make sure you put it above your script.js. We need to put it above this because our script.js is going to use jQuery. And if we don't put it above it and we actually put it underneath, anything in here that uses jQuery will have problems because we haven't actually included jQuery yet. So make sure it goes above your script.js, and that's it. We're now ready to use jQuery. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have jQuery included with our project, we can continue implementing our music player. So go back to nowplayingbar.php, and you can see the last thing we did here was print to the console our JSON array, which contains all of the IDs of our songs we want to play, which is kind of our playlist at the moment. What we want to do is store this into its own playlist variable. But rather than creating a playlist variable here, we're actually going to create it in script.js. So go to script.js, and at the top, above the function audio, which is our audio class, we're going to say var current playlist equals array, like that. So current playlist equals array. So there we go, we have a current playlist variable, which at the moment is an empty array. And then we're going to do one more variable here, which is our audio element. So var audio element, like this. And we're not going to set that to anything at the moment. So we have a current playlist variable and an audio element variable, which will be available on all of our pages because we've included it in the header.php right here. So any code that executes below this will have access to these variables because they were included here. So go back to our nowplayingbar.php, and then we'll just say current playlist equals, and then copy and paste this part, or type it out again if you don't have this anymore, just like that. So current playlist now contains our current playlist. So an array of all the song IDs we want to play. The thing is, we don't want to just do this here. We want to do it inside of something called a document.ready block. And if you don't know what that is, just watch me type it out for now. I'll explain it in a minute. So we have document.ready, like this, and inside the parentheses we're going to say function with your curly braces like that, and then put a semicolon on the end, just like this. This is a document.ready block, and what this means is it waits until the document, i.e. the page, is completely ready to start rendering JavaScript before it will do this. So this stuff in here will only be executed when everything's ready. So we're going to take that and just put that in the middle there, like this. And then we're also going to set our audio element to be new audio, which is our audio class we created in script.js, right here. Okay. Now all that's left to do is set the track of this audio element, and then it's ready to be played. And if you remember, we have a set track function inside this audio class that we can call, which takes the source of the song, then we just set it. We're actually going to create another set track function, but this isn't going to be a class set track function like this one has. It's going to be just our outside our public set track function. So create a function set track like this, and then put your curly braces on. And this set track function is going to take three parameters. The first one is going to be a track ID, so the ID of the song to play. The next one is going to be new playlist, like this, which is the new playlist we might have. And then the third parameter is just going to be play, which will be a true or false, yes or no, whether to play this song at the same time. For example, when you click on a new song, or if I click on this right here, we're going to set the track and we want to play it straight away. When the page loads though, for example, if I refresh the page and we get to here, we want to set the track so we actually have something down here, but we don't want to play it straight away. So play would be false in this case. So we'll only play the song automatically if this is set to true. So just to explain the new playlist part, if you go out to here and I press play here on this song, when I press skip, the user will be expecting it to go to this song and then to that song, right? So this is now our playlist. If while this is playing, so imagine this song here is playing, and then I go back to our index page, find another album, and then play this song. Keep in mind the other song's still playing in the background. These songs would now be the playlist, because if I press next and I'm playing this song, it should go to this one, right? So every time you play a song, we need to know whether this is still the playlist to use or not. Because even if I press play on this, and this is now the playlist, and then I go back to here, maybe I'm just looking at an album. If I press next on here, it should still remember the playlist that we had before. Okay, so that will become a lot clearer as we move forward. So if you don't understand that completely yet, don't worry about it for now. But just know we're going to have that in there. So this is our set track function. And we're going to call this up here in our document.ready like this, set track. And the track ID is going to be the first item of this current playlist. So we can just say current playlist item 0, which is the first element in the array. Remember, this is an array of song IDs. The current playlist, we can just pass in current playlist, that's fine. And then play, we can just say false, because remember, this is happening when the page loads, so we don't want to play the song straight away. We just want to set the track so they see something down here. And if they press play, then they can hear it. Okay, so play is going to be false. Save that for now, and then we'll go back to here and refresh the page just to make sure there's no errors. So you won't see anything yet, of course, but inspect element as well. And if there are JavaScript errors, they won't be on the page like you usually see. They're probably going to be in the console here. So I don't have any, but you might have errors in here. So the console is where you want to look for any of your JavaScript errors. Okay? So there we go. We've done all the necessary setup we need to. Now we're ready to actually implement this set track function. Hey guys, welcome back. So we're going to get going with our set track function now. And let me just take this opportunity to remind you that there will probably be things you don't understand as we go through this. Maybe it's your first time using JavaScript or jQuery, or maybe it's just the fact that what we're doing is pretty complicated. So if you do at any point feel confused about anything I've said or haven't explained well enough, just send me a message and I'll be happy to explain it further and answer your questions. Usually, depending on the time of day you ask it, I do try to respond to your questions within a few hours. So just let you know, if you do feel confused, I'm always here to answer your questions. Okay. So this set track function, there's going to be a lot of things we need to do in this, but we're not going to do it all now. So don't worry about that. We're going to gradually go through the course and add the functionality to it. So as a simple way to start out, just so you can see what this is actually doing, we're going to kind of ignore these for now. All right. Ignore those parameters. What we're going to do is just say audio element dot set track like this, because remember, audio element, which is our class here, has a set track function which takes an SRC, a source of the song we want to play. So what we're going to do is just pass in a random value to that. So let's go back to our songs table and take any of these. So I'll take this one here. Okay, go back to here and just paste that in there like that. So set track like that, and then just say audio element dot play that way. And let's just make sure this is all hooked up correctly and we're calling this in the right way, and the song should start playing. So let's go back to here, refresh the page, and I can't hear anything, so let me just check the console. That's always a thing to do. If your JavaScript isn't working the way it should, make sure you check the console. So audio element dot play is not a function, and I think I had this when I did the first example. What we actually want to do is say audio element dot audio dot play. Okay, audio element dot audio dot play. And again, I explained this the first time, but the reason we do that is because we actually, this audio element here, the class variable, is actually the audio part. The rest of it are just things we made. So we actually want to do audio element dot audio dot play like this. And now you should see that when we refresh the page, the song will play. Okay, so I'll mute that. So I do have an error here. Let me just see what that says. So I can click on this part right here on the right, and it'll take me to the line of code. And I can see that it's this line here that's causing the problem. And I know what I've done. I've used the PHP declaration of an empty array instead of the JavaScript one. So to get rid of that error, I can just change this to that, which just is an empty array. So the square brackets just says an empty array. So there we go, we fixed that. And again, the song plays when we load the page. Okay, great. But to avoid having that problem again, we're having to say audio element dot audio dot play, we can actually create a play function in script.js. So this dot play, and this is just going to play the song. So like this, it won't take any parameters, but we can just say this dot audio dot play like this. Okay, and now we don't have to use this audio part. We can just call the play function we've used here, which will do this part for us. So save that, and you should still see the same thing. You should still play the song and play. Great. That's just a nice thing for us to do, just to save us having that problem again. Awesome. But now we want to implement this play variable right here, this play parameter. So rather than just playing it like this, we can say if play like that. So if play, copy and paste that into there. And what this is saying is if play is true, play it. And saying if play like this is the same as saying equals true like that. If play equals true. Exactly the same thing. So it doesn't matter how you do it, because this play is of type Boolean, which means it's true or false. So if play is true, then we're going to play the song. right? So again, you should still see the same thing. It should still play the song. I just realized it won't play the song because we're passing in false here. So we know that's working, but if I pass in true now instead in our set track call, so play true, it will hopefully play the song. There you go. So that's it. A real simple start to our set track function. Like I said, there's quite a lot of things we need to do in there, but we're going to build over that as the course goes on. So don't worry about that for now. We're going to gradually build through it. Okay? So I'll go back to here and change this back to false, because remember, when the page loads, we don't want to play the song straight away. And then we'll continue with this in the next video. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we made a little start on our set track function, just a basic implementation to get us going. And what we're going to do now is just continue with this. So go back to script.js, and we're going to create a pause function as well. So this dot pause like this equals function, and it's very similar to what we did above for the play function. We'll just say this.audio.pause like that. This.audio.pause. Okay, so we're pausing this audio element right here, and that's it. And the only reason we do that is, again, to save us from having to say audio element.audio.pause. We can just say audio element.pause now. And one cool thing I forgot to show you before is the fact that in the console you can use a lot here. So let me just inspect this. Inspect element and go to console. So remember, we set play to false. So when the page loaded, it set the track, but it didn't play it. So the track has been set. It's ready to play. And in the console, you can actually execute all the JavaScript you want in here. For example, I can say var x equals 10, right? Great. And if I say x equals x plus 5, right? It shows me the value of x, which is 15. Remember, you can execute as much JavaScript in here as you want. So click on this button here and it will clear this for you. But what I want to show you is the fact that you can do audio element, right? You can see, so you type the name of a variable. So this one comes from our script.js, and you can see the value of it. You can see our pause function, our play function, our set track function, okay, our audio element itself, and the audio element itself has a bunch of values that you can look into. Nothing we really need right now, but remember there's a src part right here, which remember at the start we set to this, which is our track URL, right? Because remember at the start we say audio.src equals this, which is what that's doing. It's saying .src equals this. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to show you. What I want to show you is the fact that we can say audio element dot play like this, and then you hear the music. We can also say audio element dot pause like this, and the song's been paused. And if I play it, it will continue where it left off. So play carries on. So anyway, that's just something cool I wanted to show you. Just a cool little trick. You can use the console to execute all the JavaScript you want. But let's continue with this part then. We've created our play and pause functions in here. We're also going to create them in our now playing bar. So underneath set track, make a new function play like this. And all this is going to do is say audio element dot play like this. And then copy and paste that, and we'll do the same for the pause function. And you can say pause like that. And what we'll actually do is change these to play song and pause song, just so we can distinguish a difference from these ones. Okay, so play song and pause song. And the reason we're creating the functions here is so that we can call these functions when we've pressed the buttons. So scroll down in now playing bar.php and go to the buttons. And remember, we have our play button right here. We can add an attribute to our button part and say on click equals, inside the double quotes you can just say play song like this. So when we click on this, it'll play the song now. And we can do the same, so copy that and paste it on the pause button one, which is underneath here. So after style display none, we can just say on click pause song. And now you'll see if I refresh this page, the song's not playing, but if I click on this now, it plays. The problem is our pause button is still hidden, so if I click on this now, nothing will happen. because it's already playing. So we need to make it so that the play and pause buttons appear and disappear as they need to. And that's really simple to do. Go back to our functions, our play song and pause song functions, and all we're going to do is in the play song, hide the play button and show the pause button, and in the pause one we're going to show the play button and hide the pause one. So all we need to do is create a jQuery object like this. If you've never done jQuery objects before, just follow along and I'll explain it afterwards. And then we put the class in here, or the ID if it was an ID, but in our situation we're using a class. So our class is control button play. These are the two classes on this button. So we can just say control button, and make sure you put your dot in there because it's a class, just like you would do for CSS. And then because it's the same class, those two are together. Make sure there's no space. If there's a space, it means that the item with the class play underneath the item with the class control button. So make sure there's no space between them. Control button dot play, we can just say hide, and then copy and paste that line and change this play to pause, because remember our pause button has the class pause as well. They all have the class control button, but this one has a class pause. And change hide to show. And then do the same thing below, copy and paste those two for the pause song one and just swap them around. So for the play button, we want to show it, and the pause button, we want to hide it. So when I refresh this now, if I press play, the song plays. If I press pause now, so it's not pausing for some reason. Let me mute that. But you can see that the button is changing, which is good. Okay, so let's just go and investigate why that didn't pause. Because I didn't set pause song to use the pause function. So change audio element dot play to audio element dot pause in the pause song function, and now hopefully it will do what it's supposed to. So we'll play it. Now pause it. I can play it and it'll carry on where it left off. Pretty cool. So there we go. We've hooked some functionality up to our button and it's communicating with our song. Hey guys, welcome back. So our play and pause button is working now. We can now continue implementing our set track function. So at the moment we're just passing in a fixed URL. We just hard coded it. When you pass it in as a string like this, it's called hard coding. So we've hard coded this URL, but now what we're going to do is actually work on getting it so that it retrieves it from the database. The problem is though, we're using JavaScript to play our song, but our songs are accessed using PHP, because we use PHP to get our songs from the database. The problem with this is that PHP is executed before the page is even loaded. So before any of this JavaScript is executed, the page is already loaded. So if we go and try and retrieve something from a database in here, we can't. We can't execute PHP from inside of here. Or we can echo variables where we can't go to a database, make a database call and retrieve the result, right? So what we need to do as a workaround is use something called an AJAX call. An AJAX is just a way of executing PHP without the page needing to reload. It's actually really, really simple. It seems confusing at first, but it is really simple. So if it's your first time ever using the AJAX, there's a good chance that you might find this slightly confusing. But like I said, I'm here to answer questions if you have any. But also, just know that we're going to use this quite a bit in this course, so you'll become really familiar as you move through the course. So don't let it put you off if you do get confused at the start. Just follow along, okay? Like I said, there's really not much to it. So get rid of this part here. We don't need that anymore. So what we want to do is go and use this track ID that was passed in here. This might be 1, 2, 3, whatever the ID of the song is. And we're going to go and retrieve the song from the database table that has that ID. Okay, so we're going to make an AJAX call. So type along. I'll explain this after I've typed it out. So post, so $.post, and in there, the first parameter in the parentheses is going to be the URL of the AJAX page you want to execute. So we haven't created this page yet, so I'll come back to this. So leave double quotes in there for now. Okay, so there's the first parameter. It's going to be our URL. So if you want, just put URL here, so we remember to come back to it. The second parameter is going to be any data you want to send, and that goes inside curly braces like this. And we only want to send a song. We only want to send the track ID. Okay, the song ID. So if you want just to keep it a little different from here, we can just say song ID. I'll name it slightly different. Okay, and the value we're going to pass in is track ID. So the first one here is the name you're going to use when you send it through. So in our Ajax page, we'll access the song ID variable, right? And the second part, after the colon, is the value you're going to pass. So we're going to pass this track ID that was passed into our function, okay? So this is the data we're passing into it, and you'll see how that works in a minute. And the last thing to do is basically, what do we want to do with the result? So we can say function like this, and then put your curly brackets in like that. So function, and inside there, put data, and this is going to be the data that's returned from the Ajax call. And we'll come back to that in a minute. So for now, just put that in. And that's actually an Ajax call. That's it. That's an Ajax call. Obviously, we need to put a valid URL in there, but this is it. That's a very simple Ajax call. You specify the page you want to make the Ajax call to. You say what values you want to pass into the Ajax call, and then also what do you want to do with the results. You don't even need to pass this stuff in there. At the very least, all you need to do is just pass a URL. You don't have to pass any data in, and you don't have to do anything with the result. So you could just have this in theory. If your Ajax call happened to be really simple, this could just be the URL to your Ajax page, and that's it. So we're going to have this though, our data and our function, that is basically what we're going to do with the result. Let's go ahead and create this page now. So make a new file, and save this. It includes handlers, and then we're going to make a new folder in here. So new folder, and it's going to be called Ajax. So it includes handlers, and inside the handlers folder we've got an Ajax folder now, and then we're saving this into the Ajax folder, and I'm going to call this GetSongJSON.php. GetSongJSON.php. Save that, okay? And just so you can see if this works, we're just going to echo hello like this, okay? Echo hello, but we also do need to make sure we put this inside of a PHP block because this is a PHP page still. So all it is just a PHP page, and there's nothing special about this page. It's literally just a PHP page, right? But when you're using a PHP page as an Ajax call, the result will be anything that's echoed. So we've just echoed hello, and you will see now, if I in here put console.log data, data is the result that's passed back from the Ajax call. And remember what I said a minute ago, anything that is echoed from here is passed back as a result. So this data should contain hello. Okay, and the last thing to do is just to put our URL in here, which remember we just saved the file in the includes folder /handlers/ajax/get-song-json.php. Now let's just check this works. We should see in the console the word hello if we've done it right. So go back to here, refresh the page, open up your console, so right click, inspect, go to the console tab, and we see hello because this comes from the Ajax call, or it comes from that page, okay? So all we're going to do in here is just go to our song table, use the ID that we pass in for the song ID, and then retrieve the song and then echo it. That's all we're going to do, and then we'll have access to that in this page then. That's literally it. Good start for now. We've got it all set up. All we have to do is just to retrieve the song. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we got our basic Ajax call set up. All that's left to do here, before we have access to the song, is to write the code on this GetSongJSON.php file we created. So let's do that. Get rid of that echo hello, and in here we're going to start by including our config file. So include like this, and so we're currently in the Ajax directory. So we're going to go up one folder, which takes us to the handlers, and then we're going to go up one more folder, which takes us to the includes folder, and that's where our config file is. So we want to go include // which means go up one folder, // going up one more, and then we need config.php, which is our configuration file, which contains our database connection variable. Okay, so now we're ready to start making database calls, and all that's going to go in here is a very simple SQL call. But in order to do that call, we first have to retrieve the song ID variable that we passed in here in nowplaying.php. We pass this data to our Ajax call. Remember, we use the song ID name to access this. So let's go back to here and say if is set $_post square brackets song ID. So if the song ID has been set, and we're retrieving it as a post variable because in here we've specified post as the way we're using this Ajax form, because there are different ways you can submit an Ajax form. You can do post, you can do get. So post is what we're doing. So if is set post song ID. So if the song ID variable has been set, then we can start doing our database call. We can just say song ID equals, and just take this part up here, post song ID. So there we go, we've put it into its own variable now. And then query equals MySQL underscore query. Put your connection variable in there, which is from our config file. And the query is really simple. It's just select all from the songs table where ID equals single quotes. Make sure you do single quotes, and then song ID like this. So remember, you need a single quotes around that, both sides. Don't forget this last one. A lot of people forget this last single quote. So select all from songs where ID equals song ID. So this query will return us the song now. And all we need to do is just echo this. But first we can say result array equals MySQL underscore fetch underscore array like this. We do this all the time. And like I said before, this converts the result of this into an array. So pass our query into there like that. And then the last thing to do, like I said, is just to echo it, because echoing is how we return data from an AJAX call. So we want to echo our array, but it's not enough to just echo the array. We want to convert it to JSON, because remember, we're going back to JavaScript, and I said a couple of videos ago that JSON, which stands for JavaScript Object Notation, is how JavaScript is going to use our data. So echo JSON underscore encode like this, and then just pass in the result array, and that's all we need to do. Now we should have the song returned, and just to see if it worked, we can just keep this console.log data in there, and now when I refresh the page, you should see something in the console here. And there it is. There's our song that was returned from the AJAX call. So we've just retrieved a song from the database without needing to refresh the page. That's it, we have our song now, and what we can do is, just to see if it works, let's just say audio element dot set track, and remember in here it takes a source, an src, so we can just say data dot src and see if that works. So it should set the track as that, and then we can just say audio element dot play as well. This is just to test it out, see if it worked. So let's refresh the page. Okay, so we're getting some errors. Instead of doing that, let's just say console.log again and data, and then we'll take a better look at what's been returned. So console.log data, and so we've tried to set data.src as the track, but we'll notice that we don't have an src value. Okay, we have a path value right here, which is the URL. So we don't have an src. The reason it's path is because in our songs table, add column name is path right here, so it has to match up with the column name. That was just my mistake. I used src, but it's actually called path. So you'll see that path was returned like that. So all we need to do is change from src to path like that. Now refresh the page, and hopefully we won't see any errors. And I just remembered what we didn't do. We didn't pass the data. So this isn't what we want to do yet. This is just a big long string. Okay, you can see it right in here. It's quite obvious when I think about it. This is just a big long string. What we need to do is convert this into an object so that we can use it. So all that's left to do is to pass this data. So go back to here, and the very first thing we're going to do is just say var track like this equals JSON dot parse like this, and this is a function that parses some JSON data and converts it into an object, and just put data in there, which again was what was returned from our AJAX call. And now we want to just take this track and do it here. So I'm using track.path instead of data.path. Okay, so I'm also doing console.log track so you can see, and that should work now. So now you can see that it's actually converted into an object for us. Okay, and the song started playing. So we have it here. Let me just pause that. You can see that this is actually an object, and it has items next to it. It's no longer just one big string. So if I refresh the page, you should hopefully hear a different song, because remember, we're choosing these songs at random. And there we go. And you can see that this has all the attributes it has from the database. So we have our duration right here, we have our genre, we have the actual ID of the song, we have the title, okay? And we're ready to start using this. We can take these attributes and put them onto here. So in this case, we would play pop dance on there. And we can use the artist and album to create the album and artist objects. So that's it. It's actually really simple when you think about it. That was my mistake at the end. I forgot to pass the data. But really, really simple. We just make a simple AJAX call like this, which passes in a song ID parameter, and the AJAX page itself, all it does is just make a database call. Select all from songs where ID is this, and we just output it. And that's it. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have our data returned from our AJAX call, now what we can do is just put it into our now playing bar. So we can update these values here with the values from the song. So the first one we're going to do is put the title of the song into here. Okay, and that's actually really simple. We don't need to log this track anymore, so we can get rid of that line. But what we're going to do is, if you scroll down to the HTML at the bottom, you'll see this part here. You see this track name span right here. We just want to set the value of this. So we can get rid of this happy birthday one. We don't want to put any text in there to start off with, okay? We're going to start out with no text. So get rid of that. And then we're going to, inside of our function that is called when we return from our AJAX call, we're just going to put the track name attribute into that div. So we can create a jQuery object, which is like this, $, parentheses with double quotes, in there put track name like this, and then span, and then just say .text, and then inside there just put track.title like this. And track.title, title is the name of the column in our songs table which holds the title of the song. Okay, so save that, and you should see the track name being updated now. When I refresh this page, you should see Acoustic Breeze. Okay, same again. I'll refresh it. Random songs being generated. You see Buddy. So already it's looking a lot better. Now we just need to do the same thing for the artist name and then also to get the album artwork. The problem is at the moment we only have the artist ID. That track object we have right here just returned the song from the songs table, and remember the artist has the ID right here. Okay, so this is now artist ID, so we need to use the ID to create our artist object. And we can't just create an artist class, because remember this is JavaScript right now. So we can't create an object of our artist class like this. Okay, we have to retrieve it from the database using the track.artist. So the way we do that is exactly the same as this AJAX call. The way we retrieve the song using the song ID, we can do exactly the same thing but using the artist ID. So remember, all of this stuff here happens when this returns from the AJAX call. So we want to make sure we put another AJAX call inside of this block here. So we only want to go and retrieve the artist when we have the artist ID, and we only have the artist ID when this song ID AJAX call returns. So copy and paste this line here, copy that, and we're just going to put it in here. Alright, put it inside here, and then make sure you close this off. So I've got a curly brace there which goes to this one, and then a parentheses which goes to this one, and then a semicolon. And this isn't going to be get song JSON, this is going to be get artist JSON. This isn't going to be song ID, it's going to be artist ID. And this isn't going to be track ID, it's going to be track.artist, which is our track object. Remember, this is song from the song table, and the column name, which the column name in our case is artist, you see, artist. So at the moment we're passing in the artist ID into our getartistjson.php page. We don't have that page yet, so let's go and create it now. Create a new page, save it. It includes handlers, AJAX, exactly the same sort of thing. Name it getartistjson.php, like this. And this file is going to be almost identical to this one. This just getSongJSON.php. So copy the contents of that file and paste it into your getartistjson file. Keep this part up here. We need our connection variable to the database, and this isn't going to be getSongID. This is going to be set post artist ID, like this. Same thing here. This will be artist ID, and this will be artist ID, like that. All right. And then the query is going to be select all from artists where ID equals artist ID. This can stay the same, and so can that, and we're actually done. That's it. Save that, and we can actually close that page down now. We don't need that. So now this should return the artist. All right. So now to test it out, we need to first parse the JSON data, which I forgot to do last time. So var artist equals JSON.parse, and then put the value that's returned from this. And the return data is called just data. So put data in here. So JSON.parse data, and then we can just, if you want to see if it works, we can just console.log artist.name like that. And let's see if that works. So refresh this page. And the artist of November is Homer apparently. So let's see if that's right. So find November, which is here, and the artist is number 4. So let's go to our artist table, and number 4 is Homer. So this is right, it works. Now all we need to do is put the artist name into there. So go back to here, really simple, same way we did with this. Copy and paste that if you want to. Copy and paste that into here, replace that console.log, we don't need that anymore. And this isn't going to be track name span, it's going to be, let's just see, it's going to be artist name span. So we can get rid of this, we only put that in there while we were creating it. So artist name span. So this will be artist name span, and this will be track, it won't be track that title, it will be artist dot name, like that. And then hopefully, when we refresh this page now, you'll see Bart Simpson ukulele. So you see the name of the song as well as the artist name now. Simple. And then we also want to do the same thing for the album so that we can use the album artwork. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that our artist name is being updated on the now playing bar as well as the song name, we now want to get the album and put the album artwork there. So we're going to do pretty much exactly the same thing as we did for the artist, but for the album. So copy and paste the artist one and paste it there. And this one doesn't need to go inside of the return function of the getArtist JSON, because we don't need to use anything returned from that to get the album name. When we retrieve the song, we have to put the getArtist JSON inside of the function that is returned when we get the song, because we need to use the artist ID, which is returned from here, to get the artist. So we have to do it inside the return part. So we just need to make sure that this getArtist JSON is inside of this block here, which belongs to the getSong success function. So if you just put it underneath what we did before for the getArtist, you'll be fine. So we're going to change this to getAlbum JSON. So getAlbum JSON. This isn't going to be artist ID, it's going to be album ID. This isn't going to be track.artist, it'll be track.album, because that matches the column name we have in the songs table. Remember, it's album. So track.album, and then function data is fine. So let's go and create this page now, getAlbum JSON. So create a new file, save it in the includes handlers Ajax, just like we did with the other ones. And this is just going to be getAlbum JSON, like that, .php. And you're starting to see how it's pretty much exactly the same thing every single time, and there's not much to making Ajax calls like this. So this won't be song ID, it will be album ID. This won't be song ID, it will also be album ID, and the same for this, album ID. The query is going to be select all from albums where ID equals album ID, just like that. And the rest of it stays the same. That's it. So go back to now playing bar, and inside this Ajax call here, in the return handler, this part, change this from, instead of var artist, do var album. And it's going to be JSON.parse data. Data is still the same, you see. And this isn't going to be artist name span, it's going to be, let's take a look, track name, artist name, album link. So we want album link, and then we're going to do the image though, okay? Because this is slightly different. These ones we're updating a text value, right? But this one we're not going to. We're going to add an attribute to the image tag inside there. So go ahead and remove this part, this was just a temporary URL we put in there so that we could actually see something on our page. So get rid of that. Okay, now your source should be empty. And this is the album link is the name of the class. So go back up, and this won't be artist name span. It'll be album link, and do img, and this will be attr, which means attribute. So we're adding an attribute to this, and get rid of that. And the name of the attribute we're going to update is src. Okay, and then a comma separates it, and this is the value it's going to be, and the value is just going to be album dot, and I think this is artwork path or something. Let's go back to the albums table, and you'll see artwork path. Okay, so artwork path, album dot artwork path, like that. And I don't think that's album dot artwork path, like that. Save it, and what this will do, it will go to the image and it will update this src attribute to be this value here, which is the artwork path of our song. Let's go refresh the page and see if that worked. And you can see it does it. So if I refresh the page again, it should be a different song. And you can see the album artwork has been updated now. Don't worry that we're seeing a blank part first. We can fix that later. But for now, that's a pretty good start. So the artist name, the song name, and the album artwork are all being updated. And you can just see Tomorrow right here matches this album. Perfect, that's all there is to it. So we have now a fully updating now playing bar that reflects the song that is currently playing. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that our bar is looking a lot better, we're updating these values when a new song is played. What we're going to do now is update the play count whenever a new song is played. So you'll see we have a play count in the songs table. We have plays right here for each song. We're going to increase that by 1 every time it's played. So we're going to do this using Ajax again, because if you remember, this is JavaScript, right? And I've said before, we can't call JavaScript from here. We can echo values, but we can't call some JavaScript that performs some action. Okay, that's because, like I said before, PHP is executed as soon as the page loads, right? You can't execute PHP when the page is already loaded. And I'm saying that over and over again, so if you understand it, just bear with me on that. The reason I'm saying it again, I keep repeating it, is because it took me a long time to understand that concept fully. So just for those who don't really understand it yet, just know that PHP is executed before the page is even loaded completely, okay? So we're going to use an Ajax call to update the song count. And the Ajax call is going to be even simpler than this one here. It's going to be even simpler because we're not going to return anything like we do in these Ajax calls, all right? So in the play song function, we want to only update the play count if the time is 0. So if the current time of the song, so if it's at 0, then we want to update the play count because obviously it's a new song being played. The reason we need to check that is because if this play song function is called every time we press this button here, right? And if I pause the song and play it again, we don't want to increase the play count because it's still the same play for me. We only want to do it one time. So we only want to increase it if this song is called when the time is 0. So that's really simple to do. If I just do this real quick, and just to show you, you don't have to copy this down, but console.log audio element, right? I'll refresh the page, and when I open the console, you should see, there we go. So I press play, and now this function was called. And you'll see the audio item inside of our object, which is, again, this part right here, this audio variable, okay? Inside that, we have this time property right here. So this current time property keeps track of, like the name suggests, the current time. So we only want to update it if the current time is 0. So go back to your now playing bar in the play song. We're only going to update if audio element.audio.current time is 0. So if audio element dot audio dot current time equals 0, then console dot log update time, just so we know that it's doing it, and just so we can see what's going on. Else console.log don't update time, like that, just so you can see. And before I show you this, we need to change this part up here in the set track function. Instead of playing it through the audio element.play, we need to play it through this function so that it calls as code. So instead of doing audio element.play, just call the play song function, which does the same thing in the sense that it plays a song, but this one will do this code as well. So now when I refresh the page, you'll see update time. Okay, that means that at that point the current time was 0, and I've got this muted, it is playing. But if I pause this now, when I press this play button again, you'll see don't update time, because at the moment the current time is not 0. Okay, same again. So we'll only update time when the song is brand new, if it's just being played. So in here, we don't need that anymore. We don't need the else block, and we don't need this console.log. That was just so you could see what was going on. Create a new file, and it's going to be our Ajax page. So save it in the includes, handlers, Ajax, just like we did with these ones. And this is just going to be update plays.php. Update plays.php. And like I said, this is going to be a much simpler version of this Ajax than these ones are. But copy and paste from any one of these pages, get album, get song, or whatever, and paste it in the update plays page like that. And all we're going to do in here is check if song ID is set. And if it is, we'll create a song ID variable, which is song ID. And we don't need these two lines that handle outputting something, because there's nothing to output. And this query is going to change slightly. It's going to be update songs set plays equal to plays plus 1, where ID equals song ID. Alright, that's simple. That's all we need to do. We don't have to return anything. This is done. So it's updating the songs table, setting plays equal to whatever the current plays value is plus 1, where the ID of that row equals song ID. And that's it, really. So let's test this out. So we'll go back to here, and inside here we're just going to make our Ajax call, and it's going to be very similar to what we do up there, except a little bit simpler. It's just going to be same as before, post. Inside there, the first parameter is this URL, so includes / handlers / Ajax like this, and the page is going to be update plays.php, and the second parameter is the data we're passing into it, and then it's just song ID, and that's going to be the ID of the song. But we don't actually know that yet, because this function doesn't know what the ID is. We're not passing it in. Okay, so we'll come back to this part here. Right, we'll come back to that. So just put a semicolon on the end of that. So let's handle keeping track of which song is currently playing. And it's really simple. Go back to your script.js. So script.js, and inside of the audio class, we have this currently playing variable up here. And this keeps track of the song which is currently playing. So we want to save the track that's currently playing every time we set a track, right? At the moment, our set track function takes a source, which is the source of the music file itself. We're going to change this slightly. We're going to pass in a track to this. Instead of passing in the source of the music file, we're going to pass in our track JSON object, which contains our source, our name, all the things we return from our get song JSON right here. So it's got track.title and things like that. So that's what we're going to pass in instead. So this track parameter is going to keep track of the current playing song. So this track parameter is going to contain all our song values. So this will now be, instead of source, it'll be track.path like this. Because remember, path is the name of in the database. In the songs table, we have this, which is the path of the music file. So that will be track.path. But inside there, just above that, we'll just say this dot currently playing equals track, like that. And now we keep track of the song that's currently playing every time we set the track. So when we set the next track, this will be overwritten, and currently playing will now reflect the new track. And now that we have that, it's really simple to do. We need to first make sure we pass in the correct value. So instead of passing in set track this way, we're going to do just like that. Get rid of the dot path and just pass in track. So it was like this, it was track.path, get rid of the dot path, just passing in track now. And that means that down here, for where the song ID is, we can just say audio element dot currently playing dot ID, and the ID, it reflects this ID column, and that's it. Audio element dot currently playing is a song that's currently playing, and ID is the ID of that. That's it. It will now update the play value for that song. If we've done it right, that is, and there's no errors. Let's go see. So refresh the page. Happy Rock is the song. Let's go see if that updated. So Happy Rock, refresh this table, and Happy Rock should now have 1, which it does. So if I pause and play this, it should not update to 2. So play it. The function was called. I refresh this table, it should still be 1, which it is. Now if I refresh the page, we'll try it again with a different song. Little Idea. Let's refresh the page. Little Idea should now have 1 for plays, which it does right there. So our songs now update their play count when the song's played for the first time. Hey guys, welcome back. Now I think it's time we started on this progress bar along the bottom here. So go back to our now playing bar.php, and actually no, go back to script.js. Okay, in this audio file right here, script.js. And we're going to add some things called event listeners in here. And what event listeners do, from the name you might be able to tell, they just listen for events. So I'm not going to explain that now, that'll make sense as we do this. So we'll start with one called canPlay, the canPlay event. So we're going to say this dot audio dot add event listener, and add event listener is a JavaScript built-in thing for adding events. So add event listener. And the event we're going to listen for is canPlay, all lowercase, canPlay. And this is something that the audio object has. Okay, these audio elements that are created here has a canPlay event. Alright, so we're listening for the canPlay event, and then we're going to do this. So function, and put your curly braces in too, and just put a semicolon there. And this means that when this event fires, it's going to do this. Alright, and all we're going to do is just one line. We're just going to update this time remaining value here. Alright, so let's go and find out what that's called. In the now playing bar, scroll down to here. Progress time remaining. This span has 2 classes, progress time and remaining. So copy those 2, and then go back to script.js, and inside here, we're going to create our jQuery object, so $, then parentheses, and inside there, we're going to put the class, so dot, and then paste those 2, progress time, and then get rid of the space between those 2, so progress time dot remaining. Okay, so the item with the class progress time and also the class remaining. And then all we're going to do is just say dot text, and inside there, just put this dot duration. And the reason we're saying this dot duration is because while inside of here, the word this refers to the object which this event was called on. Okay, so I'll explain that again. This refers to the object that the event was called on. So this event was called on the audio object because we added the event listener to the audio object, right? So that means that this refers to the audio object, again, because that's the object that the event was added to. This dot duration is the same as outside of here if we said this dot audio dot duration, because this refers to the audio object, alright? Outside of here, like in this, for example, this refers to the instance of the class, so we have to do this dot audio, okay? So give that a save, and you should see as soon as this audio object becomes able to play a song, that's what this canPlay thing means. It means when it's able to play a song, it's going to do this, which is update the time value. So let's just test that out. And you'll see here, it's done it. So 124 seconds, 0.943673. So obviously this isn't looking good. We have to format that, but that's working. That is the number of seconds of this track. Hey guys, welcome back. So obviously this isn't looking good. We have to format that, but that's working. That is the number of seconds of this track. Okay, so go back to here, And we're going to write a function that's going to format this for us into a nice user-friendly way. We can just create a function above there, function format time. So it's going to format it into a user-friendly format. So it's going to take a time variable, right? So we're going to pass our duration into this, which will be seconds. So we're going to pass this into there. So actually we can call that seconds. So it's going to take a seconds variable. And then we can say var time equals math.round seconds. Okay, so this math object is a built-in thing for JavaScript. Notice the uppercase M, it has to have an uppercase M. It just gives you a bunch of mathematical functions like square root and round, things like that. So this time now contains the rounded version of the seconds. Alright, so if it's 5.4 seconds, it'll be rounded to 5 seconds. So that's the first thing to do. Next we want to say var minutes equals time divided by 60, because we take the number of seconds divided by 60 and that will give us the number of minutes we have. But this might come out with a decimal number. For example, if I do 327 seconds divided by 60, this is going to come to 5.45 minutes, right? So this minutes will contain a decimal number. So we're going to do math.floor. And what that does is it rounds it down, okay? So if you want to make a comment there, you can. Rounds down like that. So math.floor rounds the number down, which means that this would come out to 5 minutes, because there's only 5 complete minutes in 327 seconds, okay? So now we have the number of minutes. And the last thing is var seconds equals total time minus minutes times 60, because although this is the seconds, we want to take the number of seconds that are left over after we've taken away the minutes, and we do times 60 because we're converting the minutes to seconds. You don't have to put the parentheses there, I just put that for you to see. And then let's just return the formatted version, which is going to be minutes, and then we're going to append that with a string. So we use the plus. In JavaScript we use a plus. In PHP we use the dot. Remember to append strings? Well, in JavaScript it's the plus. So semicolon plus seconds, like that. So minutes and seconds. Save that and then refresh the page and you'll hopefully see a formatted version. We didn't actually call the function yet, I just remembered. So call the format time function. So instead of doing this duration, we're going to say var duration equals format time, and then pass in this dot duration, and then in there it's just going to be duration, like that. Now refresh the page and hopefully we'll see something a little bit nicer. And there we go. I'll refresh the page again. Let's see what else we got. And again. So it converts it. And this is what I was looking for. You see here we have 8 minutes 3 seconds. When it's 8 minutes 3 seconds, it looks like this, but we need an extra 0 in there. So we want this to be 8:03, right? So we need an extra 0, okay? And that's really simple to do. So under there, we can just say var extra 0, and then you can just do an if statement if you want. If seconds is less than 10, so if it's less than 10 seconds, we need an extra 0. We can just say extra 0 equals 0, like that, as a string. And then if you want to, you can just say else extra 0 equals empty string, like that. And then all we need to do, just before seconds, extra 0, and then append that with seconds. And what this does, if we have 5 minutes 4 seconds, it will put a 0 in front, so we have that. If it's above 10 seconds, it won't do this because there's 2 digits anyway. So if it's 14 seconds, it will look like that. Okay, so let's refresh this now and see if we can find one with, there you go, 4 minutes 5 seconds. We have a 0. Okay, so it's that simple. And just a little extra, you could have done this in one line using something called conditional statements, which looks like this. You could have said var extra 0 equals seconds less than 10, and then you could have just said 0, and then that. And what that means is it's setting the value of this to be either 0 or this. It's saying if seconds is less than 10, do this one, otherwise do this one. So this will do exactly the same thing as all of that. Alright, so if you want to, you can replace that with this, which is called a conditional statement, which says if seconds are less than 10, do this, otherwise do that. And that's fine. Hey guys, welcome back. So our time remaining value is being updated when the song is first set. Now what we're going to do is make a progress bar that goes along and also reduces this each second, so you'll see how long is actually remaining. So go back to here, your script.js file, and we're going to add another event listener, just like we did here. This one's going to be this.audio.add event listener, just like above, and the event is going to be time update, all lowercase again, time update, and comma, and then the function. So what it's going to do every time this event fires is just going to be like this. So it's going to do all the code in here. What we're going to say is if this dot duration. So remember, like I said here, this refers to this audio object because that's the object that's firing this event. So if this duration, which basically just means if it has a duration, because if there's nothing there, it will turn false. The reason we're doing that is because the time is updated when the audio object is first set. So in that case, the duration will be null. So we just want to say, as long as there actually is a duration, do this, all right? So all we're going to do is call a function that we're about to write. So we're going to write a function called update time progress bar. Update time progress bar. Okay. So like I said, we haven't wrote this yet, but we're going to, and just passing this. And once more, this is this audio object, okay? So update time progress bar. Let's create that function now. So just below format time, we can say function update time progress bar, like that. And this is going to be an audio parameter. So it's going to take an audio value, which is passed in here. So it passes into here, and we're using audio to refer to it. And all we're going to do is update the values on the bar. So the first thing we're going to do is update the current time value, okay, which is this first one. So go to now playing bar.php and scroll down to here. You'll see we have a progress time current. We already used the progress time remaining in the last part. So we're now going to use the progress time current bit. So copy and paste that if you want. Go back to script.js, and inside there, $, parentheses, double quotes, remember this is our jQuery object, and do class, progress time, and get rid of that space and replace it with another dot. So progress time class and current class. So any object with both of these classes, dot text, and then all we're going to say here is format time, which is that function we created last time, which makes the time look nicer, and then inside the parentheses, we're just going to pass in audio.current time, like that. Audio.current time. And that's it. That should update the current time. So let's take a look. You can see the seconds now is updating every single time. Not bad. And we paused it and it's no longer updating. So let's go back to here and copy and paste that line below. And all we're going to do is make this reduce as the seconds increase. So this isn't going to be current, it's going to be just like here, remaining. Okay, so copy that if you want. Just put remaining, progress time, remaining, and that's it. And all we're going to do is change this value from audio.current time to audio.duration minus current time. So audio.duration minus audio.current time. So audio.duration, like the name suggests, is the total number of seconds in the song. Audio.current time is the number of seconds you've currently elapsed in the song. Okay, so if a song is 10 seconds long and you're 3 seconds into it, this would be 7 seconds. All right. So now I'll save that or refresh the page, and we'll just check that that does actually update. So that's increasing. This one's decreasing. Okay, to show the number of time left. That's simple. And the last thing to do is make this bar increase. And that's really, really easy, just 2 lines. That's all it's going to be. Var progress equals audio dot current time, so the number of seconds it's currently on, divided by audio dot duration, like this, times 100. And what this is doing, this is how you calculate a percentage. Alright, we want to know the number of seconds and what percentage that is of the total time. Okay, so if the song is 10 seconds and we're 3 seconds into it, we want to know what percentage that is of the total duration. Okay, and you times 100 to calculate the percentage. Okay, so this is just how you calculate percentages. Okay, so that's the progress. We have our percentage. This will be like 5, 10, 20, and it means percent. So the last thing to do is update that bar. So go to now playing bar.php, and it's right there, progress. So go back to script.js, and then we're going to do just something very similar to what we did up here. Create your jQuery object, so $ parentheses, in there just put progress, and then we're going to just add some CSS to it. So CSS, we can just say width, and then the value is going to be progress add percent, like this. So it's basically adding a width attribute to this, a width CSS attribute that's going to be this string here. So progress is the number, remember, and it will add a percent symbol onto it. So it'll be 50% or 60%. All right, let's take a look at that. So refresh the page, and you'll see now this increasing as a percentage of the whole song. Now I can see a problem with this. Look to your right on the volume bar, it's also increasing as you're going along. The reason for that is because both the volume bar and the progress bar use this progress class. Okay, so there's our time one, and this is our volume one. This simple way of getting rid of that is using this playback bar to reference it, because this volume bar has a volume bar one, not a playback bar class. Okay, so all we're going to do is just, instead of using .progress, we're going to do .playback bar space progress. Make sure your space is in between them. Okay, so playback bar progress. And now when I refresh the page once more, you'll see the volume bar stays where it is. Okay, look at that, not bad. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that our progress bar moves forward as the song's playing, what we're going to do now is make it so that when we click and drag on this bar, we can drag the progress. So go back to now playing bar.php and scroll up, and we're going to do it inside this document.ready part right here, underneath there, make some space so it's easier to see, and then in here, this is where the code's going to go. But the first thing we'll do is just going to make one variable inside script.js. So inside script.js we have these 2 variables at the top here. Let's just add another one called mouse down, like that, and we can just set it equal to false from the start. Okay, so mouse down is just going to keep track of whether the mouse is currently pressed or not, because remember, we only want to drag if the mouse is currently clicked, so we need to know whether they have clicked or not. Alright, in there we can just create a jQuery object with the selector of class playback bar, and playback bar is the container class for the progress bar, but we want to do the progress bar element as well, this one here. Okay, so scroll up again, so playback bar space progress bar, so playback bar, progress bar, and then this is going to be mouse down, like that, all lowercase, and then when the mouse is pressed down, function is going to do the following. Just set mouse down equal to true, like that. That's it. So when the mouse is pressed down, this code is going to execute, and it's just going to set the mouse down variable to true. Okay, great. Copy and paste that below. So copy that and paste it below. Keep this bit the same, and instead of mouse down, we're going to change this to mouse move, all lowercase again, mouse move. So when the mouse is moved, we're going to do this. But for this one, we want to put E in there for event. And what that means is if you put a variable inside the function call here, it means that it will pass whatever called it into it as well. For example, on the mouse move function, if we put E there, it's going to pass in the mouse click object. Alright, you'll see how that works now. we'll just say if mouse down, which is exactly the same as if we said if mouse down equals to true. So if you'd rather do that, you can. If mouse down is true, we want to set time of song depending on position of mouse. Alright, because this mouse move one is going to execute any time the mouse is moved within this element here. And this element here is this bar. Alright, so when the mouse is moved inside of here, so it won't do it if I move it outside. If the mouse is moved inside of there, like that, it's going to do this. And what we want to do here is calculate what percentage of the bar they've clicked on. For example, if I click right here, that's pretty much halfway, so the percentage might be like 50%, okay? And then we would take that percentage and calculate what's 50% of the total duration of the song, and we'd set the time to be that. So we're going to call a function in here that we're about to write. So just below that, for now, just write function, just outside of this document.ready part, okay? So function time from offset, because this is going to get the time of the song from the offset of the mouse. Offset means how far along it is. So we're going to calculate the time using the offset. And this is going to take a mouse variable, mouse, and it's also going to take a progress bar element. So mouse variable and a progress bar variable. So let me just show you how we're going to call this. We're going to call it like this, time from offset, and inside there we'll pass in E, which is this mouse one right here, and then also this, which is the progress bar. Remember, this refers to the object that called the event, so this is this. Alright, so time from offset. Inside there we're just going to have 3 lines of code, that's it. So var percentage equals e dot offset x. So e dot offset x, so how far along on the x it is. So if I'm here, it'll be like halfway. So e dot offset x divided by this dot width. Alright, this dot width. And this, like I said, is the element. It's not the jQuery object we're using here, it's the HTML element. And what we're doing here is creating a jQuery object with it. So we're using this part and creating a jQuery object, because this is just this part. So exactly the same as if we did that. So that's fine. This dot width, and width, like you can probably guess, returns the width of the whole element. So in this case, the width of this bar. Okay. And then just times 100. And what this is, it calculates the percentage. Remember a couple of videos ago I showed you how to calculate the percentage, exactly the same way as this. So you divide by that and then times by 100. So we now have the percentage of the click in relation to the bar. And you just want to do var seconds equals audio element dot audio dot duration. So audio element dot audio dot duration times percentage divided by 100, like that. So percentage divided by 100, and what that's doing is it's taking a percentage. So if this is 50%, it's setting the number of seconds to be 50% of the total duration. Obviously I know we're times it by 100 there, and then there we immediately divide by 100, but I'm keeping that in there just so it's clear to see that that's what we're doing. We're getting the percentage, and then here we divide by 100 so that it's less than 0. Last thing to do is just audio element dot set time, which is a function we haven't wrote yet, and then pass in seconds into that. And it's a really simple function, just one line. Just go back to here, let's say set time. So inside script.js in the audio class, just write this dot set time equals function, and it's going to take a seconds parameter. So inside this function, seconds, like that, and then just one line, this dot audio dot current time equals seconds, which is setting the current time to be the number of seconds that were passed in, and that's it. So that's it. That sets the time now. And then there's just one more thing to do. Copy and paste that below. And the last one just going to be mouse up. Keep that part the same. It's mouse up, and then we don't need this if statement, so we just need this line here. So take that and delete the rest and just paste that in there. So no if statement in this one. Time from offset. Because we know that if the mouse is coming up inside here, that's fine. That's what we want. Okay, so save that, and now we can test it out. So refresh the page. Okay, the song started playing. If I drag here, you should hopefully see some progress. Which we're not. Let me just refresh the page. Let me just inspect element, not refresh the page. So I'll go to console, and I can see a bunch of errors I'm getting. Alright, mouse down is not defined. Let's go see what that means. So, I see what I've done. I've called the variable mouse down when it should be mouse down with a capital D, because that refers to this mouse down variable up there. Alright, so just make sure that's a mouse down with an uppercase D, and same for here as well in this if statement, mouse down like that. Okay, go back and refresh the page. Okay, so we started playing, great. If I drag this now, we're still getting errors. Let's see what they are. So it's saying E is not defined. So if I click on this part right here, it should take me to that line of code. So there. I've used E. So I know the problem. I've used E, but we've called it mouse in here. So go back to here. And I use E because I'm used to using E to refer to the mouse variable. So we can just change this to mouse like that. And that should be fine now. Although I said that last time, so who knows. So refresh the page, no problems yet. Music's playing. Let's go back to the console just in case there are any errors. And I'll now click. And we're dragging. So we have a problem. I'm clicking and I've released the mouse, but it's not letting this go. And as soon as I move on to here, it thinks the mouse is still down. We didn't ever set the mouse down to be true. So pause that. Go back to here. We never set the mouse down to be false again. So we set it to be true, but at no point do we set it to be false again. So we need to create a listener on the whole document that sets the mouse down to be false. So underneath there, just write document, which is the whole page, dot mouse up like that, and then function, and like that. And just in here, just put mouse down equals false, like that. The reason we need to do it on document and not here, because if we did it like this, for example, don't copy this out. If we did that with mouse up, it would mean, like we did here, it would mean that it would only do this if we let go of the mouse while we're still hovered over this part. Whereas this will be done no matter where we let go of the mouse. Alright, so save that, and hopefully we'll see something a bit better. Refresh the page. So I'll drag this now. It's moving the percentage. I've let go of the mouse, and it's fine. But the problem is, the mouse drag isn't staying in time with where my mouse is. So you can see the bar isn't moving along with my mouse correctly. If I click and drag from here, it moves on a weird pace. And I know why. Similar sort of situation, I didn't use the parameter we passed in. So we passed in this right here, but I use this like this. It should be progress bar that goes in there. Set progress bar in there, and now it'll work now, 100%. I'll click and drag, and it moves along with my mouse. If I click, so I'm not dragging, I'm just clicking, it works. Back to the start, or I can drag, or I can go back. Perfect. And you'll notice that sometimes it will click and highlight the text, but we can fix that soon. Alright, in the next video we'll fix that. But not a bad implementation. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we can drag on this progress bar, let's get the volume bar set up so that we can drag and change the volume. After that, we'll come back and prevent this stuff from highlighting when you drag. Okay, so first, let's do the volume bar. So the volume bar is actually very similar to this. So we're actually going to copy all of these three, the mouse down, the mouse move, and the mouse up. Copy all of those and paste them below. Alright, so I'll paste them in there and change playback bar to volume bar, I believe. Let's just scroll down and check. So I think it's playback bar, volume bar right here. So volume bar, change it to that. So playback bar, the bottom three you want, the mouse down, mouse move, and mouse up. Change this to volume bar. Okay, I'll copy that and paste it again. So volume bar, and volume bar. Okay, this one can stay the same. Mouse down equals true, that's fine. This one, mouse move, can stay with this part. The if statement's the same, but this part's going to be different. Okay, slightly different. We're not going to call a function. Let's just say var percentage equals e dot offset x. Remember, e comes from this parameter right here. And then we'll just say divided by $, parentheses, which is our jQuery object, and then just pass in this like that. And this is this right here. So this dot width like that. And so we're calculating the percentage, but we're not multiplying by 100 like we did before. So it's actually going to be a decimal percentage. So it'll be between 0 and 1. And in here, all we're going to do is say audio element dot audio dot volume like that. Audio element dot audio dot volume equals percentage like that. And then copy and paste those two lines, and then put it into the volume bar mouse up one as well like that. And this should work now. So let me refresh the page. So we have a song playing, okay, and let's do the volume. So obviously you can't see the bar yet because we haven't implemented it. But I'm clicking and dragging, and you can hear it getting more and more. Alright, let me just inspect element, make sure we're not getting any errors. So go to your console, and I'm getting a bunch of errors here saying that the volume property is outside the range 0 and 1. So volume takes a value between 0 and 1, and if we drag and go past that in either direction, we're going to get a value less or greater than 1. So an easy way to fix that is just, before we do this stuff here, just check that it's between 0 and 1. So if percentage is greater than or equal to 0 and percentage is less than or equal to 1, then we'll do that. And then copy and paste those two into there. And actually we don't want to do this line. This percentage one needs to go outside. Alright, so like this. So percentage, this calculation is outside the if statement, and then inside the if statement we're saying if it's between 1 and 0, then we'll set the volume to be that. Okay? Simple. And then we'll copy and paste that and just replace the code below with that same code there. Okay, and I'll highlight that and shift tab to move them over. Okay, perfect. So now we shouldn't get those errors. Let's just check. Like I said, you can't see us dragging. We haven't implemented that part yet, but we will. So I'm clicking on dragging, and you can see it gets to there. The volume's low. I can move it high. Alright, easy, and no more errors, even if we go past it. Nice, good job guys. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have our volume bar working, it's time to actually make it so we can see our progress as we're dragging. Because at the moment we don't know how far along the bar we actually have the volume set to. So it's really simple. It's very similar to what we did with the progress bar. Go back to script.js, and then you'll notice we have this update time progress bar. Now we're going to create another one called update volume progress bar, which is actually a lot shorter than this. It's just 2 lines. So function update volume progress bar like that, and it's going to take an audio element just like the one above does, and it's going to be very similar to these two. So copy and paste these 2 lines here from the update time progress bar, those bottom 2 lines, copy that, paste it below, and the progress we can rename to volume like that, and volume equals audio dot volume, and we don't need to divide it, we just want to do times 100, because audio dot volume is a decimal number between 0 and 1, and then we times it by 100 to get the percent. So if it's 0.9, we times by 100 to get 90, and that's 90%. So that's fine, volume. Change this to volume here, and then finally, instead of doing playback bar progress, do volume bar progress. Okay, and that's actually it. all we need to do now is call it when the volume is changed. So scroll down, and then underneath time update, we'll just add a new event handler, this dot audio dot add event listener again. This one's going to be volume change. Alright, volume change is an event on the audio element. And then on volume change, we're going to do this bit of code. So function with your curly braces like that, and put your semicolon on 2. And then all we're going to do is just update volume progress bar and pass this into that. Because this, like I said before, every time we do this is the audio element. Alright, so all we do is call, make sure you spell that right, update volume progress bar, like that. So update volume progress bar and pass in the audio element. And that should be it. Let's just check. So refresh the page and then click on this now, and it's not working. Let me just pause that. Let's check we don't have any errors in the console. So inspect element, go to console, and we do. So update volume progress bar is not defined. Maybe I got the name of the function wrong. Update volume progress bar. Yeah, so I spelled it wrong there too. So make sure you spell it right. Refresh the page, and now you can see the volume bar now. The only issue is, by default, when the page loads, it should be set to 1, which means it should be there. We just aren't updating this as soon as the song starts playing. But that's really easy to do. All we need to do is just call this update volume progress bar when the can play event fires. Remember, can play means it's finally able to play a song. So let's paste that underneath here in the can play function. And now when I refresh this page, hopefully you'll see a volume bit on the side. But actually we probably don't want to do it on can play because you'll see it has to appear. So let's not do it there. We can copy that and we can just put it in the document.ready. So in the now playing bar, scroll up, we have this document.ready, which remember, like I said, is when the page loads. So paste that underneath at the top there. So update volume progress bar, and we can just, instead of passing in this, we just pass in audio element dot audio, and that's it. Now when I refresh the page, it should have full width, which it does. And now I can just change it. Okay. This would be fine for us, because even if later we try and store the value, let's say we save their volume preference, as soon as the page loads, we need to set it anyway, and then this will change because the volume change event will be fired. So that's fine. So I think that's a good solution. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we can actually see our volume when we move along the progress bar, the next thing we're going to do is prevent the highlight that happens when you drag along here. See, the buttons have been highlighted, and that's pretty easy to do. There's really not much to it. I know I seem to say that about a lot of things, but a lot of things is generally true. They're not as difficult as you might think. At the top, underneath these parts here, so right here, we're just going to say $, parentheses, double quotes. So we're creating another jQuery object, and now playing bar container. So the element with the ID, the pound symbol, or the hashtag to most of you, the pound symbol, so the ID, now playing bar container, which is, if I scroll down, the whole container to our now playing bar. So this whole thing, the container, has the ID now playing bar. So we're saying that now playing bar container dot on, and inside there we're going to say mouse down space touch start space mouse move, and then touch move. So mouse down, touch start, mouse move, and touch move. And what this is doing, it's saying that on any of these events, we're going to do this code. So we're going to do this code block here. Alright, and all we're going to put in there is one line. It's just e.prevent default, like that. And the E needs to be inside here. Don't forget to put E inside this function part here. So e.prevent defaults. And what e.prevent defaults means is it prevents the default behavior for that event. Okay, so on a click, it would prevent the behavior that leads to the highlight when you drag. If you use e.prevent defaults on a hyperlink, it would prevent you going to the hyperlink. So e.prevent defaults just means don't do your normal behavior. So it just stops it right here. And this part along here is exactly the same as if we did it like this. So we could, don't copy this part out, let me just show you. We could do exactly what we did down here. We could use, instead of that, we could just have mouse down like this, but then we'd also need to copy and paste that for touch start, and then we need to copy and paste it again for mouse move like this, and it'd be exactly the same thing, all with e.prevent defaults, but you can just space them out like this. Okay, so we're saying on any one of these events, do this. And now, if I refresh the page, so actually I haven't refreshed the page yet, just to remind you what it was like. It used to be like this, where if I drag, it will highlight. But if I refresh the page now, it should, if I've done it correctly, not highlight. So it still did it. Let me just try again. So it's still doing it. Let me just check the console for any errors. So I'll inspect, go to console, and we have errors, which explains that. So I already know what it is just for looking at that error. It's meant to be prevent default, not prevent defaults. So get rid of the S on the end. So just e.prevent default. So refresh that page now, and hopefully when I drag this, you won't see any errors, any highlights, sorry, and you don't. So now I'm dragging and there's no highlight. Same for the volume bar, and it's good. Hey guys, welcome back. So what we're going to do now is make this next song button work, or this skip song, whatever you want to call it. Alright, so what you need to remember is the fact that we have a playlist in the background. So right at the start of now playing bar.php, we go to the database and choose 10 random songs, and we use that for our current playlist. Right, so right when the page loads, we have a playlist of 10 random songs. And if you look at how we create that playlist, we just use the ID. So this current playlist contains an array of IDs. Just to show you, don't copy this out, I'll just do console.log, and I'll just put current playlist in there, and you'll see when the page loads. Let me just inspect element. You'll see in the console an array of 10 items, and these are the IDs. So the 0th item is 1, the first item in the array has the ID of 17. So these are all the IDs of the songs we're going to be playing. So a random 10 song playlist. What we need to do is create a variable that keeps track of which song we're currently on, what the current index is. For example, if we start at the beginning, current index was 0. If I skip to the next song, the current index should be 1. Current index after that would be 2. Alright, so go back to script.js. At the top here, we're going to make a current index variable. So var current index, and then just set that to 0 to start off with. So current index equals 0. Now go back to your now playing bar, and then I'll get rid of this console.log. We don't need that anymore. And then scroll down, go to the set track function, and then right at the top of there, we're just going to set current index equal to current playlist dot index of, which is a built-in function which returns the index of an item we specify, track ID. So what we're doing is we're saying the current playlist, which in this example is this, and we're taking the track ID that was passed in, and we're saying the current index is the index of the track ID that we're using. So for example, if we try and play the song with the ID of 30, we would pass 30 into this as a track ID, and it would say the current index variable is set to the track ID, which is 30, index of that in this playlist. So the current index in this case would be number 6. 6 is the index of the ID 30. So every time we set a track, we update the current index. That's it. And why do we do that? Well, you'll see now. We're going to create our next song function. So anywhere above that, here's fine. Say function next song, like that. Set your curly brace there. And then in there, we're just going to say if current index is equal to current playlist dot length, minus 1. And what that means is if the current index is at the last element of the array, because remember the current index is 0 based, so the first index is actually 0, second one is 1, third one is 2, so it's 0 based, it's not 1 based. The first one isn't 1, the first one's 0. That's why we have to take away 1 right here. So current places.length would return 10, because our current place is 10 items long. So we take away 1 because 9 is the last index of that array. So if current index is 9, we know we're at the last element in the array, so we need to set it back to 0. We can just say current index equals 0. We want to go back to the start, because if we increase it by 1, we'll go to the index of 10, which this array doesn't have, and that will lead to an index out of bounds exception. So if it's on the last element, we don't increase by 1, we set it back to 0. Okay? Otherwise, we just say current index plus plus, or you can just say current index equals current index plus 1. It's exactly the same thing. So that is exactly the same as that. Alright, so just increase the current index by 1. And then all we need to do is get the song to play. So var track to play equals current playlist at position current index, like that. So this is saying use a current playlist and get the item at this number index. So if this is number 1, it would go and get this one. Alright. So this now contains the ID of the track to play, and then all we have to do is say set track, and remember this function here, which takes a parameter of track ID, which is just track to play, the new playlist, which is just current playlist, like that, and then whether to play it automatically or not, and we will say true, like that. And that's it for next song. That should work now. All we have to do is hook it up to the button, and it should work. But before we do that, let's just check it in the console. So I'll refresh that. So we have music playing. Now let me type in here next song. So I'm calling this function from the console. Okay. So next song should change the song, and it does. I'll try it again. So I'll press the up arrow on the console, and I can go back through things I've typed before. So I'll type next song again, and it changes song. And if I keep doing this, it should go back to what it was before. So keep doing it, because only 10 songs. Yeah. So this is where we started with tenderness. So you can see when I did 10 of them, it went back to the start. So our playlist is looped when it got to the end. Good job. Hey guys, welcome back. So now we're going to hook up this next song function to our button. So scroll down the now playing bar, go and find our next button, or our skip, whatever you call it, next right here, and just add on click, all lowercase, equals, and just put next song, like that. So now this should call the next song function every time this button's pressed. Let's check it out. So refresh this, and it does. So you can go all the way through. So that's really easy. So what we're going to do now is implement some repeat functionality. So this is actually really simple. I know I'm saying that every single time, but go back to script.js, and at the top where we have our variables, just make one called var repeat and set it to false. Alright, var repeat equals false. And what we're going to do with this is basically, if repeat is true, we'll obviously repeat the same song. And all you need to do is in the next song function, right at the start, just say if repeat equals true, like that. We don't want to change song. All we're going to do is set audio element dot set time 0. Because remember, set time is the function we created in our audio class, which just sets the current time of the song. Okay, so we set the time back to 0, and then play song, like that. Play song, and then return. Okay, so set the time back to 0, play the song, and return. And the reason we're calling play song is because I forgot to actually pause the song in here. Before we change song, what we should do is actually pause the song, like that. So pause song. And I just realized these don't actually need to be inside there. So copy and paste both of those and move them outside of this Ajax block right here. It doesn't matter too much, it would still work, but it doesn't need to be. We can leave it outside. Okay, so just put those two at the top of the set track function. Okay, so save that and refresh the page, and you should really see a change. So I'll skip song. Yeah. So you won't see a difference there, but it's just a good thing to have. But to test out that repeat functionality, if I go back to the console and say repeat equals true, and now try and skip song, it just sets it back to 0. Okay, it just sets the time all the way back. And then if I say repeat equals false, it allows me to skip song. Okay, now all that's left to do is hook up this repeat button. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we implemented this repeat functionality, but what we need to do now is hook it up to the button so we can actually change it to be true or false, because at the moment we can't do that. So let's create a function below called set repeat, like this. So set repeat, and then inside there it's just 3 lines. All we're going to do is say repeat, which remember is from script.js, this one here. It's either going to be true or false, equals not repeat. So the exclamation point means not, and we're just saying repeat equals whatever repeat is not. So if repeat is true currently, not true is false. If repeat is false, not false is true. It's just a short way of saying this. If repeat equals true, repeat equals false, and then the same for the else. It's just a short way of doing this. So you can do that if you'd prefer. If you're just getting used to this, you can do this. It'd be exactly the same. But repeat equals not repeat is just a shorter way of doing it, really. So next thing is var image name equals repeat, and then we're going to do repeat active.png, and this is the icon from assets, images, icons, repeat active. This is this one. So we have two. We have this one and we have this one. One's green and one's grey. So if repeat is true, so we do want it to repeat, the image we want to use is repeat active, the green one. Otherwise, use just repeat.png, which is the grey one. And again, I did explain these conditional statements last time, but this is just a short way of writing if image name equals repeat, do this, otherwise do this. It's just a short if else. Okay, so if you'd rather write this as an if else, that's fine, but this is just a one-line way of doing it. Again, the last thing is just update the image. So $, parentheses, double quotes, inside double quotes do control button dot repeat space img, and this control button repeat is this item down here for our repeat button. Control button repeat, the element with both of these classes, and then we're accessing the image element right here. So scroll up. So right there, we're just going to say .attr for attribute. We've used this before, attribute, and src is just going to be assets slash images slash icons slash, and then append the image name onto there. So that's it now. All we have to do with that is just put it in an on click on the repeat button. So go find your repeat button right here. Just say on the button part, not the image, on the button, on click equals set repeat, like that. Okay, now save that, and you should see the repeat change color depending whether it's true or false. Okay, so if I try and skip this now, this song should just go back to the start, which it does. If I turn this off, it goes back to grey, and if I skip now, it should go to the next song, which again it does. And now repeat, and then try and skip song, just goes back to the start. Good job, guys. Hey guys, welcome back. So our repeat functionality is working, but there's one thing I did forget to do. Go back to script.js, and I realized that when a song gets to the end, right, let's just see. It doesn't do anything. It's supposed to go back to the start or go to the next song. So let's just do that. It's really easy. It just prevents it from just staying here. Okay, so we just need to make it so when the song ends, it plays the next song. And we just add an event listener, so we can add it at the top here, the very first one if you want to. This dot audio dot add event listener, and inside there the event is ended. So when the song's ended, function, when the song's ended, we're going to do this and put a semicolon on the end too. And all we're going to put in there is next song, like that. And we're going to call this next song function. That's what it does. The next song function that we wrote in the now playing bar, this one. Okay, it just calls that function, and that's it. So save that, go back and refresh the page, and then if I skip to the end, it should have replayed the song, or gone to the next song, I mean. And it does. I'll do the next thing, I'll do the same thing again, so I'll skip to the end, and this should go to the next song, which it does. If I turn repeat on, it should go back to the start. And it does. Perfect. We have that all working. Hey guys, welcome back. What we're going to do now is get this previous button set up so that we can go backwards the song. Because we have the forward button, the next song button set up, but we haven't done this previous button yet. So let's go and do that now. Go to nowplayingbar.php. And we have this next song function. Let's create another one above that called previous song. So function, you can just call it prev song if you want. Prev song, previous song. And this is really simple. All we're going to do in here is just say if audio element dot audio dot current time is greater than or equal to 3. So if it's greater than or equal to 3 seconds into the song, or current index equals 0. And I'll explain this in a minute, so just follow along for now. Audio element dot set time, and just put 0 in there. So what this is doing is if the time of the song is greater than or equal to 3 seconds, that means if we're 3 seconds or more into this song, or current index is 0, we'll set the time of the song back to 0. And what that means is if we have a song that's playing and it gets to, I don't know, 13 seconds, 14 seconds, if we press previous, it will just reset this song. It doesn't go back a song, it just goes back to the start of this song. Okay? Because if you've used streaming services before, you'll notice that this is what they do. After it gets to a certain point in the song, if you press back, it will just restart that song. If you press it again, so if I press back here, it'll go back to 0, and if I immediately press it before it gets to 3 seconds, it'll go back to the previous song. Another thing though, is we have our current playlist of 10 songs in this situation. So, current playlist. So we have 10 songs in this playlist, right? If we're at element 0, okay, we're at the first song. If current index is here, and we go back a song, so we press previous, we can't go back anymore. We can't go to song -1. So we just reset the current song. So if they're already at the first song in the playlist and they press previous, we'll just go back to the start. Okay? And then all we have to do other than that is, this means that they're less than 3 seconds into the song, we can just go to the previous song. So current index equals current index -1, or current index minus, whatever you want to do. Set track, and we're going to do current playlist at position current index. So this is the ID of the song we want to use, and we've just went to the previous index, so it's the previous song. And then the new playlist, which in this case is just current playlist for now. And then true, we want it to play immediately. And that's it. Our previous song function is done. So we're going to hook that up to the button now. So copy prev song, or the name of the function, and scroll down to the previous button, which in our case is here. And then just add an on click to this button part. So on click, all lowercase, equals prev song, like that. And now, if we refresh the page, should go back to the previous song. So it's more than 3 seconds in, so it should just restart this song. Okay, it does. but also we're on the first song in the playlist. So even if it's less than 3 seconds, it should still restart the song. So this goes back to the start of the song, and it just restarts it because we're on the first song in the playlist. If I skip forward though, so I'm no longer on the first song in the playlist. I press previous, goes back to the start, but if I press it again, it goes to the previous song. So next song's here, previous song, sweet. Okay, and I can keep going back until I get to the first song in the playlist, which is this one. It doesn't let me go back any further. Okay? Hey guys, welcome back. So what I'm going to do now is get this mute button set up, because at the moment we can do the volume, and that's fine, but I forgot to do the mute button. So when you click on this, it should mute the song. If you look at my actual version, if I click the mute button, you see it changes the icon and the song's muted. So that's what we want to do on our implementation. So it's really, really easy, much like all the other things we seem to be doing so far. Go back to now playing bar, and all we're going to do is create a function called set mute. And it's pretty much exactly the same as how we did the set repeat one. So if you want, you can copy and paste the set repeat function that we did, change it to set mute, like that. And then we don't use this repeat. We're going to do something very similar to this, but using audio element.audio.muted. So audio element dot audio dot muted. This returns true or false as to whether the song has been muted. So we can just say equals not audio element dot audio dot muted. And this is exactly how we did this up here. Same sort of thing. If this is true, not true means it will be false. It just swaps it around. So if it's false, it will become true. If it's true, it will become false. You can, of course, like I said when I did this one, you can rewrite this and use an if statement instead. So if this is true, set it to false, else set it to true. If you find that easier to see visually, that's fine too. But this does exactly the same thing. Okay. And now image name, keep this, but instead of having repeat here, we're going to use audio element.audio.muted. So if you want, you can copy that or type it out again. Replace repeat with audio element.audio.muted. So this is saying image name equals, if this is true, it will be this, otherwise it will be this. But we don't want to use these icons, we're going to use our own ones. So let's go to assets, images, icons, and we have these volume ones. So at the moment we're using this volume icon, but we have this volume mute one as well. So it's just volume-mute. So if it is muted, we're going to use this one. So this will be volume-mute. Otherwise, just use the regular one, which is volume. And this will be control button dot volume img. So the control button with also the class volume and the image element underneath that. And we're setting the source attribute to be assets, images, icons with image name, which is either going to be this or this, depending on whether it's muted or not. And then all that's left to do is just to set this on the on-click of the button. So scroll down to the mute button, which is down here, right at the very bottom, and just say on the button part, on-click equals set mute, like that, and this should work. So I'll refresh the page. Now if I press mute, it should mute the song. But notice how the song keeps playing in the background. So the song is still playing. Look down here, you can see it's still going. But if I unmute it now, it carries on where it was. So even if it's muted and I change this, you still can't hear it. But if I turn it full volume and then unmute it, you can see it takes the new volume in. Okay, so just mute or unmute. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we got this volume button set up, so when we click it, it will mute it, and also the icon changes. Let's make a start on the shuffle part now, so the shuffle action. So the first thing we're going to do is you get the button set up, because it's very similar to how we did this button here when it changes, and the same for this one. When we click it, it changes icon. We'll do exactly the same thing for here. So let's get the button set up first, and then we can move on to the logic. So in the now playing bar, go and find your set repeat and set mute functions, and just copy and paste one of them. So I'll do set mute right here. So this is going to be set shuffle, like that. So set shuffle, and then instead of using audio element.audio.muted, we're going to use another variable we create called shuffle. So let's go back to our script.js, and at the top where all our variables are, let's create one called shuffle. and just set it to false by default. So right at the start it will be false. So back to now playing bar. So instead of using audio element.audio.muted, let's use shuffle equals not shuffle, like this. Shuffle equals not shuffle. And image name, that can stay the same, but instead of using audio element.audio.muted, we're going to use shuffle, like that. So if shuffle is true, so it is shuffled, we need to use the shuffle icon, which if we go to assets, images, icons, you can see we have shuffle, which is this one, the one it is at the moment. Then we have shuffle active, which is the green one. So let's just say shuffle active.png, shuffle-active.png, and if it's not shuffled, it will just be shuffle, like that. And this won't be control button with the class volume, it will be with the class shuffle, I assume. Did we call it shuffle? Yeah, shuffle. So this one here. So go back up, and it will be control button shuffle image, and this would be the same there. We can leave that. So now all we have to do is set this up so that it executes on click of the button. So go down to our shuffle button again, and in here give the on click equals set shuffle, and that's it. Let's just go and test out if this works. Obviously it won't shuffle anything yet, but we should see the icon change. So we don't yet. Let's just check if there are any errors in the console. So I'll go to console, and you can see shuffle is not defined. Maybe we didn't save the script. No, we did. We called it shuffle. Shuffle false. So we did define shuffle, but it's saying we didn't. Maybe it's cached. So if we go back to here, and I'll refresh the cache. So as long as this developer tool window is open, I'll right click on the refresh button, empty cache, hard reload, because maybe the JavaScript file has been cached. If I press the shuffle button now, yeah, it works. So that was the problem. The script.js file was cached. Because it keeps downloading it over and over again, it cached it, which means it saves a copy locally, and it uses that file instead of taking the most recent. So it was using the file without this, so it was just cached. So if you have a problem like that, just refresh the cache. And you can see now it works. Icon setup, you can click on it, and good start. Next thing to do is the actual logic of the button. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we got the button set up so that when we press it, it'll activate shuffle and deactivate shuffle, and also change the icon, but it doesn't actually do anything to the playlist yet. So we need to randomize the playlist when they press it. So let's go back to now playing bar.php and find your set shuffle function, and underneath those lines we're going to do an if statement. So if shuffle equals true, like this. If shuffle is true, randomize playlist. Otherwise, shuffle has been deactivated, so shuffle's been turned off, so we need to go back to regular playlist. So you can see that if they shuffle it, we need to randomize a playlist, but as soon as they unshuffle it, so as soon as they turn shuffle off, we need to go back to the unshuffled playlist. So using this to demonstrate, if we have ukulele playing, the next song should be La Lounge, the next song should be Tenderness, and after that go back to the start, right? It plays in order. If we shuffle it, it should randomize the playlist, so the next song from here could be this one, and it could go back to here, then to there. It's in a random order, right? So we need to keep track of a random order, but then as soon as they unshuffle, so if I'm shuffled and I go from here to here, and then maybe to here, as soon as I press unshuffle, so I turn shuffle off, it should continue playing in order, right? So we need to keep track of two playlists, a shuffled version and an unshuffled version. So go back to script.js, at the top here, copy and paste your current playlist variable, and replace current with shuffle. So this is going to be our shuffle playlist. Okay, save that. Go back to now playing bar, and all we're going to do is randomize the playlist in here. So in the shuffle equals true part, so they've turned shuffle on, we need to randomize the playlist. And in order to shuffle the playlist, we need to actually write our own function to do that. And you can write your own, you can shuffle it in any way you want to, but the easiest way would just be to find someone's implementation online. So just go to Google and type in shuffle array JavaScript. And then I remember this link here, the second one down in my case, how can I shuffle an array? I'm going to scroll down to the top answer, and this algorithm here is actually the one I've been using. So you can just copy this function here, this shuffle function, and this will be in the course content. So if you can't find this answer for some reason, this will be in the course contents, okay? Or you can copy it out just by watching this. But let's create a shuffle array function. So let's create our function underneath. So this can be shuffle array, like that. And so just change your name, and all of this can stay exactly the same. So all this does is it just loops over and swaps all the orders around using math.random, okay? So if you pass an array into that, it will be shuffled using this function. So all we need to do in here is just say shuffle array, and then pass in our array, which is shuffle playlist, like that. So we're passing in the shuffle version of the playlist, and we're going to randomize it again. And the reason we're passing shuffle playlist in here is because when we set the track, we're going to make a copy of our current playlist and set it into shuffle playlist. So before we shuffle it, this will just contain a duplicate of our current playlist. So I'll show you what that means now. Go down to set track right here, and at the top here, right at the very top, we're just going to say if new playlist, so the playlist that was passed into it, is not equal to current playlist. That means if they've selected a new song and it came with a new playlist, then we're going to say current playlist equals new playlist, and then we just say shuffle playlist equals current playlist dot slice, and dot slice creates a copy of the array. So we couldn't just set this to be new playlist as well, like that, because these would now point to the exact same array. So if we delete an item from this or shuffle it, it'll be shuffled here as well. So we have to use this current playlist dot slice, and what this does is it returns a copy of the array. Okay. So these now point to two separate arrays that are identical. The two are exactly the same. So if we shuffle this version will not be shuffled, which we need to do so that we can go back to the non-shuffled version at any time. And the last thing to do is just to shuffle that. So shuffle array, our function we just made, and pass in shuffle playlist. So what this is doing is when we set a song, if it's a different playlist, we set the current playlist to be this new playlist, and then shuffle playlist is also that playlist, but it's a copy. It's what this does, returns a copy, and then we shuffle it. And by shuffling this one, it doesn't affect the current one, which means we can go back to the non-shuffled version anytime. So the reason we have this new playlist variable is because if we go back to our website, if we play from here, right, if I press play, this should be the playlist, right? I press next, it should go to here, it should go to here. But if I then go back to a different album, so the playlist is still here, this is still playing. Okay, if I go back to here and press next, it should remember the order of the playlist it was in a minute ago and keep playing that. If I click on this now, if I still haven't pressed the song, the other playlist should still be there. But if I press play in here, this is now the playlist. Because if I play this song, then when I press next, it should go to this one, right? So this is the new playlist. That's why we have the new playlist variable. So there we go. It's a good start on our shuffle implementation. There's actually not a whole lot left to do, but what we've done today can be quite confusing. It can be a lot to take in. So if you do need help or have any questions, just let me know. I'll help you out. I'll explain things to you if you need me to. If you need me to go over anything we've done today. And then the next video, we'll finish this off. Like I said, there's actually not a whole lot left to do. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we started implementing our shuffle logic, and we made it so that when we press the shuffle button, it will randomize our shuffle array. Because remember, we have to keep track of two separate arrays. One for the currently unshuffled playlist, and one for the randomized playlist. We need to keep two so that we can go back and forth between shuffle and non-shuffle as they deactivate and activate the shuffle. So we'll continue with this now, and we're going to do one more thing in this set track function, and it's to do with this line here. This line can stay, but we're going to add an if statement above it. So if shuffle equals true, like that, so if shuffle is turned on, we want to do exactly the same as this, but take the track not from current playlist, but shuffle playlist. Okay, so we're setting the index, the current index, to be wherever this track is inside of the shuffle playlist if the shuffle is activated. If it's not activated, so shuffle is not on, we just want to do this inside there. So put that inside the else block. And that's it for that. This function's done now. So scroll up to our set shuffle function again. And you look at this, when we press the shuffle button, we shuffle the shuffle playlist, right? So we randomize the shuffle playlist. The problem is at the moment, when the page is first loaded, the shuffle playlist won't contain anything, so we won't actually be able to shuffle anything. And the reason for that is because right at the start, right at the top of this page, we create our playlist with PHP using 10 random songs, and then we say current playlist equals this playlist, right? And then we pass the current playlist into this set track function. And this set track function will only give a value to the shuffle playlist if the current playlist is different to the playlist that was passed in. And in the case of us above, the current playlist, which is set right there, is exactly the same as the one being passed in. So the shuffle playlist will never be set. So what we need to do to make sure this actually executes the first time and gives the shuffle playlist its value, we need to go up to the top here. Instead of doing current playlist like this, we can say var new playlist. This is the new playlist, and then pass that into there like that. And the reason we're doing that is because inside of this, since when the page first loads, current playlist doesn't even have a value yet, this new playlist that's passed in will be different to the current playlist. So this will execute and the current playlist will get a value, and then so will the shuffle playlist. So that will get rid of that problem, so that's fine. Now back up in the set shuffle function, we're going to do one more line in this if statement part right here. We're going to say current index equals shuffle playlist dot index of, and it's going to be audio element dot currently playing, so the currently playing track ID. We're saying when the shuffle is turned on, set the current playlist to be wherever this currently playing song is in the shuffle array. That we're doing that so that when they press next, it won't be the same song again. For example, let me just open a text edit for you. It's a blank text editor, and I'll try and demonstrate this. So we have, I'll increase the font again. So we have a playlist. Let's say we have song A, song B, and song C. Right, this is our playlist, 3 songs. Now the song B is currently playing, right? So the song B is playing right now. When we press shuffle, it will randomize this, right? So in this example, currently playing is B, so it means the current index is 1, 0, 1, 2. So the current index is 1, yeah? So current index equals 1. If we shuffle this, and it happens to be that the shuffle produces this playlist, C, A, B, current index is still 1, and when we press next song, it will just do the current index plus 1, which will take us to B again, which would mean that the same song is played twice in a row. So what we do is when we shuffle it, so this is the new shuffled version, we set the current index to be wherever the currently playing song is in here. So in this case, the current index would now be 2, like that. Okay, so that when we press next song, this would go back to the start, it'd be 0, and it wouldn't ever play the same song twice. So all that's left to do in this else block is just to take this part here, copy and paste it below, and then change this to currently playing index of. So if shuffle was turned off, we just set the current index to be wherever the currently playing song is from the ordered playlist. That means that when they turn it off, we go back to this playlist, and we set the currently playing song, which is this, to be the index, so the index becomes 1 again, and we just carry on where we left off. Now there's one more thing left to do, and it's in our next song function. So where is that next song? It's here. Next song function, it's just changed this part right here. So this var track to play, we're going to change that to equal shuffle, okay, question mark, shuffle playlist at position current index, colon, current playlist current index. So we're saying track to play is going to be, if shuffle's true, this. If shuffle is false, it'll be this. Alright, so what we're doing is we're basically saying the next track is going to come from the shuffle playlist if shuffle is on, otherwise it'll come from the current playlist if shuffle's off. And that's it. So now we can go and test this out. So refresh the page, and I'll open up the inspector to make sure we have no errors. So we have an error right here. unexpected end JSON input. Let's go back and check our code. I think it will come from this top part. We did right here. Yeah, it was. It is come from this part. So right at the top we said new playlist and then new playlist there, but then we've said that the first track, the track we're going to pass in to play, comes from current playlist, which doesn't have a value yet. So just change current playlist here with new playlist like that, and that should make the problem go away. Okay, so the first song, Little Idea. I'm just writing this down so you can see. Next song, Better Days, and then Buddy. So ignore that error. Ignore that error. So Little Idea, Better Days, and Buddy are the first three songs. We'll use these to see if the shuffle function has worked. So if I skip through this, get back to Little Idea. So Little Idea goes to Better Days, goes to Buddy. So we know this order is the same. If I shuffle this now, in fact, I'll go back around to Little Idea. Go back around to Little Idea. Here. If I press shuffle now, the next song should not be Better Days. Well, it could be, I suppose, but it's unlikely to be. So Ukulele is the next song. And Extreme Action. So it went Ukulele, Extreme Action. So when we go back to Little Idea again, it's still on the shuffle playlist, so the next song should be Ukulele. And then the action, I think it was Extreme Action, yeah. So it's still on the shuffle playlist. If I go back to, if I disable this now, we're getting an error. Currently playing is not defined. Let me just click on this on the right here, and it'll take me to the line. Currently playing.id. This is the wrong thing. It shouldn't be currently playing. This should be current playlist. So go back to now playing.php, and this shouldn't be currently playing. It should be current playlist. All right. So current index equals current playlist.index of. All right. Go back to here. Refresh the page. Now we're gonna just make sure the order's the same. I'll just do that pretty quickly. So ukulele, that'll do. Next song is gonna be Retro Soul. Retro Soul. Next song, Buddy. There's the top three. Buddy. So if it's off, go back around to the start. Ukulele. Next song, Retro Soul. Next song, Buddy. That's fine. If I change it to this now, so I've turned on shuffle. When I get back around to ukulele, next song should not be Retro Soul, and it shouldn't be next from. Actually, no, that's fine. Yeah, so that's good. That works. Now, if I disable shuffle now, when we get back round to ukulele, it should go back to this order. So I'll go back round to ukulele. Next one should be Retro Soul, which it is, and next one should be Buddy, which it is. So when we deactivate shuffle, we can see it goes back to the non-shuffled version, which is what we want. So that's it. Our shuffle function is done, and it was a lot. I know it's confusing, but if you do have any questions, you know where to find me. But it's worth just taking a look over what we've done and maybe use some console.logs in there. So if you want to print the value of a variable, you can just do console.log and maybe current playlist. So if you want to do that, maybe you could do this. You could do shuffle playlists like that, and you can print the values of the current playlist and the shuffle playlists each time you do something. So when you press next or when you press shuffle, you print out the values in the console and you can see what order it's in. You can just visually see what it's doing. But that's it. We're done with that. So good job, guys. Hey guys, welcome back. So now we have pretty much all of these buttons working. The next button works, the pause, play, the shuffle, the repeat buttons all work. So we're pretty much done with this now playing bar, other than some small things like making it so that when you click on the artist name or the album, it will take you to that page. We'll come back and do that later. But for now, what we're going to do is make it so that we can actually play a song when we click on this play button here. So when we press play on any of these songs, it will play "This is the new playlist." And that's really not difficult to do. We don't have to do a whole lot. Go back to here and open up album.php. not the class with the uppercase A, the page with the lowercase a. So album.php, because this, remember, is where we output all of these songs. And all we need to do is keep track of a temporary playlist. So when we click on a new song, remember we have in the background, we have a current playlist, right? So if I press play here and this is now playing, this is the current playlist, these 5 songs, right? We also have a shuffle playlist, which is a randomized version of this, okay? And then we also want to keep a temporary playlist. And the reason we want to do that is because, keep in mind, this is the current playlist. If I go back to here and choose a different one, the current playlist is still that other album with 5 songs. So that's still the current playlist, alright, just to be clear. This now, as soon as I press play, needs to become the playlist. So if I press play on here, the next song should be this one when I press the next button. And the next one should be there and there. So this becomes the new playlist. So we keep track of a temporary playlist variable, which becomes the current playlist when we press play on any of these. So, like I said, there's not much to do, and that will become clear to you in very shortly. So go to script.js at the top here, just add one more playlist variable underneath shuffle playlist, add temp playlist, and this will be a temporary playlist for whatever page we're on. So then go back to your album.php again now. So album.php, scroll down to underneath the for loop. So we have this for each loop here, right? Underneath that, and outside of the PHP block. So outside this PHP block, right here, we're just going to add some JavaScript. That's it. So put your script in there. Again, make sure this is outside the PHP block, and close that script off as well. So our JavaScript can go in here. And all we need to do is say var temp song IDs equals, and we're going to use this song ID array, which keeps track of the IDs of all the songs on the page. Okay, so we're going to convert that into this temp song IDs array. So temp song IDs equals PHP, so opening PHP block, and echo JSON underscore encode, which remember is how we convert something to JSON format, and then put your $song ID array in there, and then semicolon, and then close the PHP block off, and then semicolon at the end as well. And then we just need to put this inside of some quotes, so double quotes there, double quote there, and there we go. This temp song IDs array now contains all the IDs of the songs on that page. And all we're going to do is say temp playlist, which is that new one we created in just there, temp playlist, equals JSON in uppercase dot parse, and inside there just put our temp song IDs array right there. So what we've done is we've converted our PHP array into JSON format, and then we've used the JSON format one and converted it into an object that we can access. That's what this temp playlist is. So this temp playlist is exactly the same as our current playlist and shuffle playlist. We use it in the same way. It's just the temp playlist contains the songs of the page. So that's it. The only thing left to do is make it so that when we press play, we set the track using this playlist. So on the play button, let's scroll up to here. So we have this play button, play white is the icon. Make it so that when we click on this, so that on the image part, on the image, we'll say on click like that equals, we have to do single quotes instead of double quotes because we've used double quotes to open the string. So single quotes, and all we need to do in there is call our set track function, set track, and the parameters are the track to play. If you go back to our now playing bar, set track is here. So this we're calling this function takes a track ID, so the ID of the song to play, which is going to be the ID of this song, whatever song we're on. So album song get ID we want. So we need to close this string off like that, and then append it like we did before. Remember, we've appended it. We close the string off, use the dots to append the string, and inside there we put album song like that. Album song get ID, which comes from our song class, and it was I guess we didn't write that yet. We didn't write the get ID function. That's not a problem. All we need to do is just copy and paste one of these. So in the song.php class, just do get ID like that, and then change that to this ID. That's it. So we're calling this function to return the ID of the current song. Okay, and that's it. So album song get ID gives us the ID of the current song. The second parameter of this set track function, if you look here, is new playlist. So the new playlist is going to be this temporary playlist, because we're pressing play here. We want this to now be the playlist, which is what we did down here. So temp playlist, and then finally true or false as to whether we want it to play automatically or not, and we do. So just pass true in there, and that's it. That should work now. So go back to here, refresh the page, and hopefully if we press play here, it should play the song, which it doesn't. Let me just inspect element and see the console, see if we have any errors. And we are. Temp playlist is not defined. Temp playlist, did we call it that? Temp playlist, yeah we did. Maybe it's cached again. Let me just go up to here. We had this problem when we added this shuffle playlist, so I'll clear the cache again. So I'll press play here. Okay, so we're not getting that error anymore, and it plays from here. So I press next song, we have a problem. So we're getting this error here. But it does play from here. If I press on this, it does play from there. So that's right. The only problem we're having is with the playlist. So dubstep plays from here, energy plays from here. Our problem comes from just setting the new playlist, but we'll fix that now. So what we can do is make sure that our temp playlist is correct. So go to album.php and we can just console.log temp playlist like that, and hopefully, I don't know if we'll see the correct value or not. Let's find out. So unexpected number, album.php line 1. I understand what I've done. So I've used double quotes there, and we need to use single quotes. So go back to here, you see how you've double quotes here? So we have to use single quotes for that. So instead of using double quotes there, change those, and then let's see if that fixes it. So play, and we're not getting that error anymore. So I'll play from here, energy, next song should be dubstep, which it's not, it's going higher. Funky element is next. Extreme action, energy. Okay, now it's dubstep. So we're 90% there at the moment. The only thing left to do is just fix this bug where it's not using the correct index. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we got this play button set up for the most part, but there's one little bug where no matter which way you press, the next song will always go back to the start. And I'm not sure why that's happening, so let's go back and try and figure that out. So you don't have to copy this part out until I find the problem, but this is good for you to watch how I go about solving this and debugging it. So you don't have to copy this out, just follow along and watch what I do. So what I'm going to do is just start by echoing the current index. The reason I'm echoing current index is because the problem is it's setting it back to the start every time, which means it's probably a current index problem. So on the next song, I'm going to echo, well, console.log I should say, because it's JavaScript, current index. So I'm going to see what the current index is every time we press next song, but then also I'm going to do it again at the end after we've done everything we need to do there. So I'm echoing current index twice. So I'm going to refresh the page, go to the console, I'm going to press next song, 0 and 1, that's fine. Okay, but then if I click on one of these and then press next, okay, so current index is -1, which means when we did index of in somewhere in our code, it didn't find the item and it returned -1, because index of, when you try and find an item in an array, returns -1 if it can't find it. So we have our index of, I just search for index of, we have index of on the shuffle. It won't be with the shuffle, it'll be with set track. So it means that the track ID we're passing in isn't valid because it can't find it in the array, which means that it must be a problem with album.php because that's where we call the set track from. So I'm saving that and I'm going back to album.php, and this is where we call set track from. So the problem is with this on-click set track. Well, I'm fairly sure. Let me just go back to elements. I'm going to go to where the play button is. You can't see it at the moment, but it's right there. Track count, go to the play button, and that's the problem. It's looking for the number 8 of this array. But if I go to console real quick and show you, let's do current playlist, you'll see current playlist contains strings. It doesn't contain numbers. So if you do current playlist dot index of, and then the number 8 like that, it will turn -1 because it's not in there. But if you do index of 8 with quotes around it, it returns the actual position, which is 1. That's the problem. We don't have quotes around this, so we need to make sure we have double quotes around this album ID, this song ID I mean. So we're going to have to cancel them out because we've used single quotes here and we've also used double quotes to end the string. So to add more double quotes in there means we have to cancel them out. And the way we cancel a character out is using the backslash. So what we do is we say backslash double quote. So we add a double quote and a backslash. It means as far as the string goes, ignore this next double quote. So because we've put this, it's not using this double quote to end the string. It's saying ignore it. So that's fine. And then do the same again here. So after this second double quote, backslash double quote like that. So we've cancelled these two out. That backslash is to cancel out character. And if you refresh the page now, and then go back to here, and pause that, you'll see that 8 is now in double quotes. And now if I press set track, I'm hoping it works now. So I'll go funky element. Next track should be extreme action, which it is. Next is energy, dubstep, and then back to start again. So let's try it again. If I go energy here, the next song should be dubstep, which it is. Back to going higher. If I do it right at the end, next song should be going higher, which it is. So that's it. That's kind of it was kind of a simple fix, and yeah, it's good for you guys to see how I went about debugging this. And we can get rid of this console.log part right here, which was down at the bottom. We don't need that anymore. So yeah, that's it. We can now play songs from pressing the button.